Chapter 1151, Turbulent Flow Sea Battle, February 2nd. 5 Gu immortals were moving along the surface of the sea. With the appropriate arrangement, as long as Fang Yuan falls for it, he will suffer. Even if we cannot trap him, we can greatly delay his growth. Ing Wuxia felt a little smug. Fang Yuan's development was too fast. It was terrifying. Heaven's Will was trying all means possible to kill him. It even used the snowmen and rockmen. They had to suppress him. Earlier, Fang Yuan was in Langya blessed land. Ing Wuxia could not do anything. Now that he was coming over, they were going to teach him a lesson. Of course, they could not act personally. They had a huge responsibility. He had the most important task to rebuild Shadow Sect. This is good. We can suppress Fang Yuan while not falling into Heaven's Will's trap. Suddenly, Ing Wuxia's gaze froze. Be careful, there is a desolate beast in the sea. It is moving rapidly. It is very strange. Ing Wuxia frowned, reminding them. Merely a desolate beast. Rank 7 Gu immortal Shennu attacked. Boom. Huge ripples and waves appeared on the water surface as Fang Yuan emerged and showed himself. I finally found you. Ing Wuxia. Fang Yuan's mouth opened, revealing a ruthless smile. The 5 immortals were stunned. This was the first time they were seeing Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan was vigilant, before setting off on this trip, he had already changed his appearance. You are. Suddenly, Ing Wuxia's body shook. He used luck inspection Immortal Gu, seeing that Fang Yuan's tall luck was exactly the same as his and He Lu Lan's luck. Connect luck Immortal Gu. Ing Wuxia had used connect luck on He Lu Lan, and He Lu Lan was luck connected to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's appearance could change, but his luck was unconcealed. Seeing his luck, Ing Wuxia realized that this was Fang Yuan. Quick, the ancient battle formation. He shouted loudly, panicking. The other 3 immortals had coordination. They subconsciously acted, using the ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. Swoosh, the 4 immortals disappeared completely. Only one person was left behind. Lu Qingyu, Fang Yuan. The two looked at each other, falling into silence. Ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. It could allow Ing Wuxia and the rest to escape from Heavenly Court's Gu immortals. It naturally had incredible effect. Fang Yuan was seeing it for the first time as well. Thus, he was speechless. Even though he had some guesses, after seeing it personally, he still felt quite shocked. This method might be strong, but as long as I have Qi luck sensation, I will be able to find them. Now, I should kill this person first. Fang Yuan thought as his attention went over to Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu. Seeing Fang Yuan's cold gaze filled with killing intent, he subconsciously flew backwards. His mood was even worse than Fang Yuan. He had tried so hard to obtain the information path inheritance, yet it got snatched away. After killing the blood path demonic immortal, the crucial clue was lost. He returned to the turbulent flow sea area to wait, but he encountered Ing Wuxia. His helpers were all killed, and he had to surrender. So be it if he surrendered. So be it if the alliance agreement was overbearing. He admitted his loss. So be it if he had to call Ing Wuxia his boss. For his life, Lu Qingyu was determined to become a core member of this group, called Shadow Sect. However, when leaving Eastern Sea, a person suddenly appeared. And next, Ing Wuxia ran away. He ran. Not only did he run, the other 3 Gu immortals also ran. And they ran so quickly. In literally one moment, they vanished without a trace. This is absurd. Lu Qingyu really wanted to swear, but he could not. He was under the alliance agreement. He had to be polite to Ing Wuxia at all times. If he cursed, he would face the backlash of the information path Dao marks. Lu Qingyu's current mood was simply terrible. It was at rock bottom. He did not recognize Fang Yuan, because Fang Yuan was only rank 6 now. But Lu Qingyu sensed that Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal that was rank 6 as well. This time, Fang Yuan had casually changed his appearance. In terms of aura, he did not conceal anything. His main goal was to kill Ing Wuxia and the rest. Everyone knew each other and their cultivation level. His aura was not too important. This caused Lu Qingyu to feel deeply aggrieved. Against a rank 6 Gu immortal, why are you running? Running for what? We have 2 rank 7s and 3 rank 6s. We are all experts. Why are you running? Why did you run? Lu Qingyu screamed internally, furious. But he could not get any answers. He had joined Shadow Sect for too short of a time. Ing Wuxia did not expect Fang Yuan to come so quickly. He did not tell Lu Qingyu some details. If Ing Wuxia told Lu Qingyu that the reason why they fled was because Fang Yuan had the rank 8 battle strength, upper extreme heavenly eagle, then Lu Qingyu would not scream like this internally. He would definitely flee more quickly than Ing Wuxia and He Lu Lan. Oh no, he could not outrun them. But in terms of effort, he would definitely exceed them. Rank 8 battle strength was no joke. Killing them was as easy as killing an ant. This is the deterrence of rank 8. At this time, Fang Yuan had a lot of insight. Ing Wuxia and the rest fled, they were wise and resolute. If their positions were reversed, Fang Yuan would escape too. Earlier in the northern icy plain, he did not flee. That was because Fang Yuan could not begin to escape. It was not that he did not want to. There was no shame in running away. For an old demon like Fang Yuan, temporary retreat was a brilliant tactic in battle. However, Ing Wu Xie and the rest did not know that the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had died already. It had returned to being an unhatched egg. Even though Fang Yuan told this to Langya Land Spirit, he had asked him to not leak out this secret. Thus, Sixth Hair only obtained intel about the earlier part. He could not tell Ing Wu Xie about the most crucial intel that was kept secret. At this moment, Ing Wu Xie and the rest left. Only Lu Qingyu was left. This situation was very good for Fang Yuan. Originally, Fang Yuan was a bit concerned in chasing after them. After all, they had an advantage in numbers. There were 2 rank 7 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan recognized Lu Qingyu, but this was the first time he saw Shirnu. Now, once Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, Ing Wu Xie ran away. Only Lu Qingyu stayed. It was correct to escape. Trying to probe a rank 8 was courting death. During the Gray Cloud Battle Puppet Killer move, Fang Yuan did not dare to probe the immemorial rock dragon as well. Right now, Fang Yuan was considering killing Lu Qingyu first. Eliminating him would weaken their combined strength. This was a good chance to take them down. If Fang Yuan could not make use of it, he would definitely get hit by lightning. After killing him, I would be able to use Soul Search and obtain intel regarding Ing Wu Xie and the rest. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan attacked. Sword mark targeting death. At once, he used an extraordinary sword path killer move. Even though Lu Qingyu was screaming internally, he was still filled with immense wariness. The logic was simple. He was something who made Ing Wu Xie and the rest so fearful. Even though he was a rank 6 Gu immortal, he was definitely dangerous. Lu Qingyu was already completely focused against this huge foe. At this moment, sword light flew out. Lu Qingyu quickly moved, dodging Fang Yuan's attack. Sure enough, this guy is also a rank 6 Gu immortal with rank 7 immortal Gu. Sword path. Lu Qingyu thought bitterly. He only had 2 rank 6 immortal Gu. He had lost to He Lulan earlier because of this. After some rounds of fighting, Lu Qingyu was in a disadvantaged position. He was a lone cultivator, even though his cultivation level was higher. With rank 7 cultivation level, he had only 2 rank 6 immortal Gu. His immortal killer moves were also deduced by himself. They were not exemplary, and few in number 2. After another dozen rounds, Fang Yuan had almost completely understood Lu Qingyu's methods. He only used the same few moves over and over again. How could he not learn everything? Lu Qingyu was covered in sweat. He was in a sad state. Even though Fang Yuan could not use Blood Asset Immortal Gu temporarily, he had other time path defensive methods. He could easily attack or defend. He had an easy time. His strength had grown too quickly. In the past, Lu Qingyu chased Fang Yuan and caused him to run. But now, Fang Yuan was suppressing him instead. Even though he had rank 6 cultivation level, in terms of battle strength, he far surpassed Lu Qingyu. No wonder Ing Wu Xie ran. This is a monster. He is unbelievably powerful, and by the looks of it, he has not used his full strength yet. Lu Qingyu lost his motivation as he fought. He really wanted to surrender. But now was different. He had Shadow Sex Alliance agreement. He could not surrender to the enemy. He had only one option left. That was to fight to the death. Follow me if you dare. Lu Qingyu desperately avoided Fang Yuan's attack as he turned into a green rainbow, escaping towards the turbulent flow sea area. Too naive. Fang Yuan sneered. He pointed at Lu Qingyu's escape route. Immortal killer move, Year Beast summoning. A snake Year Beast tore through space, suddenly appearing and blocking Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu was obstructed and could not escape anymore. Fang Yuan used Sword Escape Immortal Gu behind him and easily caught up to him, attacking. Lu Qingyu was struck. His life was over. His body self-detonated as his soul broke into several pieces. Fang Yuan quickly acted, but he only salvaged a portion. Lu Qingyu's immortal Aperture also fell into the sea, sinking. As the heaven and earth chi surged into it, a blessed land was formed. His remnant soul was dissipating. It seemed to be Shadow Sex method. Fang Yuan tried several methods, but did not seem to be able to stop the soul from self-destructing. Fang Yuan quickly soul-searched. Dozens of memory fragments were seen by him. Fang Yuan was quite lucky. He saw the scene of Lu Qingyu and Ing Wu Xie setting up the trap. Oh, it seems that after Ing Wu Xie found out I have rank 8 battle strength, he knew he could not fight me, so he set up a trap to harm me. He has truly grown. The other fragments were useless. Soon, these remnant soul fragments dissipated completely. Lu Qingyu's body also turned into pulp. It was hard to collect it. Already, all of his Dao marks had returned to his immortal Aperture. Fang Yuan let out a sigh. He wanted to absorb Lu Qingyu's Dao marks into himself. But Gu immortals in the 5 regions were not so easy to loot. After some commotion, a blessed land was completely formed from the immortal aperture. The entrance opened. This was a rare chance to enter the blessed land. If he missed it, to enter it later, there would be much greater obstacles. In the past, when Fang Yuan placed Star Form Blessed Land and Gupai Blessed Land, he also used these chances to enter the blessed land. Chapter 1152, Obtaining 5 Light Mountain Quack, Quack. Inside Lu Qingyu's blessed land, there was a dorky duck calling out to Fang Yuan. This was the land spirit that was formed using heavenly power after Lu Qingyu's death. Appearances of land spirits differed drastically. A duck land spirit was nothing peculiar. Fang Yuan listened attentively. Even though all he heard was the duck quacking, in his mind, it was translated into words that Fang Yuan could understand the meaning of. In fact, He Fan's heavenly spirit was a brass bell, but it could communicate with people as well. Unfortunately, before He Fan died, he had allowed his immortal aperture to absorb a fragment of immemorial azure heaven. It caused heaven's will to enter and caused his heavenly spirit to lose intelligence. The condition of inheriting this Qingyu blessed land and becoming its owner is actually this. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. He showed a look of joy and surprise. Even though Lu Qingyu was killed by Fang Yuan, his obsession was not to find Fang Yuan for revenge. He was not trying to locate Ing Wuxie and find trouble with him either. It was the whereabouts of the crucial clue to the information path inheritance. The clue to the information path inheritance is carved in Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan took out Flying Sword Immortal Gu, showing it to the Duckland spirit, explaining the situation to it. A moment later, the Duckland spirit circled around Fang Yuan, using its beak to peck Fang Yuan's white shoes. It was very fond of him. Fang Yuan was now the owner of the blessed land. However, this blessed land was quite desolate. It was not that Lu Qingyu had poor foundation, but after he joined Shadow Sect, the resources inside his immortal aperture were all taken away by Ing Wuxie. Ing Wuxie did not take Lu Qingyu's 2 Immortal Gu. That was because he wanted to preserve his battle strength and make him work like a slave. But Ing Wuxie took away his cultivation resources. This was leaving him no way out. In the future, when Lu Qingyu wanted to continue cultivating, he would lack resources. He could only rely on Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan only had to think for a bit before understanding this. As for Lu Qingyu's Gu worms, they had already been destroyed. This applied to the 2 Immortal Gu and the Mortal Gu. Nothing was left for Fang Yuan. What is left in this blessed land? Fang Yuan looked around, asking the land's spirit as he frowned. Qingyu blessed land was completely ransacked. It was left in a state similar to He Fan Grotto Heaven when Fang Yuan took over it. At this moment, Fang Yuan could somewhat feel what Chu Du had gone through at that time. The Duckland spirit. Quack, quack, quack. Fang Yuan turned around. Bring me there. The Duckland spirit could not teleport. It brought Fang Yuan to the destination. A rainbow-colored mountain, which was neither tall nor short, was displayed before Fang Yuan. The mountain rocks were giving off green, red, yellow, blue, and white lights. There were no trees on the mountain, but there were many different types of grass. These types of grass had 10 colors. They shone together. They were more beautiful than a sea of flowers. It was a dazzling sight. 5 Light Mountain, 10 colored grass. Fang Yuan muttered. These were resources that Light Path Gu immortals often cultivated. The special environment would cause this mountain to produce large numbers of Light Path Mortal Gu. Evidently, this 5 Light Mountain was heavily developed by Lu Qingyu. It was quite big. Ing Wuxie does not have Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu. He had no methods to move this mountain. He could only leave this here. Fang Yuan guessed the truth. Trees had tree roots. Mountains had mountain roots too. Mountains were not easy to move. Using brute strength would only cause the mountain to collapse. And methods to move mountains were very rare in the world. Back then, when Fang Yuan was able to move Luo Po Valley, even the rank 8 Gu Immortal, Prince Fengxian was shocked. Even though Ing Wuxie inherited a portion of Shadow Sect's wealth, he lacked a method to move 5 Light Mountain. He originally had Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu, but in those transactions, it was sold to Fang Yuan. When he saw this 5 Light Mountain and could not move it, he must have felt annoyed. All in all, this 5 Light Mountain was now Fang Yuan's property. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan used Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu and moved this 5 Light Mountain into his own sovereign immortal aperture. He placed this mountain into Mini Southern Border. Mini Southern Border had many mountains. It was a place with rich earth path Dao marks to begin with. With the addition of 5 Light Mountain, all of the mountains from He Fan Grotto Heaven were outmatched. Immortal Succession Mountain could only become the second tallest mountain. After all, Immortal Succession Mountain was used as an inheritance ground. The inheritances were all gone now. 5 Light Mountain was now the biggest mountain in Mini Southern Border. I had some gains at last. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. If he did not have 5 Light Mountain, his losses would be severe. Even though he won this battle, from Fang Yuan's perspective, Victory had no value. The loot after winning did. It was a pity. Even after taking 5 Light Mountain, Fang Yuan concluded that in this battle against Lu Qingyu, he still made losses. It could not be helped. He was using Green Grape Immortal Essence, and most of his Immortal Gu were rank 7. He also had to use many Immortal Killer moves. In every battle, his Green Grape Immortal Essence expenditure was severe. Of course, blessed lands could annex each other. However, Lu Qingyu cultivated Light Path. This blessed land was a Light Path blessed land. Fang Yuan's Light Path attainment level was only ordinary. This was a rank 7 blessed land. He could not annex it. In the following period, Fang Yuan asked the Duckland Spirit. He obtained a lot of intel. The Duckland Spirit still remembered many details from when it was alive. This allowed Fang Yuan to become quite aware of the trap that Ing Wuxia set. And also regarding the information path true inheritance, Fang Yuan also obtained some information. After obtaining the intel, Fang Yuan left behind some mortal Gu for the Duckland Spirit, and ordered that without his permission, it was never to open the Blessed Land's entrance. If any enemies attacked, it had to inform Fang Yuan using Treasure Yellow Heaven immediately. Lu Qingyu's rank 7 Red Date Immortal Essence was still left behind. Fang Yuan did not take them. He gave them to the Duckland Spirit. Quack, quack. The Duckland Spirit had tears in its eyes. It flapped one wing, saying goodbye to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not look back. He left the Blessed Land. The Blessed Land's entrance closed after he left. This rank 7 blessed land, as long as the entrance is shut and it is hidden well, it should not be discovered. However, if Heaven's will wants to harm me, it will have many ways of dealing with this blessed land. It would be great if I can keep this rank 7 blessed land, but even if I can't, it is fine. It has too little value anyway. Fang Yuan did not have the time to raise his Light Path attainment level, and his cultivation level was still far from reaching rank 7. To continue to pursue Ing Wuxia, Fang Yuan was hesitant. From the Duckland Spirit, he had obtained a lot of information. He had a clearer understanding of their strength. Ing Wuxia had 4 Gu Immortals, including himself. A rank 7 Gu Rockman Gu Immortal named Shirnu. He cultivated Earth Path. He Lulan was now a Strength and Fire Path cultivator. Tai Bai Yunsheng had lost his Time Path Immortal Gu, but he now had Cloud Path Immortal Gu. He had originally been secondarily cultivating Cloud Path. As for Ing Wuxia, he still had a Strength Path Immortal Zombie Body. He still used Soul Path Immortal Gu. He had the lowest cultivation level, but his battle strength was likely to be the highest or second highest. If Fang Yuan had the immemorial Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle, he would pursue them immediately. But now, the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle was just an egg. Even though Fang Yuan had many Immortal Gu, looking at it, with his strength and intelligence, against Ing Wuxia's group, it was difficult to predict the winner. How long has it been? Ing Wuxia and the rest have already gained so much strength, it is truly out of my expectations. Fang Yuan's growth shocked Ing Wuxia and the rest. But Ing Wuxia and the rest also grew at a rate that shocked Fang Yuan. He had originally thought that Ing Wuxia and the others had suffered a huge setback after the transactions. To think that not long after, they had already recovered. Shadow Sect was already in shambles, but it was still not to be underestimated. Ing Wuxia and the others were truly huge threats from Fang Yuan's perspective. Because of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow Sect, and Fang Yuan had an unresolvable conflict. Ing Wuxia was not dealing with Fang Yuan now. It was because saving his main body was more important. He was making a wise decision. Fang Yuan did not deal with Ing Wuxia earlier because he had insufficient strength. He needed to deal with the earthly calamities and try to develop his sovereign immortal aperture. Now that he had He Fan's true inheritance, with enough strength, he came to find Ing Wuxia straight away. Once Ing Wuxia saved his main body, Fang Yuan knew that he would no longer have any chance of victory. Because the other party was one of the 10 venerables, even though he had died before, Fang Yuan was not his match. Of course, there was still a crucial point. That was Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was not lost. It was currently in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan regained his former strength path, immortal zombie body. There was just one key point. He was afraid that inside this immortal zombie body, there was a trap set by Ing Wuxia which targeted his soul. Fang Yuan did not dare to act rashly. He had thought of using other Gu immortal souls and putting them inside the immortal zombie body to test it out. But there were many flaws with this. Firstly, he had to undergo such experiments secretly. He could not take out his immortal zombie body openly. This would reveal many secrets to Langya Land Spirit. Secondly, even if he used Gu immortal souls to test it, they were unreliable. Because Fang Yuan was not clear if Ing Wuxia had set up traps that targeted weak or strong souls, or was it a trap specifically targeting otherworldly demons? The problem of using Wisdom Gu was the greatest restriction towards Fang Yuan's development. Thus, Fang Yuan thought of the plan in Eastern Sea. His main objective was to deal with Ing Wuxia. If he succeeded, he might be able to check from Ing Wuxia whether this immortal zombie body had any traps. If there was a trap, how would he resolve it? Ing Wuxia wanted to suppress Fang Yuan's growth speed, but Fang Yuan was also afraid that Ing Wuxia would grow too quickly and save his main body. Thus, when he came to Eastern Sea now, the information path inheritance was secondary. He went straight for the main objective. Ing Wuxia was his main goal. Chapter 1153, fighting across vast distance ahead was a deep blue veil. It completely covered the visions of Ing Wuxia and the others. Blue Water Regional Wall. Between the 5 regions, there were regional walls. They were like thin membrane, which shielded the region. Blue Water Regional Wall was the protective membrane of Eastern Sea. The Turbulent Flow Sea area was very close to Blue Water Regional Wall to begin with. Precisely because of this, when Fang Yuan was on the journey from southern border to northern plains, when he got close to the Turbulent Flow Sea area, he encountered Lu Qingyu and the rest. Ing Wuxia and the other immortals used omnidirectional travel to directly reach this place. Are we leaving again? He Lulan sighed. Who was that person earlier? Bai Yunshin questioned. An enemy, a strong enemy, an irreconcilable enemy. Don't look at his rank 6 cultivation level. He has rank 8 battle strength. Ing Wuxia looked at Bai Yunshin, choosing to expose some information to him. Hearing this, Bai Yunshin breathed in sharply. He shouted in disbelief. Rank 8 battle strength. He Lulan pretended to be shocked too. No wonder we had to retreat. Shirnu had no expression. Bai Yunshin suddenly thought of something. He showed sadness on his face. Sigh. Since he has rank 8 battle strength, Lu Qingyu is finished. It is a pity. Dying for Shadow Sect is his greatest honor. Shirnu snorted, saying in disdain. Let's go. Since he can chase us, we should increase our distance. That upper extreme heavenly eagle is an immemorial desolate beast that can roam the 9 heavens. It is likely to be a life form from the immemorial 9 heavens. It can travel in the 5 regional walls freely. He Lulan transmitted secretly, reminding Ing Wuxia. Ing Wuxia looked at her deeply, replying, Don't worry. I have already checked the historical records in Northern Plains. Fang Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle came from He Fan, and the upper extreme heavenly eagle that He Fan had was raised in Northern Plains. If it enters the 5 regional walls, it would face suppression as well. We are quite safe now at the border of the regional wall. Is that so? He Lulan was stunned, before showing an expression of relief. Where are we going now? We cannot go to Central Continent. Are we going to southern border to work on the rescue? He Lulan asked. Ing Wuxia smiled. He did not enter the Blue Water Regional Wall. Instead, he used his immortal essence as aura of goo worms burst out from within. His entire body was floating in the air. He turned around and looked in the direction of the Turbulent Flow Sea area. Ripples appeared below his feet, making a soft sound. The cold and wet sea breeze blew on the 4 goo immortals' faces. Wait. Ing Wuxia said one word in reply to He Lulan. Wait for what? Bai Yunshin was confused. Wait for the enemy. Ing Wuxia said. The rest of the 3 goo immortals looked at each other, not understanding why. Since they retreated earlier, why were they waiting for him now? That person had rank 8 battle strength. Why were they waiting for him? Waiting for him to kill them? He Lulan's expression changed. I see. See what? Bai Yunshin quickly asked. He was extremely lost. Shirnu was expressionless, but his gaze also revealed curiosity. He Lulan smiled. Don't you find it strange? How did he know our location? When chasing us, why did he have such precise knowledge of our whereabouts? This time, even Shirnu's expression changed. Bai Yunshin's tone became lower. He Lulan, you mean to say, we have a traitor? Impossible. How can the 4 of us, unless that Lu Qingyu is a spy? Wait, he went under an alliance agreement to join us. Could the alliance agreement be exploited? The probability of a traitor is small. Ing Wuxia shook his head, replying. He looked at Bai Yunshin. Even though Bai Yunshin was kept in the dark, he was also under an alliance agreement from Ing Wuxia. He could not become a traitor. The most probable reason is, he has an investigative method that can track our locations. Ing Wuxia said. These last days, we have been staying in our base. We rarely went out. Bai Yunshin frowned. He Lulan smiled. Gu immortal methods are unfathomably vast in number. Some are incredibly brilliant. How much do we actually know? That's true. Bai Yunshin nodded. He Lulan continued. If we cannot find a way to counter it, no matter where we go, that enemy will find us. It is only a matter of time. Thus, Lord decided to stay here and not enter the regional wall. Lord is waiting for the other party to use his investigative killer move. I see. Shirnu suddenly realized. Actually, a lot of information was only known to Ing Wuxia. At this moment, countless thoughts were forming and colliding in Ing Wuxia's mind. Even though he was a strength path immortal zombie and could not think well, He had lots of methods to bypass this flaw. Wuxia was rapidly thinking now. What method is Fang Yuan using to find my location? I came to Eastern Sea secretly. How did the intel leak? Is he able to find my location in Northern Plains, across 2 regional walls? That is impossible. Even Heavenly Lord Gu immortals could not deduce anything after I used my Gu formation to conceal my traces. No matter what is inside He Fan's true inheritance, he would not be able to do this. Heaven's will. Wuxia had an answer in his mind. Since I can be plotted against by Heaven's will, gaining its reminder regarding Fang Yuan's intel, would Fang Yuan also receive the same information about me? This was very possible. But Wuxia was not satisfied with this answer. If at this time, the person in my situation is not me, but Fang Yuan, what would he do? What would he consider? He would consider the worst possible situation. And what was the worst possible situation? Wuxia asked himself, and had answer. The other party has an investigative killer move that can pass regional walls to confirm my location. Wuxia smiled. How could that be possible? But suddenly, his smile froze. He thought of a possibility. Luck path. Fang Yuan had the most important clue all along. It was that their lucks were all interconnected. Connect luck, Immortal Gu. Back then, Wuxia had no choice. He could only sell this Immortal Gu in Treasure Yellow Heaven. After transacting with Fang Yuan, Wuxia obtained the Gu refinement materials he needed. When Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, he took back Connect Luck, Immortal Gu. Even though Fang Yuan had a new body, Connect Luck's effect also targeted his soul. Thus, his luck connection to He Lulan and the rest was still in effect. Wuxia gained a lot of information from Shadow Sect regarding how to resist Heaven's will. There was one point. Fate is hard to defy, but luck can be exploited. Using luck, one could deal with Heaven's will effectively. Who had better luck? Undoubtedly, it was Fang Yuan who owned dogshit luck Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had dogshit luck. Wuxia knew this clearly. Sixth Hair, who was in Langya's sect, was not to be forgotten. Thus, Wuxia used Connect Luck and connected his own luck with He Lulan. Even though He Lulan was unwilling to, she could not resist. This way, Wuxia and Fang Yuan truly had their luck connected. If he realizes this relationship and uses a luck path method, even if we are in 2 separate regions, he can still sense me. That is possible. Is it luck path? Right at this moment, Wuxia's body shook. He saw it. Using luck inspection Immortal Gu, he saw that at this moment, the luck above him and He Lulan's head was shaking slightly. As expected, a luck path method. Impressive, Fang Yuan. To think that you even made use of the fact that we have Connect Luck and found your way to us. It is a pity. I have understood your method already. Wuxia's eyes flickered brightly. Even though he knew about Fang Yuan's method, Wuxia could not break the luck connection. He did not have break luck Immortal Gu. However, he had a lot of soul path methods. He could influence and interfere with the luck. He tried them one by one, but the effect was not good. The luck was still shaking. In fact, even if he was concealed, there was still He Lulan. Unlike Lu Qingyu, He Lulan could not be thrown away easily. She had huge value. Once they lost her, they could not even use the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. Thus, Wuxia quickly gave up this thought. Then, enter an immortal aperture? Wuxia entered Sure Nu's immortal aperture, and he was surprised to find out that in conjunction with his soul path methods, the luck on top of his head stopped shaking. He ordered He Lulan to enter Sure Nu's immortal aperture as well. Next, Tai Bai Yunsheng and Sure Nu entered the Blue Water regional wall, quickly vanishing from sight. Fang Yuan had just come out of Qingyu Blessed Land. Luck Path Investigative Killer Move. Chi Luck Sensation. He activated his immortal killer move. At once, he sensed several locations. Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border. Among which, Eastern Sea had the clearest sensation and highest number of people. Chi Luck Sensation had a huge investigative range, but the effect was not very outstanding. If not for Connect Luck, Fang Yuan could not pass regions in investigation. They are at the border of Blue Water Regional Wall. This ancient battle formation is actually so amazing. Even if victory is hard to obtain, I will pursue you. Even if I cannot kill you, I will weaken you. As long as I prevent you from saving Spectral Soul's main body, I would be victorious. Strange, why did they stop? Suddenly, Fang Yuan's expression changed. He showed shock. In his senses, 2 people had suddenly vanished. Oh, he sensed it so quickly. Fang Yuan's heart sank. This way, he could not pursue them. But as long as your luck is connected, you will be threatened by my killer move. I have the initiative. I can use this killer move from time to time and check your location. But you need to be wary of me at all times. You will have to pay a bigger price than me. This will cause a battle of attrition between us. But if you break the luck connection, isn't that just what I want? Forget it. I should get the good stuff inside the Turbulent Flow Sea area first. Chapter 1154. Immortal Hua Die since he could not locate them. Fang Yuan wisely chose to give up on pursuing them. Ever since reviving, this was the second time Fang Yuan was up against Shadow Sect. The first time, Wuxia had no choice but to undergo transactions with Fang Yuan. In the end, Fang Yuan took great advantage of it. In the second contest, Fang Yuan only had a slight edge. Even though Fang Yuan's strength had grown immensely due to He Fan's true inheritance, in the end, he did not achieve his goals. He only killed one member of Shadow Sect. He slightly weakened Wuxia and the rest. Fang Yuan was growing fast, but Wuxia was also increasing in strength, and Fang Yuan's growth was uncertain and unstable. After all, benefits like He Fan's true inheritance were once-in-a-thousand-year encounters. They were not easy to get. Conversely, Wuxia's growth and strength was very steady. Because he could go and obtain Shadow Sect's inheritances in all 5 regions, these originally belonged to him. They were reliable and predictable. Based on this point, it was wise of Fang Yuan to kill them preemptively. If he did not use this chance to act, the disparity between them would grow more obvious. Once Spectral Soul was successfully rescued, Fang Yuan's doomsday would arrive. Wuxia's immediate retreat was shameless, but it was the wisest and most resolute choice. For Wuxia, as long as he continued to gather Shadow Sect's remnant forces, he would grow rapidly in strength. Accumulating them, he eventually would grow to become quite powerful. In the Turbulent Sea area, even though both sides did not fight, they had competed against each other across a vast distance. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information regarding Wuxia and the rest. He even saw the ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel, as well as Wuxia, He Lulan, and the other situations. Meanwhile, Wuxia identified Fang Yuan's investigative killer move. Even though he only resolved it temporarily and did not solve the problem, his advancement was not halted. His plan could still continue smoothly. Fang Yuan and Wuxia were bound to engage in a battle of life and death. But now was not the time. Wuxia chose to retreat. One day, between Fang Yuan and Wuxia, one would die. Their enmity was far from resolved. Fang Yuan turned around, going back to the turbulent flow sea area. Vast clouds and turbulent sea water, it was a chaotic sight. Fang Yuan was about to go in, when a female immortal suddenly came from the west, calling out, "Please wait." Fang Yuan turned around, only to see that this woman was dressed in a raiment. Her sleeves were fluttering. She wore light pink. Her eyes were clear and shiny. She was extremely beautiful. Immediately, Fang Yuan stopped moving, his eyebrows raised as he waited for the female immortal to arrive. "So it is Immortal Hua Die. I wonder why you called out to me." Immortal Hua Die smiled. Her tender pink lips parted to show her pearl-like teeth. "I am ashamed. You know my name, but I am unaware of your name." "I am Chuing." Fang Yuan casually said a name. His current appearance was disguised as well. Chuing, it sounded like Remove Shadow One. Even though Fang Yuan's goal was not achieved this time, Fang Yuan was determined to eliminate Shadow Sect, with a firmer attitude now. "Chuing, I saw that you were about to enter the turbulent flow sea area. I have a suggestion. If it works, it will benefit you too." Immortal Hua Dai said, "Please speak." Fang Yuan smiled, having a warm attitude. In his mind, he was thinking, if he killed this Immortal Hua Dai, would the chances of success be high? She was a beautiful woman, but to Fang Yuan's heart, she was better off as part of his Dao mark accumulation. Fang Yuan knew a bit about Immortal Hua Dai's information. She was a transformation path Gu immortal from Eastern Sea. She had rank 6 cultivation level and had passed 2 heavenly tribulations. In terms of battle strength, looking at her records, she was at the peak of rank 6. For Fang Yuan, that was not a problem. Transformation path. The important thing was this. Currently, Fang Yuan was a transformation path grandmaster. He had quite a few transformation path Dao marks, but there was nothing wrong with accumulating more. Immortal Hua Dai smiled too. She felt that even though Fang Yuan had an unimpressive appearance, he behaved gently and politely. He was not a frenzied demonic path Gu immortal. He was likely to be a lone immortal like herself. If she knew what Fang Yuan was thinking, who knew how she would feel? Even though I cannot set up a battlefield killer move, my battle strength should be superior to hers. But Immortal Hua Dai has a close relationship with Miao Ming Shun. How confident am I in killing her? Fang Yuan was considering the possibility. Miao Ming Shun was a rank 7 expert in Eastern Sea. His status was similar to that of Qin Baisheng before awakening his memories. Most importantly, Miao Ming Shun was a space path Gu immortal who had a method to expand the size of immortal apertures. As a result, many Eastern Sea Gu immortals, especially lone immortals, sought his help. After all, the space of an immortal aperture was limited. Many Gu immortals had to choose carefully when cultivating resources. Miao Ming Shun could expand the immortal aperture. It could provide a lot of convenience and help to these Gu immortals. And Miao Mingxun himself was an ambitious person. He was very good at building relationships. He had a lot of charisma. Thus, around him, there were a group of Gu immortals with common interests. This group had 4 people, with Miao Mingxun as the core, and Immortal Hua Die, Feng Jiang, and Gu Yi as his followers. Among them, Immortal Hua Die and Feng Jiang had rank 6 cultivation level. Gu Yi and Miao Mingxun were rank 7, but the latter had the greatest battle strength. If Fang Yuan killed Immortal Hua Die, he would become enemies with the other 3. Miao Mingxun had a huge network and knew many people. A lot of Eastern Sea Gu immortals wanted to be friendly with him. Even super forces refused to offend him. After all, they might need his help one day. If Miao Mingxun and Fang Yuan were enemies, he would fully use his network and call upon lots of Eastern Sea Gu immortals to push aside Fang Yuan. But so what? Fang Yuan had familiar face. He could freely change his identity. So what if it was Miao Mingxun? As long as it was not a rank 8 Gu immortal. However, if I kill Immortal Hua Die, familiar face cannot defend me from wisdom path deductions. My identity might get exposed. Familiar face was not all-powerful. In the past, when thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used this method to deceive 2 rank 8 Gu immortals, he had ensured that they did not have investigative methods against it. Even though this was an amazing story, it made others alert. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could not replicate this glorious event in the future. Not long ago, Fang Yuan and Ying Wuxie had met. Ying Wuxie used Luck Inspection Immortal Gu to observe Fang Yuan's luck and discern his identity, before retreating immediately. Just rank 6 Luck Inspection Immortal Gu could make familiar face ineffective. It seemed peculiar, but it was not. The world was balanced. All living beings had their food and natural predators. The same went for Immortal Gu. The essence of Immortal Killer moves was the use of a combination of Gu worms. It could not escape this principle. This was why there was no strongest Gu worm, only strongest Gu immortal. But I am a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. As long as I elevate my Wisdom Path methods and conceal my true identity, when I use familiar face to conceal myself, who would be able to find my true identity? Especially with his sovereign immortal body, he could travel through regional walls easily. He could even completely alter his aura and become a local. He was unlike He Lu Lan and the rest. They had Northern Plains aura. It was still fine in Eastern Sea. But when they got to Southern Border, Western Desert, or Central Continent, they would face strong ostracism from the locals. However, I remember that this Miao Mingxun had a method to find that immemorial desolate beast blue dragon whale. He had once rallied more than 10 Eastern Sea lone immortals to find it. Should I build a relationship with him, so that I can use this relationship to take a share of the profits from entering the blue dragon whale as well? Taking this into consideration, the blue dragon whale was naturally more important than merely Immortal Hua Die. Fang Yuan dispelled the thought of killing her. There was another advantage in becoming friendly with Miao Mingxun. Eastern Sea had the most cultivation resources among the 5 regions. Eastern Sea Gu immortals often held meetups to exchange resources between each other. These resources were very precious. They had great value. Lifespan Gu were used for transactions. In comparison, Treasure Yellow Heaven was an open market. It was not a private auction location. Miao Mingxun was a common guest in these private auctions. With his approval, Fang Yuan would be able to enter these events as well. Immortal Hua Die did not know that she had just barely escaped death. Because of her relationship with Miao Mingxun, she narrowly avoided a terrible fate. She smiled lightly as she said, "Chuing, since you know about me, you must know about Lord Miao Mingxun as well. Lord Miao Mingxun has observed the turbulent flow sea area for years. He wants to find a tributary of the River of Time among these chaotic currents. If you have the opportunity to find that tributary of the River of Time, I hope that you can locate it and inform us. We will definitely thank you for it." As for why a space path Gu immortal like Miao Mingxun was searching for a tributary of the River of Time, Immortal Hua Die was not going to explain it. So that's it. Fang Yuan agreed. I have long since heard of Lord Miao Mingxun. I would not ask for a great reward. I would simply like to be on good terms with both of you. Fang Yuan was so tactful, Immortal Hua Dai's smile became even wider. Fang Yuan was not the first person she had talked to. In fact, Immortal Hua Dai, Gu Yi, and Feng Jiang would guard the turbulent flow sea area in turns at regular intervals. When they see any Gu immortals approaching the turbulent flow sea area, they would talk to them and ask for their help. Some rejected, but most people would agree. The reason was naturally Miao Mingxun's method to expand immortal apertures. Thus, Fairy Hua Dai was not surprised that Fang Yuan agreed. Then I will wish you good luck, friend. Immortal Hua Dai turned around and was about to leave. She did not think highly of Chuing, because she had never heard of this person before. Of course, Eastern Sea had no lack of hidden cultivators. But Immortal Hua Dai had many connections. Chuing was someone who was completely unknown. And he only had rank 6 cultivation level. How strong could he be? Lord Miao Mingshun is searching for the tributary of the River of Time. It does not require cultivation level, but luck instead. Maybe this chewing might be able to find it? Oh, I have such thoughts each time. But more than 10 years have passed. We have not even seen a trace of that tributary. Immortal Hua Die sighed internally, saying goodbye to Fang Yuan. However, a while after leaving, Immortal Hua Die used an information path Mortal Gu and transmitted to him. I almost forgot to tell you. A blood path demonic immortal, Ding Qi, has recently come to the Turbulent Flow Sea area. This person's younger brother, Ding Yin, had once held the clues to an information path inheritance. He was attacked by Lu Qingyu, Zhou Li, and Tang Song. Ding Yin is dead. Ding Qi wants revenge, because he heard that Lu Qingyu had come to the Turbulent Flow Sea area. As if to obtain the information path inheritance, he rushed here. Blood path demonic immortals are ruthless and crazy. They are unlike us. Their minds are completely insane. When they see a Gu immortal, they would first think about whether they should kill that person to increase their own strength. If you encounter him, you should be careful. Fang Yuan kept the information path Mortal Gu, rubbing his nose. Immortal Hua Dai gave him some friendly advice. She was a kind person. But she did not know that the person she was talking to was a blood path demonic overlord. A person bearing great sins. He had once casually slaughtered countless lives in Central Continent. Chapter 1155. Snatching Oyster. The conversation with Immortal Hua Dai was only a short intermission. Fang Yuan finally went into the Turbulent Flow Sea area. The sea water moved randomly, like intertwined ropes or completely messy balls of string, filling Fang Yuan's vision. Strength path, giant hand. Seeing nobody around, Fang Yuan used his immortal killer move. The giant hand smashed more than 10 currents, causing the sea water to become chaotic. Fang Yuan charged towards a certain direction. This was at the fringe of the Turbulent Flow Sea area. He could forcefully make his way in. But a moment later, a huge current of light yellow water blocked Fang Yuan's path. This is yellow spring water. Fang Yuan stopped his steps. This current was huge. Strength path giant hand could not smash it. In fact, he might even get injured. Yellow spring water came from the Yellow Spring Sea area. That was the territory of Zombie Alliance's headquarters. As the largest zombie farming area in the 5 regions, the Yellow Spring Sea area was filled with zombie corpses. At the bottom of the sea, there was decomposed coral, and between them, there were strands of seaweed drifting with the flowing water. Yellow spring water contained down marks. It was a type of Gu refinement material. Fang Yuan activated his defensive method, entering it. This yellow spring water current flowed in one direction, but it was not the one Fang Yuan wanted. He could only charge through this current, using his immortal Gu and consuming immortal essence. A while later, he broke through the yellow spring water current, arriving at another current. This water was pale white. After entering it, Fang Yuan felt like he was moving inside clouds. Illusory scenes were displayed before him. Thousand Illusion Water. It came from Eastern Sea's Thousand Illusion Sea area. Fang Yuan used wisdom path methods, easily blocking the interference of these illusions. After spending some effort, he got into the third current. Magma current. This current was not from Eastern Sea. It came from Western Desert's largest pit, Blazing Glory Pit. It was extremely deep and was linked to the underground. Every 100 years, magma would burst out from the earth veins. The hot magma would fill the entire pit, even oozing out and changing the terrain of the surrounding area. Magma current. It came from a deep part of the magma. It was very hot. Once Fang Yuan entered it, he would need a defensive immortal killer move. Ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals without an immortal level defensive method could only avoid this. His immortal essence expenditure was multiple times that of the 2 earlier currents. Thankfully, this magma current was not big. Fang Yuan got through in a few dozen breaths of time. This time, he did not encounter another current. He went into an empty space. Other than Fang Yuan, there was nothing. Looking back, the magma current was still flowing behind him. On his front left side, there was deep darkness. Waves were crashing inside, resembling thousands of vengeful souls. This black soul water came from the Black Soul Sea area. It contained soul path and dark path down marks. On his right, there was a third current. It was golden and shiny, like countless gold fragments mixed together, moving forward together in a dazzling manner. Fang Yuan saw this and was surprised. If I am not wrong, this is a gold fragment current. Rumors say that Immemorial Yellow Heaven has a lot of metallic heavenly rivers. After Immemorial Yellow Heaven broke, most of the metallic heavenly rivers were destroyed. This gold fragment current is likely from a certain Immemorial Yellow Heaven fragment world. Because of the nature of the Turbulent Flow Sea area, by gathering all the different currents in the world, I am able to witness it. Magma current, Black Soul current, and gold fragment current. These 3 currents contested against each other. They reached a mystical balance. A completely empty space was created between them. This was where Fang Yuan was at now, as if he was in the eye of the cyclone. He could not stay here for long, but it gave him precious time to rest. Fang Yuan did not rest. His strength had grown drastically. He had a lot of immortal essence. He had not reached his limit yet. After finding his direction, he shot out into the gold fragment current at lightning speed. He faced a lot of obstructions, more than 10 times of the magma current, but his immortal essence expenditure had decreased instead. The magma current was too hot. Fang Yuan crossed the entire gold fragment current. During this process, he collected up to 500 kilograms of gold fragments. On Earth, this would be a huge amount of wealth. But in this world, it was merely a common Gu material. Other than gold fragments, the gold fragment current also had a large number of Gu worms. They were mostly metal path. There was golden dragon Gu. It looked like an earthworm, but it had claws and a head. It resembled a miniature dragon. There was also golden aurora Gu. It could allow a Gu master to fly. And a rare mortal Gu that could make all mortal Gu masters go crazy. Polished gold Gu. It was a one-time consumable Gu that could increase a Gu master's aptitude. For Fang Yuan, this polished gold Gu had little use. He casually collected some. After getting out of the gold fragment current, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture gained a new small gold fragment river. Fang Yuan placed this river in mini yellow heaven. It was just to add to the scenery. With this tiny gold fragment river, it could not give him any benefits. Gu masters might treat it like a treasure. For Fang Yuan and other Gu immortals, it was worthless. Fang Yuan got through many currents, gradually getting towards the center of the turbulent flow sea area from the fringe. A moment later, a huge current blocked Fang Yuan's path. The huge current was deep blue. Every drop of water flickered with electricity. It caused the entire current to be eye-catching and bright. Fang Yuan let out a breath. He knew that this was a lightning water current. When lightning accumulates to a degree, it would become liquid. The destructive force would convert in a water of vitality that could draw out potential. Lightning Path Gu immortals often built lightning pools, storing this lightning water inside. Lightning Path Gu immortals would use these lightning pools to nurture large numbers of Lightning Path mortal Gu. The significance of a lightning pool to Lightning Path Gu immortals was like 5 Light Mountain to Light Path Gu immortals. Fang Yuan had already reached the center of the turbulent flow sea area. With his strength, he could not go into currents rashly anymore. The strength of the currents had gotten stronger. If Fang Yuan went in, he would be swept away. In this situation, to get to his destination, it depended on luck. With good luck, a random current would bring him to his destination. Fang Yuan would be able to travel smoothly. If he was unlucky, even after dozens of currents, he might still be going in circles. This was the special characteristic of the turbulent flow sea area. Fang Yuan entered the lightning water current. This current was huge. It was as if Fang Yuan was a small rabbit which had entered a large river. Thankfully, the lightning water was very calm. Only the ripples at the top would create lightning, with destructive force that would destroy whatever touched it. Fang Yuan only had to sink to the bottom of the lightning water. The immortal essence expenditure was low. It was calm and smooth. He traveled along with this current. A while later, Fang Yuan got to the end of the lightning water current. At the end, there was another current with the same size as the lightning water current. Fang Yuan entered it as the water carried him along. He was quite lucky. Even though there were some hurdles, in the end, he still moved closer to his target destination. A day and a night later, Fang Yuan got to an empty space with no currents. This was the 12th one he had seen during this trip. This space has just formed the surroundings. Currents won't change for now. I should rest first. Fang Yuan wanted to rest here, because now, even he felt a little tired. The expenditure of immortal essence was not small. But after resting for a while, there was some commotion from the current above his head. Soon, a giant oyster came out of the current. This oyster was the size of 4 elephants. It gave off the aura of an ancient, desolate beast. The surface was entirely white gold. After seeing Fang Yuan, this oyster moved in a stunned manner. Soon after, a voice came from the oyster. There's someone here. You're just a rank 6 Gu immortal. How can you reach here? Fang Yuan did not speak. The oyster's shell opened, as its pinkish flesh was exposed. This flesh was like a bed, with 3 people lying on it. 2 mortals, female, considerably beautiful, were lying on a male Gu immortal's body with their clothing undone. This male Gu immortal had a young man appearance. He was thin and had a sharp gaze. He looked at Fang Yuan with an overbearing gaze. He analyzed as he said with curiosity, Strange, strange. You really have rank 6 cultivation level. Quickly tell me your name. Fang Yuan was silent. His gaze went from the male Gu immortal to the oyster. The male Gu immortal was angry. Hey, I am talking to you. Are you deaf or mute? Fang Yuan asked instead. This is the rumored precious beast. Hidden room, oyster. The male Gu immortal immediately felt praised. He laughed. You have quite some knowledge. I had asked for this from my grandpa after much work. My grandfather is the famous enslavement path Gu immortal in Eastern Sea, Ren Xiaoping. Fang Yuan nodded, saying plainly, I know about Ren Xiaoping. He is an expert at the peak of rank 7. Not long ago, he found his blood-related grandson and spent a lot of effort to get him to ascend to immortal. That is you, right? Ha ha. The male Gu immortal laughed. That's right. That's right. You are not bad. Your foresight is good. Hand over the hidden room, Oyster, and I will spare your life. Fang Yuan said plainly. What? The male Gu immortal thought he was hearing things. His expression froze. He laughed out of pure anger. He pointed at Fang Yuan. Good. Good. I praised you wrongly. You have foresight, but you are blind. You offended the wrong person. You are truly courting death. Then I shall. The male Gu immortal was still talking when he suddenly gasped. Fang Yuan had already attacked. The strength path giant hand grabbed the hidden room Oyster fiercely. The male Gu immortal had a fearful expression because he realized that the hidden room Oyster was currently being squeezed by the giant hand. The two shells were making cracking noises under the pressure. Misunderstanding. It is a misunderstanding. He screamed. I am Ren Xiaoping's grandson. Who are you? We might be friends. Who is friends with you? I can let you go. Just hand over the Gu worm that controls the hidden room Oyster. Fang Yuan sneered. Otherwise, you will die here. You are a demonic path, Gu immortal. You cannot do this. My grandfather will not let you off. Think about it clearly. It's just Ren Xiaoping, so what? Fang Yuan smiled. Aura surged out of his body, going from rank 6 to the peak of rank 7. The young Gu immortal had an ashen expression. The two mortal female beauties were completely shocked. They were shrinking away in a corner, shivering. Novel. A moment later, Fang Yuan controlled the hidden room Oyster, becoming its new master. Pat, pat, pat. He patted the young Gu immortal's face. Wise choice, lad. The young Gu immortal had a stiff expression. He did not dare to move, but his eyes were burning with embarrassment and hatred. Fang Yuan ignored it. Next, he jumped up into the hidden room Oyster, sitting in the young Gu immortal's former spot as he left. Before leaving, he even said, My name is Chu Ying. I took your hidden room Oyster. Remember to tell your grandfather. Looking at the hidden room Oyster, which had closed its shell and vanished into the currents, the young Gu immortal said with a forceful tone, Good, Chu Ying. Don't worry. I have already transmitted your appearance to my grandfather. Young master, what do we do now? The two beauties were crying. They were tugging the young Gu immortal's sleeves. The young Gu immortal's expression froze. The surrounding space was shrinking. The currents were about to form. His expression sank. With his strength, he could not enter this place. He got here thanks to the hidden room Oyster. Don't worry. Even though the hidden room Oyster is lost, I have my grandfather's traveling son Gu. I can return to the doting mother Gu, which is with my grandfather. The young Gu immortal gritted his teeth. That's great. We are saved. The two girls were overjoyed. Boom boom. With two sounds, the two beautiful girls looked with shocked gazes. One looked at the bloody hole in her chest while the other looked at the young Gu immortal. Young master, you. The young Gu immortal had a grim expression. Both of you witnessed everything. Immediately after, he showed a look of pity. He stretched out an arm, touching the two beauties' faces. It is a pity. They are quite beautiful. It is all Chu Ying's fault. As he said that, he threw these two corpses into the current. Without the defensive methods of a Gu immortal, the mortal corpses were torn to shreds in the currents instantly. Seeing that this space was about to collapse, the young Gu immortal gritted his teeth, using Traveling Sun Immortal Gu. This turbulent flow sea area had very chaotic down marks. The same applied to Space Path. Gu immortals could not use Space Path Immortal Gu easily. The safest way was to travel normally. But the young Gu immortal was not using a Space Path Immortal Gu now, but a Motion Path instead. Emotion Path was a path originating from Wisdom Path. Wisdom Path had three elements: thoughts, wills, emotions. Traveling Sun Gu and Doting Mother Gu were a set of famous Immortal Gu in Emotion Path. When the turbulent flow sea area was formed, Emotion Path had not been created yet. Thus, at this moment, the young Gu immortal could use Traveling Sun Gu without any danger. The young Gu immortal allowed the power of Traveling Sun Gu to send him away. He seemed to have entered a long river. He felt groggy and dazed. A few minutes later, he regained his senses, realizing that he was inside Ren Xiaoping's blessed land. Grandfather, the young Gu immortal showed fear and unrest. While I was placing my immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth chi and stabilize my blessed land, you sneaked out to have fun. If I knew this, I would not have given you the hidden room Oyster for protection. Ren Xiaoping chided. Grandfather, the hidden room Oyster was taken away. The young Gu immortal said in a distressed tone. I met a demon. He stole my hidden room Oyster and killed my 2 servants. Oh, Ren Xiaoping's eyebrows rose. Tell me the details. The young Gu immortal added lots of inflammatory details as he explained. Chewing, Ren Xiaoping muttered, frowning. He had never heard of this name before. The 2 mortal girls were nothing, but a rank 7 Gu immortal approached and took away the hidden room Oyster. This was the act of a demonic scoundrel. But why did he leave his name behind? Was he not Chewing but someone else? Trying to frame him? What ulterior motives did he have? But regardless, Ren Xiaoping memorized the name of Chewing. He had a cold expression as he lectured his grandson. Now, do you know about the cruelty of the Gu immortal world? Up until now, you have been around me. All you saw were immortals I was on good terms with. They had a warm attitude towards you, or even flattered you because of me. Now, you have to learn a lesson. I will punish you to 10 years of secluded cultivation. For the next 10 years, you have to stay in my immortal aperture and will not leave. What? The young Gu immortal was shocked. Scram. Ren Xiaoping billowed his sleeve. The young Gu immortal's vision changed. He was inside a cave instantly. A jade cannot become refined without polishing. Grandson, I cannot let you mess around anymore. Otherwise, even with my protection, there are many people in Eastern Sea who would not give me face. As for this Chewing, I will deal with him one day. Thinking of this, Ren Xiaoping's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Since I am trying to befriend Miao Mingshan, I might as well offend Ren Xiaoping. Speaking of which, this hidden room Oyster is quite useful. It is easy to use for transport. As long as the current isn't too strong, I can rest inside and regain my strength. Fang Yuan sat inside the hidden room Oyster as it flowed along with the currents. Just like this, he got closer to his destination. But in the turbulent flow sea area, distance did not relate to time from destination. After taking the hidden room Oyster, Fang Yuan's luck started to fall. He encountered several bad currents and went in bad directions. He had to make many detours. After a long trip, a day later, he finally reached the central area of the turbulent flow sea area. The currents here were massive. Fang Yuan entered them like an ant jumping into a river. Ordinary currents would change directions or locations once in a while. But the central area of the turbulent flow sea area was too big. Because of its size, it was hard to shift. Even though it changed at every moment, the extent was small, it was actually quite stable. And in these currents, there were many bubbles. There were big and small bubbles, from the size of a human head to a mountain. These bubbles were formed during the huge battle. It was unknown which great expert's immortal killer move did it. In the bubbles, there were carcasses and inheritances. Most bubbles contained sea water and small-sized islands. Found it, it's this. Fang Yuan looked for his target. He approached it with difficulty before entering it. The bubble's surface was torn open, but it soon was restored. Only some water went in. It was not a problem. Fang Yuan's vision changed. There was a green sea with a calm surface. The sky was pure white, like an egg in color. It was simply another world. At the center of the sea, there was an island. There was wild grass on the island. And in the grass, there were many tall stone pillars. Some people said that the worlds inside the bubbles were actually portions of the turbulent flow sea area originally, but after the battle, space was torn into pieces. Some also said that these were the fragment worlds of the great expert's immortal aperture. Because of a unique immortal killer move, these bubbles were formed. Fang Yuan did not care about the reason why there were bubbles. He came to the stone pillar and took out Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Seemingly having sensed the information path insignia on Flying Sword Immortal Gu, these stone pillars started to shine in red light. Soon after, they started to move slowly. When they slowed down, space of around a vat size opened, as a skeleton fell out. Fang Yuan carefully inspected it. This skeleton was full of bone path down marks. It was a quasi-rank 8 immortal material. The skeleton's right hand was holding a dark green lump. Fang Yuan took out this dark green lump. After inspecting it, he burst it, and several sleeping Gu worms were revealed. 2 immortal Gu, and 5 mortal Gu. Unfortunately, most of them were dead. Only a corpse was left. When the wind blew, they turned to ash. Countless years had passed. The Gu worm preservation method was not very good. It was no wonder that time prevailed. Eventually, only one rank 6 immortal Gu was left. Fang Yuan quickly saved it, as it barely hung on to life. What Gu worm is this? Fang Yuan was perplexed. He did not recognize it. Looking at the skeleton, there was nothing left. This is that so-called information path inheritance. Fang Yuan sighed. An ordinary Gu immortal would be joyous. But Fang Yuan, who had just obtained He Fan's true inheritance, felt quite unsatisfied. Inspecting the corpse, Fang Yuan discovered that in the skull of this skeleton, there were many thoughts sealed. The thoughts were fragmented, but Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster. He could barely excavate some details from them. The name of the Gu immortal who left behind this inheritance could not be found. Fang Yuan only knew that he had barely survived that intense battle with his last breath. He managed to enter this bubble and set up his inheritance. It was indeed an information path inheritance, but most of the information was lost. But Fang Yuan was not leaving empty-handed. He knew the name of the Immortal Gu he saved, Perceivable Dao. Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu was an information path investigative Immortal Gu. It had a very niche effect. It could help the Gu Immortal see clearly what types of Dao marks the target had, and their quantity as well. As for the origin of this skeleton, it was not the inheritance's creator, but an enemy killed by the information path Gu Immortal. In the thoughts, the information path Gu Immortal who left this inheritance said that this skeleton could be used as immortal material directly, because the enemy's Dao marks were all left inside this skeleton. This made Fang Yuan feel some surprise, because after a Gu Immortal dies, their Dao marks usually go back to the immortal Aperture. Unless it was an immortal zombie, without a normal immortal Aperture, their Dao marks would remain in the body. This information path Gu Immortal has amazing methods. He could gather all of the Gu Immortal's Dao marks into their skeleton and preserve them. Unfortunately, the inheritance's information is too lacking, and it cannot be restored. Fang Yuan felt it was a great pity. He was hoping that this information path inheritance could allow him to obtain a method to break his alliance agreements. Unfortunately, most things in the world do not proceed as one hopes. What he obtained was only Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu. Keeping the Immortal Gu in his immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan prepared to leave. "Murderer, where are you going?" At this moment, a blood-red figure charged into this huge bubble. His bloodshot eyes were staring at Fang Yuan fiercely. Chapter 1157. Exterminate. The other party had arrived imposingly, staring at Fang Yuan fixedly. He had injuries on his body, his hair was messy, and he looked to be in a sorry state. One thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Ding Qi. Some days ago, Immortal Hua Die had told Fang Yuan about the blood path, demonic path immortal, Ding Qi, who had come to the Turbulent Flow Sea area. His brother, Ding Yan, was the blood path, demonic immortal that had died at Lu Qingyu's hands. Now, Fang Yuan saw this person. He naturally had a guess towards his identity. Next, another group of Gu immortals appeared as they charged into the bubble. The two at the front were familiar to Fang Yuan. One was Tang Song, the other was Zhou Li. Tang Song shouted, "Ding Qi, where are you trying to go?" "In exactly 1 year. It will be the anniversary of your death. It is a pity, your brother is dead. Nobody is going to send you offerings. Ha ha." Ding Qi seemingly did not hear anything. He stared at Fang Yuan, gritting his teeth. "It's you. You just obtained the information path inheritance. My brother found that clue after so much trouble, but it is with you. You are also his murderer." "What?" The Gu immortals pursuing him heard this and turned to stare at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled. "Interesting. How did you know I took the inheritance?" Ding Qi smiled coldly. "Because I have blood trace Immortal Gu." Saying this, he used his Immortal Gu. Soon, blood-colored shadows appeared in the island. The shadows formed a series of movements. It was Fang Yuan who had entered the bubble and took away the information path inheritance. Zhou Li and Tang Song screamed angrily. "He stole the inheritance. Who are you? Hand over the inheritance." Fang Yuan's smile bloomed. He ignored the immortals. He only looked at Ding Qi with curiosity. "Blood trace Immortal Gu. This is the first time I have heard of this. This is a blood path Immortal Gu that I created together with my brother. Other than this, we also created the Immortal Gu Blood Oath." Mentioning his brother, Ding Qi was extremely angry and upset. Zhou Li, Tang Song, and the other immortals were furious too. As it turned out, Lu Qinyu gathered a bunch of people to come to the Turbulent Flow Sea area. It caused Ding Qi to appear. Information got out. Zhou Li and Tang Song also gathered a group of Gu immortals to come here. Initially, they were suspicious that Lu Qinyu had gotten the information path inheritance clue. They had spent so much effort in getting here, but the immortals met Ding Qi. Ding Qi had already gotten here long ago, using blood trace Immortal Gu to make some arrangements. Both sides fought, but Ding Qi was alone. Even though he was a blood path demonic immortal, he could not rival so many enemies. He had to escape while fighting, during which Fang Yuan came in and obtained the inheritance. Ding Qi felt something and rushed over without caring about anything else, meeting Fang Yuan. "This is blood trace Immortal Gu. Very interesting indeed." Fang Yuan looked at Ding Qi with a look of appreciation, sighing. Geniuses are indeed everywhere. They have their own unique talents. Speaking of blood path, the most famous person was Blood Sea Ancestor. He was a great demon with 7 Blood Sea true inheritances. Everyone knew about them. He had left a deep mark in history. But at present, if blood path experts were listed down, Ding Qi and Ding Yan would definitely have reputable rankings. These brothers had deeply researched. They created Blood Oath and Blood Trace, these 2 blood path Immortal Gu. Most importantly, they actually managed to refine them. In terms of blood path, they were truly talented. It was rare. What are you sighing about? Hand over the inheritance. That's right. The inheritance is mine. You are an outsider. You actually snatched it from us. Zhou Li and Tang Song screamed. They had worked so hard and put in so much effort. In the end, an outsider whose name was not even known had taken their rightful gains. Zhou Li and Tang Song had already regarded this inheritance as their own. Fang Yuan was naturally taking away their food. How could they stand it? Zhou Li and Tang Song gave up on their original target, Ding Qi. They turned towards Fang Yuan. But Ding Qi was even quicker. He directly attacked Fang Yuan. Murderer, hand over your life. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. You want my life, but I'm not going to play with you. The inheritance is mine already anyway. Saying so, he charged out of the bubble, going into the currents. Chase. We will catch him, dead or alive. Zhou Li and Tang Song shouted angrily. They refused to give up, especially Fang Yuan's final words. It truly sent their anger over the edge. A group of Gu immortals were chasing in the chaotic currents. In this special environment, Gu immortals could only move along with the currents. During the process, countless attacks aimed at Fang Yuan were unleashed. Fang Yuan used his Immortal Gu to defend as he accelerated. Sword escape. Immortal Gu was not to be underestimated. Soon, a group of Gu immortals fell behind. They were too far apart. This person's movement is so familiar. Zhou Li was perplexed. Tang Song's eyes opened wide. He wanted to get back his inheritance. He did not think in that aspect at all. Between the two sides, there was also the blood path demonic immortal Ding Qi. His eyes were blood red. He was filled with killing intent. Die? My brother died, and you took advantage of it. It was such a regretful death. Death, you deserve death. I will tear you into pieces. Intense rage burned through his rationality. He was in a frenzied state. Fang Yuan suddenly turned, dodging a huge waves of attacks. The pursuers were stifled. Fang Yuan's movements were too slippery. Even if some killer moves could chase after the enemy, he destroyed them personally. The Gu immortals chased him for so long, but there was no result. They even wasted a lot of immortal essence. Here was not like other places. The environment was quite unique. A bubble appeared before them. Fang Yuan's thoughts shifted, directly entering it. He went in. Quick, encircle it. Something is wrong. Why did he enter a bubble instead of escaping? The immortals surrounded this bubble, but they did not enter. They were filled with suspicion. A blood-red figure shot into the bubble like an arrow. It was the blood path demonic immortal Ding Qi. He was more resolute than these Gu immortals. The immortals stayed outside the bubble, but they saw no disturbance. They started to get restless. They could not stand it anymore. Tang Song went in first, followed by Zhou Li, and the rest. All of the Gu immortals went into the bubble. Strange, where is this? A city. The Gu immortals who came in found that they had appeared amidst some houses for some reason. These houses were designed meticulously, but they had broken walls, as if an earthquake had occurred here. Furthermore, this place was full of cobwebs and dust. It looked like a city that had been abandoned for many years. Strange. There are lots of pans and bowls here. It seems like many people had lived here before. On such a large scale, they cannot be Gu immortals. But mortals actually lived here. Even before the turbulent flow sea area formed, I have never heard of many mortals living here. The Gu immortals gathered as they discussed. Also, where is that Gu immortal who ran away? Ding Qi is missing too. No, Ding Qi is there, facing Lord Tang Song. The Gu immortal who took the inheritance is really missing. He seems to be hiding inside here. Find him and force him to hand over the inheritance. The immortals were about to get to work when they suddenly heard Fang Yuan's voice from the sky. It was loud and grand. You are all here. Good. Everyone, enjoy this. It is your final moment before death. As he said this, the immortals felt the sky turning dark. They raised their heads, and at the next moment, the immortals showed extremely shocked expressions, only to see that a huge hand, enormously big, covering the entire sky, pressed down slowly. The aura was too imposing. It was like the sky was collapsing. Everyone felt a strong feeling of weakness and helplessness. Impossible. This is an illusion. If he has such strength, how could he be running away from us? Zhou Li shouted. The immortals jolted. Their morale rose. They felt that Zhou Li was right. All of the immortals attacked. Boom. With a loud sound, the giant hand pressed down. Countless houses collapsed. Several Gu immortals died at once, turning into meat paste. How can this be? Zhou Li climbed up from the pit with much difficulty. He opened his eyes and looked around in disbelief. The entire city was gone. It was a pathetic sight, full of ruins. The Gu immortals who survived stood up in the rubble. They were all shocked and fearful. In a contest of strength, they had so many Gu immortals, but they actually lost. Shadow Sex Trap is truly useful. Hee hee. Fang Yuan thought as he activated Strength Path Giant Hand again. Thus, in the immortal's eyes, the sky turned dark again. The giant hand crashed down slowly while covering the entire sky. It's coming again. Hold on, we have to endure it. At the moment of life and death, forget about the rest. Take out your trump cards and survive this trial. The immortals shouted. They were fearful and uneasy. Their attitude was clearly different from before. Boom. The giant hand caused the entire ground to lower by several meters. This time, only 3 people stood up. Zhou Li, Tang Song, and the Bloodpath demonic immortal Ding Qi. Giant hand was used for the 3rd time. The 3 immortals had a look of despair. I will not let you have an easy time even if I die. Ding Qi self-detonated. Zhou Li and Tang Song resisted, but to no avail. Eventually, they died at Fang Yuan's hands. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, city well, it truly lives up to its reputation. Fang Yuan praised as he sighed. Right now, there was a well in front of him. The well was squarish on the outside, but it was circular on the surface inside. Fang Yuan stood on the edge of the well. He looked down, seeing a miniature town at the bottom of the well. Right now, it had been completely decimated from his 3 uses of giant hand. There were some bloody patches in the rubble. It was the meat paste of Gu immortals who were killed. City well first appeared in The Legends of Ren Zhu, or more accurately, The Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 4, Section 23 clearly described it. Chapter 1158, City well legend has it. Ren Zhu's 4th child, Boundless Forest Samsara, fell from the tree. She did not follow after Ren Zhu. Instead, she was trapped inside ordinary abyss. One day, when she was sleeping, she met a mini-man. The mini-man was crying. Boundless Forest Samsara asked him why. The mini-man spoke while crying. I am the tallest in my tribe, and I was brave, arrogant, and proud because of this. Today, I intended to climb a mountain, but to think that this mountain was really a person. There are actually such giant people like you in the world. This is the first time I've seen someone like you, so I burst into tears. Since then, Boundless Forest Samsara and the Mini-Man became good friends. They were inseparable. Mini-Man, oh Mini-Man, where's your father? Do you not have siblings? Why have I never seen your family? One day, Boundless Forest Samsara asked the Mini-Man. The Mini-Man directed Boundless Forest Samsara to a well, saying, Look at this well, my former home is inside. Boundless Forest Samsara sprawled in front of the well, extending her head to look inside. Next, she shouted, Ah, there are so many Mini-Men. She saw that there were countless Mini-Men inside the well. They were living together. They built many houses. They lived among each other. There were markets, flowers. It was a harmonious scene. They were very happy. The Mini-Men in the well also shouted, Why did the sky become so dark? It's nighttime already. There was thunder but no rain. I don't see lightning either. The Mini-Men were in panic. They discussed as the entire city went into commotion. Your family is here? Why did you go outside the well? You don't want to live with them. Boundless Forest Samsara asked. The Mini-Man shook his head. They were the ones who exiled me. They think I am a monster. Oh, why is that? Boundless Forest Samsara was curious. The Mini-Man answered with sadness. I told them that the world we were living in was just a well. The outside world is very big. But they did not believe me. They told me to stop spouting nonsense. I also told them that the mountain at the fringe of our city is a very small mound. But they refused to believe me. They think that it is the tallest mountain in the world. They told me to stop spreading lies. Which mountain is it? Boundless Forest Samsara asked. That's Minuscule Mountain. The Mini-Man pointed. Boundless Forest Samsara started to giggle. You call that a mountain? It can fit in my palm. Suddenly, Boundless Forest Samsara clapped. Then let me tell them the truth. The Mini-Man shook his head. It is useless. Boundless Forest Samsara did not believe him. She faced the well as she shouted. The Mini-Men inside started to panic even more. They felt that today was too strange. Not only did the sky turn dark, there was thunder rumbling, and it was getting louder and more frequent. Heaven is raging. I want to repent. I want to confess. No, it is a monster. A monster ate heaven. It is burping now. Save me. This world is getting destroyed. Some Mini-Men knelt on the ground and begged. Some had despair on their faces, while others were running around crazily. Boundless Forest Samsara's breathing became a tornado inside the well. Boundless Forest Samsara's saliva became a huge rainstorm when it went into the well. Boundless Forest Samsara's words were like rumbling thunder in the Mini-Men's ears. Their eardrums almost burst from it. Boundless Forest Samsara eventually gave up. She sprawled outside the well. Exhausted, she said weakly, Why are these Mini-Men so stupid? Can't they be like you, to get out of the well and see the world? The Mini-Man shook his head as he sighed. They think that they are big enough. They think the sky is round. They think the mountain is only that tall. They think life is just like this. Then why did you climb out? Boundless Forest Samsara opened her eyes wide as she asked with curiosity. The mini-man smiled. Bitterly. Because I realized how small and insignificant I was, therefore, I got out to see how big the world is. Fang Yuan walked in a circle around City Well. His eyes were flickering brightly. This was the third secluded domain of heaven and earth he had encountered. The first two were Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. In order to harm Fang Yuan, Ing Wuxia had set up a trap. It was by using City Well. But Fang Yuan took him by surprise. He obtained precious information from Lu Qingyu, and in turn, made use of City Well to kill a bunch of Eastern Sea Gu immortals instead. Like what was recorded in The Legends of Rinzu, Boundless Forest Samsara's breathing became a tornado, and her saliva became rain. Fang Yuan was outside the well. When he used his immortal killer move, the power was amplified by tens or hundreds of times when it entered the well. But Fang Yuan had to pay a price. His immortal essence expenditure was also tens or hundreds of times as high. Even though Fang Yuan only used 3 giant hands, the expenditure was around the same as 100 uses of it. If an uninformed person entered the bottom of City Well, they would be trapped. But once they realize their situation and know this is City Well, they would be able to escape. Like what The Legends of Rinzu said, once the mini-man realized his own insignificance and wanted to see the world outside, he managed to climb out of City Well. One could say, leaving City Well was both difficult and easy. Precisely so, Ing Wuxia did not use City Well to target Fang Yuan to a great extent. Firstly, he could not control his strength. What if he killed Fang Yuan? How could he find the immortal material to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu again? Secondly, Fang Yuan might immediately recognize the truth and escape with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. By then, Ing Wuxia would not stand a chance. The bigger reason was the second one. Because he was uncertain, Ing Wuxia made this City Well a trap to stall Fang Yuan, instead of using it to kill him. Fang Yuan wanted to take this City Well for himself, because this secluded domain of heaven and earth would be a huge help to him when he develops his immortal aperture. Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan began to try, but City Well only shook slightly. Pulling Mountain could pull out mountains, but City Well was not a mountain, although it was on the ground and needed earth chi. Strength Path, Giant Hand. Fang Yuan tried to dig out City Well. However, once the giant hand got close to City Well, it rapidly shrank, like a burst bubble. In a few breaths' time, it was completely depleted. It seems that even though Shadow Sect has control of this secluded domain of heaven and earth, they cannot relocate it. Fang Yuan tried a few more times without success. His best attempt was the first time. The result was evident. He used Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu and managed to make City Well shake slightly. In this case, Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu is actually effective, but just Pulling Mountain alone is not enough. I need to think of an immortal killer move that can relocate this City Well. Realizing this, Fang Yuan could only give up for now. He entered the well. When he got to the bottom, his body became very small. Looting the battlefield, only Zhou Li and Tang Song had complete corpses. Fang Yuan put them into the sovereign immortal aperture. As for the other Gu immortals, they were all meat paste. The Blood Path demonic immortal Ding Qi had self-detonated, but his Blood Path immortal aperture was left behind. Other than him, the other Gu immortals also left behind their immortal apertures. Soon, the world inside the well started to stir. Heaven and earth chi burst out as blessed lands formed one by one. Fang Yuan spent a lot of time entering these blessed lands and exploring them. Forget about immortal Gu, but there were quite a number of resources that were normally owned by Eastern Sea cultivators. These Gu immortals were not as poor as Lu Qingyu. Most of their assets were still around, except the Blood Path demonic immortal Ding Qi. Even all of the resources inside his immortal aperture were destroyed. Even so, Fang Yuan was a Blood Path Grandmaster. He had enough attainment level to annex Ding Qi's blessed land and expand the sovereign immortal aperture. Inside these blessed lands, some had land spirits, some did not. In the blessed lands without land spirits, Fang Yuan took away all of their resources. Those with land spirits were more troublesome. They needed to acknowledge him as their master. Otherwise, Fang Yuan could not take away all of the resources inside. Of course, it was not impossible to just plunder it, but that was a short-term benefit disregarding the long-term gains. Fang Yuan thought about it. He did not use brute force. After spending some time in the well, he left and started to modify this bubble. The bubble had a sea and an island. City Well was in the middle of the island. Because of Ing Wuxia's arrangement, outsiders would directly end up at the bottom of the well when they went in. But Fang Yuan had Lu Qingyu's information. He did not fall for it. Instead, he used this trap to kill all the pursuers. He got rid of a lot of trouble. If Ing Wuxia knew that his arrangements not only failed to give Fang Yuan problems, they even provided huge help to him. Would he spit out blood from anger? Fang Yuan preserved some of Ing Wuxie's arrangements. At the same time, he added in some of his own methods to conceal the bubble even more. Next, he left the bubble and directed the bubble to a new location. Not long ago, Ing Wuxie did the same thing. This bubble with City was not originally here. Ing Wuxie wanted to harm Fang Yuan. He spent a lot of time and effort to move this bubble here. Inside the current, Fang Yuan could not control where he went. He was washed away by it. Thankfully, he had the hidden room Oyster. He could rest inside. Fang Yuan moved back and forth dozens of times before moving this bubble into another current. He spent more than 10 times the amount of immortal essence and time as Ing Wuxie. After completing this, Fang Yuan took a detour and went to Ing Wuxie's former camp. There, it was another island in a bubble. Fang Yuan entered deep underground, but Regret Pool was already taken apart by Ing Wuxie. Even the surrounding Gu formations were gone. The tributary of the River of Time that Shadow Sect had kept here was also missing. This was the special characteristic of the Turbulent Flow Sea area. Every current was constantly changing and moving. But with this, it is enough to befriend Miao Ming Shun. Fang Yuan used his information path Mortal Gu, sending it through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Chapter 1159, Development of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Several days later, Fang Yuan waited for Immortal Hua Die to arrive. There is a trace of the River of Time indeed. It is very recent. Immortal Hua Die inspected and felt overjoyed. With this clue, she could definitely locate the tributary of the River of Time. Chuing, we have truly troubled you. To think that you really found this tributary of the River of Time. We searched for decades without finding any useful clues. Immortal Hua Dai was very excited. She could finally give Miao Ming Shin good news. Go ahead and track it. I do not need any compensation. I might need Lord Miao Ming Shin's help in the future. I will take my leave. Fang Yuan was understanding and kind. Immortal Hua Dai had a good impression of him. Before leaving, she advised again. Be careful. Bloodpath demonic immortal Ding Qi has appeared, engaging in battle with Zhou Li and Tang Song. If you meet them, you should avoid them. There is no need to get involved in this. Fairy, I will remember your words. Thank you. Fang Yuan showed a moved expression. Immortal Hua Dai had no idea. It was this person who had killed Ding Qi, Zhou Li, Tang Song, and everyone else. But the Turbulent Flow Sea area was very complex. It was normal that they all went missing. Nobody felt anything strange. There were often Gu immortals who went missing for months or years before appearing suddenly again. Half a month later, Fang Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land. In this journey to Eastern Sea, even though his goal was not achieved, he had great gains. In the Cloud City's secret room, Fang Yuan quietly sat as his divine sense activated, inspecting his entire sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture had changed greatly. In the past, it was barren and empty, but now it had a lot of resources. At a glance, it was no longer so empty and boring. Actually, all of these resources that Fang Yuan gathered could not fit inside ordinary blessed lands. But the sovereign immortal aperture was simply too huge. After placing these resources, there was still a lot of space left. In many northern plains, half the area was covered in snow and frost. The other half had green grass. On this grassland, Fang Yuan placed a few desolate beasts, like the giant horned sheep and shark fin wolf that he had since long ago. In many western desert, there were already 11 eerie fire dragon python dens. Because of his aperture's rate of time being at 60 times, along with Dong Fang tribe's superb method of rearing, the eerie fire dragon pythons were reproducing at a rapid rate. In many Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan had created several artificial lakes, putting dragonfish groups, air bubble fish groups, literature carp groups, and others. Now, with more of the common resources obtained from killing the Eastern Sea Gu immortals, he had great gains. Even though they were not particularly precious, the quantity was high. He could develop using this foundation. In many central continent, there was a huge area of mirror willows. It had formed a giant forest spanning 100 li, speaking of which, Fang Yuan had originally planted mirror willows inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After relocating them, these mirror willows were moved into many central continent. And because of the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow, although Fang Yuan had never put effort in them, with just their own growth rate, the forest reached this scale. Other than mirror willows, many central continent also had a huge underground bloodgy forest. Its scale was only smaller than the mirror willows. Many central continent was too huge. Mirror willows and the bloodgy forest had no competitors. They could grow freely. The most flourishing region was mini southern border, which was overflowing with life. The resources obtained from Heifan Grotto Heaven were mostly relocated here. However, mini southern border was not filled up. Large numbers of musical trees and tea streams were seen. There were also the Qi death bird groups bringing immense vitality to mini southern border. More than 10 mountains had appeared in mini southern border already. The tallest mountain was Five Light Mountain. It was bright and grand, followed by Immortal Succession Mountain. It had many stone pavilions on it. The scenery was good. Many Southern Border's most important resource was the regretful spider group. It had already grown in scale multiple times already. Above the 5 regions were the 9 heavens. In Mini Orange Heaven, there were profound lights. They were emitting from the flowing light fruits. This was the result of Fang Yuan's previous effort in farming them. In Mini Yellow Heaven, there was a gold fragment river. It was not big, but better than nothing. In Mini Azure Heaven, there was Azure Fog. It was the pill Azure incense that Fang Yuan bought. There was also the storage pool of the heavenly crystals. It was temporarily placed here without any use. In Mini Blue Heaven, large clouds were floating with star fragment grass and arrow bamboo forests on them, producing star path Mortal Gu for Fang Yuan. There was also a young, ancient, desolate beast falling star hound. It was saved by Fang Yuan and was playing around in Mini Blue Heaven. In Mini Purple Heaven, the heavenly crystal eagle nest was eaten by the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Only an upper extreme heavenly eagle egg was left. There were also some heavenly crystal fragments. These were all exchanged from Langya Land Spirit. In Mini Black Heaven, there was a walking meat tree. In Mini White Heaven, there were 3 remnant heavenly dogs and a group of eagle hounds, as well as some multicolored overlord flowers. The light was making the environment quite conducive already. Earlier, because Fang Yuan killed some Light Path Gu immortals, the Light Path Dao marks in the immortal aperture had increased. Unfortunately, I did not bring back City Well into the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was still thinking about City Well inside the turbulent flow sea area. Even though City Well was damaged greatly, Fang Yuan could use landscape as before to restore it. The destroyed buildings could not be repaired, but Minuscule Mountain could definitely be reformed. It turned out that this legendary mountain had been destroyed during the Battle of Etian Mountain when Fairy Li Shan died. However, Fang Yuan thought of a way to restore it. According to the Legends of Ren Zhu, Minuscule Mountain was a part of City Well. If I had City Well, I could raise large numbers of variant human groups inside the well. It is a pity. There were 3 stages in managing an immortal aperture. The initial stage was when the Gu immortal grows enough resources to fulfill the needs of their immortal Gu's food. The middle stage would be to develop more resources in addition to the immortal Gu's food, to help the Gu immortal in cultivation while also selling them for immortal essence stones. The upper stage would be raising variant humans inside the immortal aperture, or even humans. This had huge significance to the Gu immortal and has many benefits as well. For example, earlier, Fang Yuan bought hairy man slaves in Hu immortal blessed land to refine Gu for himself. This saved him a lot of time and effort. Among the other variant humans, mini-men could grow flowers and grass, rock-men could develop underground space, snowmen could produce ice tears and survive in the icy plains. Purebred humans had the greatest intelligence. They could reproduce rapidly and create things with their wisdom. Large numbers of Gu recipes and killer moves could be created without the Gu immortal making deductions themselves. If one developed well, the immortal aperture might even have Gu immortals or human Gu immortals. They would be extremely loyal because they grew up in there. This would be a great help for the immortal aperture's owner. Currently, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was at the initial stage, because he had gained a few more immortal Gu and had not fulfilled their feeding needs. Attitude Gu, Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu, and the other rank 8 Immortal Gu were hard to feed. Fang Yuan could only devise a plan. He had solved a portion of them, but these problems were not resolved yet. However, in terms of the middle stage, he had incredible achievements. Because he had obtained countless resources from Star Form Blessed Land, Dongfang Tribe, and Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. Most normal resources, like Star Path Mortal Gu, Regretful Spiders, Musical Trees and others, they were all sold outside and provided profits. Not to mention Danghun Mountain. Guts Gu has always been Fang Yuan's greatest source of profit. It earned him revenue daily. Horses need extra grass to grow healthy. Humans need windfalls to get rich. What made Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture so wealthy were the countless windfalls that he had obtained. And these resources were Fang Yuan's great assurance in cultivating. Without these resources, no matter how high Fang Yuan's battle strength was, he would not feel assured. Currently, Fang Yuan could not raise variant humans in large numbers. Of course, he could do the same thing as in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, buying large numbers of variant humans to work inside the immortal aperture for him. But that was not the proper way. The true way was to allow these variant humans to grow and reproduce naturally. They would be real members of the immortal aperture, living inside peacefully. Only like this, they could grow healthily and produce great profits in the future. If he bought variant human slaves and made them work, Fang Yuan would only incur losses. He had already learned this lesson in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's stone nests had hairy man slaves dying from Gu refinement almost every day. The hairy man slaves had no time to reproduce or rest. Their numbers dwindled. Fang Yuan could only make a loss as he continued to buy slaves to replenish them. However, if he had City Well, it would be different. City Well was a special environment isolated from the outside world. It was very suited for raising humans or variant humans. The reproduction and deaths of variant humans inside City Well would also have an effect of nourishing and elevating City Well itself. Forget about this mystical property for now. All in all, with City Well, Fang Yuan could instantly start his upper stage developments while still in the initial stage. He would obtain great gains. This would undoubtedly allow his cultivation journey to be smoother, and his cultivation level would grow many times faster. Fang Yuan ended his inspection of the sovereign immortal aperture. There were areas where he was pleased, and areas where he was not satisfied. What made Fang Yuan satisfied was, the sovereign immortal aperture's Dao marks had grown favorably. For example, Earth Path Dao marks. Even though they were still lacking, they had improved greatly compared to earlier. He was not satisfied with the fact that other than mini southern border, the rest of the regions were still quite empty and had little resources. The sovereign immortal aperture was just too big. Having huge space was a good problem. The current situation would cause conflict between his resources in the future. For example, the mirror willows, they were growing rapidly in many central continent. If another type of plant also grew quickly, and the two types met, an intense conflict would occur. Conflict between plants was quite mild. But what about beast groups? If two fierce beast groups met, wouldn't they fight to the death? If the blessed land was small, the Gu Immortal could adjust it quickly. But Fang Yuan's blessed land was too big. By the time he noticed their conflict, his losses would be severe. To prevent this situation, Fang Yuan could only start planning early with great foresight. The sovereign immortal aperture was not easy to manage. Fang Yuan not only had to consider his current gains, he also had to think about the future. Chapter 1160. Qi Luck Sensation is ineffective in conclusion. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had already grown much, but it still needed a lot of development work. The sovereign immortal aperture had too much potential. It had 5 regions and 9 heavens. Even mini southern border, which had taken in all of Hei Fan Grotto Heaven's resources, could not be filled up. Nobody would believe this story. And every layer of the 9 heavens had the size of all 5 regions combined. Fang Yuan had already noticed that the development of the sovereign immortal aperture would be a vast and unparalleled project. Up until now, out of 100%, his current developments could barely be considered to make up 2% completion. Were it not for me being the person involved and witnessing this myself, how could I possibly believe that such an immortal aperture exists in this world? Spectral Soul, Demon Venerable, Shadow Sect, and Zombie Alliance planned for 100,000 years to obtain this. I took this from them. This conflict is truly irreconcilable. Sigh, it is a pity. Even though in this trip, I managed to deal a blow to Ying Wu Xie's group, it could not truly shake their foundation. Fang Yuan sighed when he thought of this. In the dark secret room, he sat quietly. His hair hung down to his waist. His skin was pure like jade. His eyes were unfathomably dark like an abyss, as cold light flashed in them occasionally. After adjusting his breathing, Fang Yuan mobilized his immortal essence, using an immortal killer move. Qi Luck Sensation. At once, a feeling spread out from Fang Yuan's body. If he had Luck Inspection Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan would be able to see his huge luck shaking above his head. Fang Yuan started to feel vague spots of sensation appearing one by one. Western Desert. The sun was blazing hot, causing steam to rise up from the sandy ground. A pursuit of life and death was engaging here. Rascal, you actually dare to snatch the Gu worm that us bandits want. Don't let me catch you. I will tear you to pieces and use your skin as a lantern cover. Surrender, obediently hand over polished gold Gu, and you might have a chance to live. A large group of Gu masters with an imposing aura were chasing Han Li, who was running in front of them. Han Li had extremely great luck. When he was alone, his luck could be low at times, but after it was connected, it had been very stable. He cultivated for a period of time. He had rank 3 cultivation level now. Elder level. In the Gu master world, he could already hold his own. He was neither a beginner rank 1 nor a cannon fodder rank 2. Rank 3 cultivation level was elite in the Gu master world. However, in his current situation, 3 of the pursuers had rank 3 cultivation level. The rest were rank 2 and 1. Han Li could only run. His primeval essence fell rapidly. His injuries were becoming a burden. Blood was oozing out. With every breath he took, Han Li endured pain that felt like a fire was burning his chest. But such pain could not make him let go. Right now, he was holding on to that polished gold Gu. My aptitude is not high enough. Even though I have fortuitous encounters, in the long term, they are unreliable. This polished gold Gu can increase my aptitude. It can grant me a brighter future. I need to push on, only by betting my life on it. Can I have a chance to get stronger in the future? Han Li breathed roughly. He was extremely tired, but his legs moved like the wind. His running speed did not slow down at all. His eyes were burning with fire. Southern border. Water flowed down the lush green mountain. Yi Fan shouted loudly, as his body suddenly grew to twice of his original size. He was tall and extraordinary. Multicolored lights were shining out of his muscles and pores. His eyes were radiating with bright light. He was truly grand and elegant. Under the shocked gaze of his opponent, he punched with both fists like an unstoppable warrior. His aura was incredibly powerful. Rumble. Yi Fan took huge steps forward. Everywhere he went, light shone as rocks shattered and streams dried. His enemies were forced back by him without any chance of retaliating. Cough, cough. Shang Clan's Yi Fan, you live up to your reputation. This time, we, the 18 Sons of Wine Village, admit defeat. The leader of the enemies spat out blood. Even though he wanted to get up, he could not. The other 17 Gu masters were also lying on the ground. Some had fainted while others were grunting. Even though they could not fight anymore, they stared at Yi Fan with intense hatred. Yi Fan slowly adjusted his stance. He let out a breath. His huge body shrunk back to its original size. He looked at his opponents on the ground, saying calmly, "According to the rules, you 18 Sons of Wine Village are not to take a step onto this mountain again. This is now Shang Clan's territory." Humph. Don't worry. We might be lone cultivators, but we lost this contest fair and square. We will keep our word. The leader replied firmly. Yi Fan nodded. He rubbed his hands together, as jade green light shone on the 18 Sons of Wine Village. They first shook in anxiety, but soon, they found that their injuries were rapidly recovering. Soon, the 18 Sons of Wine Village stood up. They were able to move again. The 18 Sons of Wine Village looked at Yi Fan with more relaxed expressions now. Ever since Yi Fan accepted Gu Immortal Shang Qing's Gu Master inheritance, his cultivation level might not have risen much, but his overall strength had grown drastically. He had methods in all aspects, and did not have a visible flaw. When Shang Xinci first became clan leader, Shang Clan's mortal sector had lots of internal and external problems. It was Yi Fan who stood up and helped Shang Xinci resolve her problems. Right now, Yi Fan chased away the 18 Sons of Wine Village. He helped Shang Clan open up a new trade route and eased her political pressure. The leader sighed, cupping his fists. Yi Fan, you are very strong, but you let us off in the end. We brothers will accept this favor. As long as you are in Shang Clan, we will not target it. However, if you want to open up the trade route, we are only the third hurdle. You have 2 more obstacles ahead. I understand. Any Gu master in these 2 rounds would be stronger than all of you combined. Yi Fan nodded expressionlessly. He had a lot of information. Shang Clan was a huge force. Shang Xinci would not restrict Yi Fan in this aspect. But the leader's following words made Yi Fan's expression change. Yi Fan, be careful. These 2 obstacles have changed. Not long ago, White Demon appeared and defeated those lone cultivators. Right now, she has already gathered all the Gu masters in these 2 rounds, becoming the mastermind. If you arrived a day later, we would have surrendered to White Demon as well. White Demon? You mean the black and white demons? Yi Fan's eyes shined brightly. The leader of the 18 Sons of Wine Village nodded. If it were not a famous demonic cultivator like White Demon, why would those lone cultivators submit? She has unfathomable strength. I would advise you to consider it thoroughly. Shang Xinci's image appeared in Yi Fan's mind, before He too appeared in his mind. No. His body shook with determination. He spoke plainly, with an indisputable tone. I will go. Central Continent. In a nameless cave. Don't come here, don't come here. Hong Yi's clothes were torn. His muscular chest was exposed. A morbidly obese female Gu master chuckled as she approached him. Little sweetheart, can you escape? You have ended up in my hands. Accept your fate. Just submit to me, ha ha ha. Whoosh. With a soft sound, Hong Yi's clothes were all stripped away. The female Gu master jumped, about to press on him. No! Hong Yi screamed in fear. At the moment of crisis, he unleashed 200% of his potential. He broke the seal on his body and pushed the female Gu master away. Impossible! How could you break the seal I created? The female Gu master was startled and angered. That is because I am here. A mini-man Gu master appeared on Hong Yi's shoulder. You finally came. Hong Yi was about to cry. We got the thing, let's go. The mini-man whispered. The female Gu master's expression changed. She sensed something amiss. The muscles on her fat face distorted. So that's it. You 2 came here to steal my ecstasy water. Hong Yi Fan, Han Li. Even though Fang Yuan could not see their experiences, he could sense their locations and differentiate them. Because of their relationship from Connect Luck, Chi Luck Sensation could detect them across all 5 regions. However, He Lulan and Ing Wuxia were nowhere to be found. From this, Fang Yuan concluded that Ing Wu Xie indeed had a way to conceal his own luck connection. Actually, so be it if he does. But Ing Wu Xie as a person is maturing, he will be much more problematic to deal with in the future. This was why there was no strongest immortal Gu, only strongest Gu immortal. The Gu immortal was the core. Ing Wu Xie's matured mind, in Fang Yuan's opinion, was far scarier than whatever strong immortal Gu he had. The other party can deal with Qi luck sensation, then in the future, I can only reduce the number of times I use this immortal killer move. After all, this was an immortal killer move. It required green grape immortal essence to activate. Once it was used frequently, even Fang Yuan could not bear the cost. This trip to Eastern Sea was rather successful, but his green grape immortal essence stockpile had already reduced sharply. He needed to replenish it. From Fang Yuan's perspective, the best situation was that he could find Ing Wu Xie's location and exert pressure on him, or even kill him to get rid of the threat entirely. But currently, the situation was not as he wished. Fang Yuan thought about it. He could only choose the best alternative and focus on raising his strength. But he knew deeply. There was only one true inheritance of He Fan, but Shadow Sect has remnant forces in all 5 regions. In this trip to Eastern Sea, I did not get rid of Ing Wu Xie. The next time we meet, they might already greatly surpass me in strength. Shadow Sect did not lack resources, and they had at least 4 Gu immortals on their side. Right now, Fang Yuan could only do his best and develop. When they met again, hopefully, he would not be left in the dust by Ing Wu Xie and the rest. Fang Yuan took out Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu. This rank 6 information path Gu worm was now healthy and strong. It gave off an alluring light. It had been saved by Fang Yuan. Breathing in deeply, Fang Yuan started to activate this Immortal Gu. Chapter 1161. Testing Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu. Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu had a round head and a black body. It had many segments in its body. Once activated, it started to shine in starlight. Blue starlight reflected on Fang Yuan's entire body. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply and concentrated. He observed meticulously, preventing any accidents from occurring. When Gu masters use Gu, it was not safe. Many Gu worms had backlashes or weaknesses. The same went for Immortal Gu, and because they were powerful, the drawbacks and weaknesses were also larger. This was the first time Fang Yuan was using Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu. Even though he used wisdom path methods to deduce it already, he still had to be careful. Initially, starlight only shone on Fang Yuan's body. But after a few breaths of time, starlight accumulated. It covered Fang Yuan's entire body like a thin layer of water. Starlight gathered into shining water. It got thicker and thicker, accumulating on Fang Yuan's face, limbs, and body. Afterwards, as time passed, the shining water faded. After more than 10 breaths, it vanished. The starlight around Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu also vanished. It returned to its black state. But in Fang Yuan's mind, there was some information. He could see how many Dao marks he had in his body. The greatest number were in Snow Path and Ice Path Dao marks, reaching a total of 16,000. Fang Yuan learned this, and his heart jumped. 100 Dao marks meant that an Immortal Gu's effect would increase by 10%. 1,000 Dao marks would double its effect. Then 16,000 Dao marks would result in 16 times the amplification of effects. This meant that when Fang Yuan uses an Immortal Gu from Ice or Snow Path, the effect would be very strong. For example, compared to a Gu Immortal without any Dao marks using an Ice or Snow Path Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan's might would be 17 times of this Gu Immortal. And the most important point was, even though the power was 17 times as much, Fang Yuan's Green Grape Immortal Essence expenditure was the same as the other Gu Immortal. This was different from Citywell. Even though the Immortal Killer move was 100 times stronger, Fang Yuan's Green Grape Immortal Essence expenditure rose by a similar proportion. He also spent 100 times as much. This was very fearsome. Why did the battle strength of Gu Immortals as their cultivation level got higher? This was the reason. Below Ice and Snow Path, the second highest quantity of Dao marks belonged to Luck Path. It had 15,000. My Luck Path Dao marks were basically all absorbed from Feng Jun's accumulation. This person had a deep foundation. He personally ascended Immortal Succession Mountain and succeeded, inheriting a large number of Luck Path Dao marks from it. Oh right, there was an earthly calamity with the giant disaster blazing tree. After passing it, I gained Luck Path Dao marks as well. Below Luck Path Dao marks were Chi Path and Sound Path Dao marks. Both had around 13,000. Chi Path Dao marks mainly come from Chi Zai. He was a rank 7 Gu Immortal who cultivated Chi Path. Almost all of his Chi Path Dao marks are absorbed into my body now. Sound Path Dao marks came from Tang Song. This person is also rank 7. He is a supreme elder from a super force of Eastern Sea, Tang Clan. Below that was Blood Path Dao marks, about 12,000 of them. They were obtained from He Fan Grotto Heaven's Blood Path, Gu Immortal, Zheng Tua. Fang Yuan thought about it. He realized that among his Dao marks, the rest of those that reached 10,000 were all from rank 7 Gu Immortal corpses. Among them, Rule Path Dao marks had 12,000. They were from He Fan Grotto Heaven's Rule Path, Gu Immortal. Qin Chi Water Path Dao marks were around 11,000, obtained from Lone Immortal, Zhou Li after Fang Yuan absorbed his foundation. Below that was Transformation Path and Strength Path. They summed up to 9,000 in total. Close to 10,000. Other than that, there was an assortment of other paths, haphazardly mixed in. For example, there was Wind Path, Wood Path, and Food Path. I went through a few earthly calamities, the wind flowers, spring dawn jade, orioles. They gave me Wood Path and Wind Path Dao marks. Food Path actually exceeds these two paths. I guess the profound white flying salt calamity gave me Food Path Dao marks. And fewer than these were Earth Path, Time Path, and Information Path. Earlier, I joined the Alliance of Variant Humans. They used an Earth Path method to attain Information Path effects. Thus, I gained quite a number of Earth Path Dao marks. As for Time Path, they are probably from the 100 Years Harmony that I set with Chu Du, similar to the Variant Human Alliance. As for Information Path Dao marks, they must be from the Alliance Agreement of Lanya's sect. The least in quantity, like Phantom Path, still had 100 or so. This was the initial number of Dao marks that Sovereign Immortal Fetus brought with it. Fang Yuan considered these numbers. From these, he had a glimpse of the nature of some calamities and tribulations. He concluded, Ice and Snow Path were highest, followed by Luck Path, Chi Path, Sound Path, Rule Path, Water Path, and Blood Path. They all had over 10,000. Below these were Transformation Path and Strength Path. And below those were Food Path, Wind Path, Wood Path, Earth Path, Time Path, and others. I mainly fight with Strength Path, Sword Path, and Time Path methods. Familiar Face and Blood Asset Immortal Gu are supplementary methods. My 5 Grandmaster attainments are in Wisdom Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Blood Path, and Transformation Path. Fang Yuan looked at his situation. It was quite awkward. His paths with more than 10,000 Dao marks were almost completely different from his main methods and 5 highest attainment levels. According to Fang Yuan's original cultivation plan, his focus was on Transformation Path. But now, because he joined the 4 Races Alliance, this plan had a lot of barriers. He could not undergo tribulation in the icy plane. Fang Yuan could not draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning. If he could not influence the earthly calamity, he would not gain Transformation Path Dao marks, or even any rise in his attainment level. Fang Yuan pondered. From this, it seems that most rank 7 Gu Immortals have about 10,000 or more Dao marks of their main path. But I have only gone through 4 Earth calamities, and already have 16,000 Ice and Snow Path Dao marks, while my Transformation Path and Strength Path Dao marks are close to 10,000. Looking at my Wood Path, Wind Path, and Food Path Dao marks, my total gain from these calamities add up to 30,000. Evidently, this number was abnormal. Gu Immortals with rank 7 cultivation level had undergone up to around 40 to 50 earthly calamities, 4 or 5 heavenly tribulations, and 1 or more grand tribulations. After all these, their main paths only had about 10,000 Dao marks. Fang Yuan had only gone through 4 earthly calamities, but he had already gained 3 times the number of Dao marks as them. The stronger the calamities and tribulations, after passing them, the greater number of Dao marks the Gu Immortal would obtain. Ordinary Gu Immortals would have simpler tribulations. When they get to rank 7, they would have about 10,000 Dao marks in their main path. Those with higher aptitude and having high-grade blessed lands, or even immortal apertures originating from the 10 extreme physiques, would have more resources in their blessed lands. With greater fortune comes greater disaster. They would have stronger calamities and tribulations, and would gain more Dao marks after passing them. Fang Yuan's situation was unique in the entire world. Even if the sovereign immortal aperture had no resources, it was an immense amount of fortune in itself. The earthly calamity that befalls also reaches the limit of its strength. And because he was a complete otherworldly demon, Heaven's Will would try every possible way to kill Fang Yuan, causing his earthly calamity to be elevated to the maximum force allowed. In his first 4 earthly calamities, each one was extremely difficult. Fang Yuan passed them with great danger. It was like he was walking on a tightrope. But now it seemed, the risks were great. But his gains were huge as well. Even though my current development and my methods don't match, my Dao mark growth is real. At this rate, after each earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation, my foundation would rise to a terrifying degree. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt that all the difficulty and hard work he had gone through were worth it. Even his attitude towards the earthly calamities had vaguely changed. Each earthly calamity could be seen as a great chance to gain more Dao marks. After a few more earthly calamities, how much would I grow? How much would my foundation grow? Even Fang Yuan could not estimate this. The sovereign immortal aperture surpassed the norm by too much. His growth potential and speed could not be assessed by normal means. The amount of Dao marks Fang Yuan gained from 4 earthly calamities was multiple times that of an ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals' Dao marks in their main path. After clarifying the number of Dao marks in his body, Fang Yuan took out his Immortal Gu, using Perceivable Dao to investigate them. But unfortunately, even though the starry water covered the surface of the Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan did not get any results. He realized, man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Mortal Gu have Dao marks, while Immortal Gu have fragments of the great Dao. Perceivable Dao can only investigate Dao marks. It is ineffective against great Dao fragments. Indeed, when he used Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu on Mortal Gu and checked them, it worked like a charm. But his tests were far from over. Next, Fang Yuan took out immortal materials and used Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu to inspect them. He realized that even though the Dao marks in the immortal materials could be sensed by him, the expenditure of immortal essence rose when the quality and rank of the immortal material was higher. Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu is an information path Immortal Gu. When looking at purely information path immortal materials, the immortal essence expenditure is lower. Other than that, any other type of immortal materials would have an element of conflicting Dao marks. Thus, the immortal essence expenditure is greater. As for why using it on me does not cause more immortal essence expenditure, that is because my Dao marks are non-conflicting. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan had a stern expression on his face. The property of non-conflicting Dao marks of the sovereign immortal body was both a good thing and bad thing for him. For ordinary Gu immortals, when killer moves of other paths land on them, their Dao marks would first reduce the might of the attacks, but Fang Yuan would have to face its full force. In fact, when his Dao marks are of the same path as the attacking killer move, it might even get amplified. With just this point, Fang Yuan could not fight at close range. He was suited for long-range battles. After creating some distance, he could amply think and evade attacks. Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu cannot be used on Immortal Gu, and when using it on immortal materials, there is a conflict of Dao marks. All in all, it is not very useful. After Fang Yuan tried using it, he came to a conclusion. He could only think of 3 ways to use Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu currently. The first was to decipher immortal materials, preventing others from scamming him. The second was to investigate a Gu immortals' Dao marks, to probe their foundation and strength. But it was quite impractical. The time needed to use it was quite long, and the effect of the starry water was also very obvious. It was easy to take action to counter it. The third was in refining Immortal Gu. Investigation using Perceivable Dao could allow him to see the Dao marks clearly during the process of refining Immortal Gu, as well as to make a comparison. However, Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu was unable to find out the exact location of Dao marks or influence them. Thus, it had limited use. At most, it could allow the Gu immortal to turn from a blind man to a man with his eyes shut. Chapter 1162, Soul Path Trap. After testing out Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu, it was time for Fang Yuan to cultivate his soul again. He flew out of his cloud city and went to Luo Pa Valley. However, the usage of Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu was not over. Fang Yuan multitasked. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. There were ample forests. It was no longer barren. Ordinary mountains were evenly distributed across Mini Southern Border in different places. A Strength Path Immortal Zombie was controlled by Fang Yuan, carrying some immortal essence and Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu as it flew in the air. A moment later, it slowly descended, landing on a small mountain. Fang Yuan named this mountain Heaven Ceiling Mountain. The name was very grand, but the mountain was short and uninspiring. The mountain peak was being modified by Fang Yuan. There was a huge Gu formation on it. As the interior of the mountain was empty, it was sealing an immortal zombie body. It was Fang Yuan's original body. The Strength Path Immortal Zombie entered the interior of the mountain and came to the center of the sealing Gu formation. Fang Yuan's original immortal zombie body was 6 meters tall. It had a miniature pair of bat wings on its back. It had a green face and sharp fangs. Its eyes were shut. Its 8 arms were all different. Other than his 2 original arms, there was the Azura arm, Heavenly Demon arm, Blood White arm, Nightmare arm, Plague arm, and the Earth Chief arm. At this moment, the 8 arms were spread out like a peacock's tail. Their fingers were tightly stabbed into the ground. Because it was sealed, the immortal zombie's heartbeat was very slow. There was only 1 beat every few minutes. Light was emitting from the Gu formation, blowing on the immortal zombie body like a clear breeze. This showed that the sealing Gu formation was working fine. Fang Yuan manipulated the Strength Path Immortal Zombie as he activated Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu. Starlight gathered into flowing water as it covered the body of the immortal zombie. A moment later, Fang Yuan got his results. He mentally snorted. Something was done to it after all. His caution was truly wise. Ing Wuxia had left about 10,000 soul path Dao marks in the immortal zombie body. It was more than Fang Yuan's original strength path Dao marks inside the body. After storing away Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan manipulated the strength path Immortal Zombie, opening a slit in the ceiling Gu formation as the strength path Immortal Zombie pulled something out of its body. A Gu Immortal's soul shrieked as it was dragged out by the strength path Immortal Zombie. Spare me, spare me. I will acknowledge you as my master. Please spare my life. The Gu Immortal's soul struggled intensely. It seemed to have sensed its doomsday. Fang Yuan manipulated the strength path Immortal Zombie expressionlessly as his demonic claws controlled the Gu Immortal's soul, preventing it from moving. In the dark space in the mountain, the ceiling Gu formation shone with light. Not only did it not bring the warmth of light, it gave the environment a cold, eerie feeling. The Gu Immortal's soul cried out. It made the atmosphere even more creepy. The strength path Immortal Zombie moved slowly, pressing the Gu Immortal soul into Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. The Gu Immortal soul was unwilling, but Fang Yuan was amply prepared. He forcefully stuffed it into the immortal zombie body. Soon after, Fang Yuan used the Gu formation, activating the ceiling Gu formation. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body did not move. It lay on the ground like a statue. But after the Gu Immortal soul entered it, the body started to shake. Soon, the shaking intensified. Suddenly, the shaking stopped entirely. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body stopped moving. He opened his eyes. They were red like blood. Roar. He opened his mouth and growled. The loud noise was echoing in the mountain's interior, like the rumbling of thunder. Fang Yuan sneered. The strength path Immortal. The zombie that he controlled did not move. It looked down at the immortal zombie body. Indeed, due to the Gu formation's restrictions and the arrangements done to the Gu Immortal soul earlier, Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body struggled to get up, but could not, feeling weakness all over. What are you doing? What are you trying to do? The Gu Immortal soul screamed. He did not understand Fang Yuan's intentions. He felt an utter wave of fear and horror. Soon, the Gu Immortal soul screamed in a high-pitched tone. You, what did you do to me? My soul is melting. You have a vicious heart. I only have my soul left, and you still refuse to let me off. Fang Yuan controlled the strength path Immortal Zombie. He watched with concentration. He ignored the Gu Immortal soul's screaming and crying. The soul would melt if they enter, huh? Fang Yuan investigated with all sorts of methods. Oh, this is an amazing soul path method. This Gu Immortal soul could not even last a short period of time. Fang Yuan gasped. At his will, the strength path Immortal Zombie stretched out its right arm, trying to pull out the Gu Immortal soul from the immortal zombie body again. But at the next moment, a ghost face appeared on the chest of Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, cackling at Fang Yuan loudly. An immense strength burst out as the strength path Immortal Zombie took 3 steps back. Looking at it again, the ghost face had vanished. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body stopped moving, returning to the state of a statue. Fang Yuan controlled the strength path Immortal Zombie. Carefully getting closer, Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body did not move at all. Fang Yuan continued to probe. The Gu Immortal soul that he stuffed into the immortal zombie body earlier had completely melted. Not even a bit of it was left. The melting speed is really fast. Once the soul goes in, it is like a deep trap. Even if I pull it out, it cannot escape from the trap. Fang Yuan analyzed mentally. Ing Wuxia's trap was incredibly vicious. The method was extraordinary. Fang Yuan was glad that he was vigilant. He did not take a risk to enter the body. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. After several inspections, Fang Yuan used Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu again, inspecting his immortal zombie body. What is going on? The soul path Dao marks did not decrease. They even rose by 2,000. Fang Yuan was shocked. At this moment, Fang Yuan was completely stunned by Shadow Sect's incredible soul path methods. Melting the Gu Immortal soul was a huge problem, but Fang Yuan could deal with it. The simplest and crudest method was to use Gu Immortal souls and constantly stuff them into the immortal zombie body so that the trap would weaken after several activations, before breaking down eventually. But Ing Wuxia's trap was not normal. It not only prevented the soul that entered Fang Yuan's immortal body from leaving, it even melted the soul and after that, strengthened itself to replenish its expenditure and become stronger. Truly impressive. In this case, my action of sending Gu Immortal souls to probe it is restricted, unless I have a method that can truly target the soul path Dao marks in this body. Otherwise, I would only be making this trap more powerful. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Actually, the Eastern Sea Information Path Inheritance would have had many methods that targeted Dao marks. This could be seen from the information path, Dao Mark Insignia, and Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was a Dao Mark fragment of Sword Path, but information path Dao Marks were added to it. The conflict between different paths was resolved. It was very difficult to achieve this. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals might have problems with it. Furthermore, the quasi-rank 8 skeleton that Fang Yuan obtained was also clear evidence. After a Gu Immortal dies, their path's Dao Marks would go into the immortal aperture as it forms a blessed land outside. If a blessed land did not form, these Dao Marks would scatter into nothingness and return to the 5 regions. But this information path Gu Immortal could actually directly carve this bone path Gu Immortal's Dao Marks into his skeleton. The method was very special. It was rather unthinkable. In the end, Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu even proved that this information path Gu Immortal had special methods that targeted Dao Marks. The complete information path True Inheritance might have really had methods against Dao Marks. It is a pity I obtained this True Inheritance too late. Most of the Gu worms are dead, and the information path methods are lost. How could everything be perfect in this world? Fang Yuan could obtain He Fan's complete True Inheritance. It was already very lucky. The Eastern Sea information path inheritance had been there for too long, and the information path Gu Immortal had just killed his enemy. He created the inheritance on the verge of death. The contents of the True Inheritance could not be preserved for long. Even though he obtained Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan still needed to get more information path methods that could prevent him from being restricted by his alliance agreements. Searching for an information path Immortal Gu that can break alliance agreements is one way. But I need to keep it a secret. I cannot find Lang Yasek for help on this. Let alone getting Lang Yalan Spirit to help me refine such an information path Immortal Gu. Information path inheritances would not be easy to obtain, and Fang Yuan's information path attainment level was at ordinary level. He could not design his own Immortal Gu recipe and innovate. In this trip to Eastern Sea, even though his gains were not few, Fang Yuan's original goal was not achieved. He still sought out and lacked information path methods. As his focus turned away from the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan began to focus on his soul path cultivation. An hour later, he left Luo Pa Valley. He rigidly stuck to daily soul path cultivation. Because his soul path foundation grew rapidly, Fang Yuan could stay inside Luo Pa Valley for a 50% longer time now. However, now that Fang Yuan saw the trap inside his immortal zombie body, he was wavering on his plan of cultivating his soul. Ing Wuxia knew that Fang Yuan had Luo Pa Valley and Danghun Mountain. How could he not consider this? Cultivating his soul was not a wrong decision, but by the time Fang Yuan gained enough soul foundation to resist the trap, a long time would have passed. He would have to put in a huge amount of effort, and Fang Yuan's time and energy were not unlimited. He needed to spend a lot of time and effort in planning, devising ways to advance his cultivation and development. But I have to leave the matter of information path for later. The 5th earthly calamity is coming. This earthly calamity was different from the previous 4. The last 4 times, Fang Yuan used immortal tribulation tempering aperture to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. But now, Fang Yuan could not stay in the northern icy plain. He had to find a new tribulation location. What location should he choose? A few days later, Chu Du sent him a letter, saying that he would help Fang Yuan undergo tribulation, in exchange for Reckless Savage's true meaning. At once, Fang Yuan was in a situation with his hands tied. Northern Plains, He Fan Grotto Heaven. Chu Du stood in the air. The immortal Gu aura on him was emanating. His immortal essence was being consumed rapidly. Open! Suddenly, he shouted. His eyes burst with bright light. His body shook intensely. The ground several meters away from him started to crack open under the power of his immortal killer move. Suddenly, this opening became larger. It extended out, 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet. After tens of breaths, He Fan Grotto Heaven stopped shaking. A huge trench of tens of thousands of feet opened up along the ground. Chu Du had created an artificial earth trench with his strength alone. He was indeed an expert that stood tall and proud in northern plains. He breathed roughly. Looking at the trench below him, he frowned. It is not perfect yet. Even if it is long enough, it is not deep enough. After all, Earth Path Gu Immortals are most skilled in doing this. All paths had their own specialties. Earth Path Gu Immortals were particularly skilled at changing the terrain of the ground. But Chu Du was a famous Strength Path Gu Immortal. There is another way. I can buy many Rockman slaves and modify this place. However, forget it. This trench is enough for now. Thinking of this, Chu Du took out a huge object from his immortal aperture. This object was huge like a small mountain. It was a red and black meatball. It was hot and round, vibrating weakly. Chu Du used his Strength Path hand, carrying this huge thing and slowly placing it into this newly created earth trench. This huge thing landed in the trench. Once it came into contact with the soil, it spread out, becoming flat, spreading across several li. Next, its color started to change. Initially, it was black and red, but after spreading out, it took in earth qi as its color changed. A portion became blue, another became green, part of it resembled jade, while another side was red like fire. Chu Du watched from above, seeing this color-changing scene in the earth trench. It was quite a dazzling sight. These were multicolored guts, a rank 7 immortal material that came from deep within earth trench. Chu Du acted quickly, taking out dozens of multicolored guts from his immortal aperture, tossing them in. The earth trench that was empty earlier was completely filled. No more multicolored guts could be put in. After carefully inspecting it, Chu Du let out a breath. His body slowly ascended into the air. He looked far away, taking in the view of Fan Grotto Heaven. When he took it over from Fang Yuan, it was barren and completely ransacked by Fang Yuan. It was a terrible sight. But now, it had mountains and rivers. The resources were prudently distributed. Undoubtedly, these resources were all relocated from Chu Du's own immortal aperture. Even though he was just a lone immortal, his foundation in terms of resources was very deep. The initial developments are complete. In the future, Fan Grotto Heaven's production will far surpass my own immortal aperture. Looking at the time, Lu Guan Yi is about to undergo tribulation. Suddenly, Chu Du's expression froze. His sharp gaze pierced through the sky. He saw a twisted figure squeezing into Fan Grotto Heaven with much difficulty. Who is it? You dare to invade my Grotto Heaven? Chu Du shouted. His body flew over like a gust of wind. After the figure got into the Grotto Heaven, he smiled at Chu Du. Domination Immortal. As a junior, your talent is quite good. In such a short time, you have already taken ownership of this place. The invader spoke big words against the great Northern Plains expert domination Immortal Chu Du. He regarded himself as a senior. But Chu Du did not rebuke him. He had a heavy expression. It is you, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. It turned out, the invader of Fan Grotto Heaven was none other than one of the rank 8 Gu immortals in Northern Plains, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was originally a lone cultivator, but in recent years, because Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court blessed land and 88 True Yang building, he saw hope in creating a super force. He had planned this long ago. Inside his Bai Zu Grotto Heaven, he had countless blood-related descendants and even multiple Gu immortals. Initially, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu and Yao Huang worked together to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu. Even though they lost, he had obtained Yao Huang's support. After that, when He tribe was exterminated, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu used the chance to take over He tribe's Iron Eagle blessed land, and also taking in all of He tribe's remnant forces. Right now, Bai Zu tribe had officially taken over He tribe, becoming one of the righteous path super forces publicly recognized in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. However, Northern Plains was different from the other 4 regions. Most of the super forces were of the Huang gene bloodline. As an outsider, Bai Zu tribe was quite unique. Even though Heavenly Lord Bai Zu knew this and tried to be amicable with the other super forces, giving up most of He tribe's resources to satisfy their appetite. But after he officially created Bai Zu tribe, he realized that the surrounding forces were still targeting him. Because he had rank 8 cultivation level, these super forces did not give him problems openly, but they created many small issues indirectly. In order to defend his hard work, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu could only stay to guard there personally. As a result, he wasted a lot of time. Until not long ago, when the surrounding righteous path Huang Jin tribes realized they could not gain anything anymore, they gave up and Bai Zu tribe's situation became better. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu finally rushed to Fan Grotto Heaven. The 4 supreme elders of He tribe did not know the exact location of Fan Grotto Heaven, but they knew which area it was in. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu acted secretly, coming here and spending a lot of effort to find out where Fan Grotto Heaven was. After getting enough information, he took action and started to invade Fan Grotto Heaven. Chu Du, you are an astute person. If you back off, I will not make it hard for you. I was a lone cultivator myself. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu said calmly, urging Chu Du to give up. Chu Du's lips curled up. He directly attacked. Rumble. With an intense clash, dust and clouds rose. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was destroyed by Chu Du in one move. There was a huge pit in the area he was standing at, sending just an illusion. And you want to take Fan Grotto Heaven? Chu Du snorted, turning his head. The space behind him suddenly distorted, as a small centipede entered Fan Grotto Heaven from the outside. Soon, the distortion vanished, and the centipede turned into Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's appearance. It was exactly the same as before. Nice method. The second Heavenly Lord Bai Zu looked at Chu Du, praising as he commented. You attacked earlier without any warning, and not a bit of Immortal Gu aura leaked out. Is this your immortal killer move, Formless Strength? Chu Du did not answer. He asked, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu, even if you have rank 8 cultivation level, to snatch He Fan Grotto Heaven away from me, it will not be easy. Because I have already developed this place for a while. I have made many arrangements. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu smiled. No matter how long you have been here, or how many arrangements you have made, I can break all of them with my own strength. He spoke calmly, but he had an aura of confidence and power. There was only one reason. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal, while Chu Du was rank 7. Chu Du did not rebuke him. He nodded and admitted, You are right. I cannot resist the might of a rank 8. But He Fan Grotto Heaven is my territory. How can I give it up so easily? Heavenly Lord Bai Zu shook his head. He Fan Grotto Heaven is good, but it is not essential. If the great domination immortal dies in my hands because of it, isn't it a waste? Chu Du's eyes shined with a cold light. Humph. Too much bullshit. If you want to take He Fan Grotto Heaven, just these small methods will not work. Show your true abilities. I want to see the might of a rank 8. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was silent for a while, before saying, Fine. As he said that, around Chu Du, in an enormous surrounding range, countless distorted figures appeared. Huge quantities of centipede goo went into He Fan Grotto Heaven, turning into Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's appearance. In an instant, Chu Du was surrounded by over 10,000 figures of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. Even though he was encircled, he was not nervous. He even showed a look of disdain. Just illusions, no matter how many, they are useless. Chu Du raised his right hand. His fingers were spread out, before clenching together, forming a tight fist. Boom. A huge strength shot out from all directions. In the blink of an eye, all of the figures of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu were exterminated. You made many preparations indeed. Another figure of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu came from afar. Chu Du's pupils shrunk. The Heavenly Lord Bai Zu in front of him was not the main body either, but it was different from the illusions that Chu Du had destroyed earlier. Chu Du could sense the aura of Immortal Gu on this Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. Let's fight in the sky. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was the first to fly up. Chu Du followed him willingly. There were lots of resources on the ground. He had placed them with much effort. Chu Du did not want these resources to be destroyed. This was also Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's concern. He had taken in He tribe, and built Bai Zu tribe. He made great losses. He had already paid a huge price to negotiate with the other 4 rank 8 experts. Even though he took in He tribe, most of He tribe's resources were distributed to the other forces to satisfy them. Thus, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu had a huge desire towards He Fan Grotto Heaven. But when he got here, he saw that the Grotto Heaven had far less resources than he had estimated. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu quickly realized that most of the resources were newly added. He naturally thought, did Chu Du store those resources away already? Thus, Chu Du became his greatest target. An intense battle unfolded in the sky of He Fan Grotto Heaven. One side was the clone of a rank 8 great expert, while the other was a famous rank 7 expert. The two sides fought like rumbling thunder. The entire world was shaking. After more than 10 rounds of fighting, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's clone could not take it anymore. It lost. But soon, a second Heavenly Lord clone appeared and joined the fight. It also brought Immortal Essence and Immortal Gu with it. It was stronger than the first clone. Chu Du fought against 2 enemies, but he got stronger as they fought. After another 10 rounds, he had the advantage. He was about to execute the killing blow when a third Heavenly Lord clone appeared. Chu Du's expression changed. He realized something was amiss. Chapter 1164. Fifth Earthly Calamity. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu has a method to invade Grotto Heavens, but his main body cannot come in. He can only send clones. He Fan Grotto Heaven has a huge space, and the brass bell Heavenly Spirit was destroyed by Lu Guanyi. I cannot see the entire place. I do not know how many Heavenly Lord Bai Zu clones there are at this moment. Every time I am about to kill a clone, new ones come in. This shows that he definitely has more than 3. They have already formed and are ready to enter battle. Once I understand their methods and gain the advantage, when I am about to deal the killing blow, they would show up to save the other clones. This is definitely him trying to stall for time. Thoughts flashed in Chu Du's mind. He felt a bad sensation. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was stalling for time. He definitely had his motives. Even though Chu Du could not decipher his true motive, there was one unquestionable point. He could not fight according to the enemy's tempo. Thinking of this, Chu Du erupted. His body expanded rapidly, turning into a 10-meter giant. Immortal Killer Move, Battle Strength, Transpiration. His entire body turned red. All of the pores on his body opened up as his sweat turned into steam, surrounding his body. Next, he raised his right hand to face the sky, palm up. His left hand was facing the ground. He chanted softly. Try this move. Heaven and earth combined strength. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's 3 clones could not move. They felt like the entire world was sending an unparalleled strength that restricted them, crushing towards them from all directions. Chu Du did not feel well either. The muscles in his entire body were tense. He had used all of his strength. Within the steam, his face was bright red, his eyes were bloodshot, especially his two arms. They were bulging with beings resembling moving earthworms. It was quite terrifying. His right arm moved down, his left arm moved up, as if two hills were converging towards the center with great difficulty. In his immortal aperture, red date immortal essence expended rapidly. As Chu Du did this, the three Heavenly Lord Bai Zu clones felt horrible. They felt that the force around them was increasing. They were almost getting crushed. Seeing that these three clones were about to explode, at the crucial moment, the fourth, fifth, and sixth clones came to save them. Boom boom. With two loud sounds, the first clone and second clone were completely smashed by Chu Du. They were reduced to dust, but their Immortal Gu and Immortal Essence were missing. They were not destroyed. What an amazing killer move. It can attack, defend, and even immobilize multiple targets. It is almost like an incomplete battlefield killer move. The third clone was saved, but it still felt lingering fear. No matter how many clones come, it is useless. I prepared this next move for rank 8 existences. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu, if you refuse to show up, you will not be able to save these clones. Chu Du shouted, preparing his attack. He had spread out his arms and legs in a Da shape. His hands were facing heaven, palms upward. Aura of Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu were emanating from his body, changing constantly. Just the aura alone was far superior than the heaven and earth combined strength earlier. It was truly shocking. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's clones all moved back. They used their defensive killer moves, preparing themselves. Boom boom boom. At the next moment, the Heavenly Lord clones self-detonated without any warning. What move is this? Outside Hei Fan Grotto Heaven, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's main body frowned deeply. Even though his clones were all destroyed, he still had memories of the battle. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu could learn about Chu Du's mystical attack. This killer move is formless and covers a range. Once one is within range, from within, an internal strength would be produced and detonate the body. The area that it covers is actually so huge. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu frowned deeply. Inside Hei Fan Grotto Heaven, Chu Du covered his mysterious strength path killer move over the entirety of Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. It caused all of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's clones to self-detonate. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu smiled. Interesting. It seems that I cannot deal with Chu Du unless I enter personally. Once he said that, he used an immortal killer move. A profound white centipede figure flew out of his body. It drilled into space, causing a huge distorted shadow to appear in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven instantly. Next, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu took large strides, stepping into the shadow. Want to come in? Chu Du laughed, stomping his feet. A strength path leg flew out and kicked the distorted shadow, sending Heavenly Lord Bai Zu out. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was stunned, before showing a furious and helpless expression. This Hei Fan Grotto Heaven is easy to defend and hard to attack. I will need 20 breaths of time to enter it. In this process, there is enough time for Chu Du to stop me. If I send clones in, they will instantly self-detonate. They are useless. Chu Du was completely defending, hiding inside Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu felt difficulty against this well-defended fortress. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu is attacking Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan held Chu Du's letter of emergency support as he let out a breath of air. His worry was lifted, even though Chu Du was his ally. In order to defend Hei Fan Grotto Heaven, using the properties of the Grotto Heaven to contest with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu, there were great advantages for Fang Yuan in this. Lang Yalan's spirit wanted to recruit Chu Du. It was very difficult. But if it succeeded, and Chu Du joined Lang Ya's sect, it would greatly affect Fang Yuan's current status. If he failed, Fang Yuan's relationship with the variant humans would be exposed. The situation would be unthinkable. Fang Yuan could only stall it, one day at a time. Because of the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan could not lie to Chu Du, especially in terms of the tribulation. Fang Yuan could not continue to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. This way, Chu Du would make guesses. It would expose the snowmen and rockmen under the northern icy plain. If this was settled poorly, and Chu Du attacked the tribe, Fang Yuan would be trapped in the middle. The situation would be very awkward and dangerous. Thus, he could not make alliances casually. In fact, most Gu immortals were very wary when making alliances. Fang Yuan had originally intended to use his time path killer move to slow the time in his immortal aperture and inform Chu Du about it. This was not lying, it was the truth. Next, Fang Yuan would hasten his immortal aperture's time. Before starting his tribulation, he would inform Chu Du that the situation had changed. This way, Chu Du would not make it in time. Even though it would ruin his relationship and trust, it was the best way. Chu Du was very astute. There were no loopholes in his alliance agreement. Fang Yuan could only think of this roundabout way. This method was very troublesome, however. Not only would it waste Fang Yuan's immortal essence, it would also cause a rift between Fang Yuan and Chu Du. All in all, it was troublesome. But now, Chu Du was forced to defend Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. He was engaging Heavenly Lord Bai Zu in battle. He could not leave. Fang Yuan mentally praised. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu really came in the nick of time. He solved a huge problem for me. For that to have happened, my luck was pretty good. Fang Yuan started to reply using the information path Immortal Gu. In the letter, he expressed concern and sympathy for Chu Du's encounter. He showed his intense fury and hatred towards Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's invasion. He said that he would definitely help Chu Du and would not break the alliance agreement. But his tribulation was coming. He had to get through this first before helping Chu Du and getting rid of the huge threat, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. He hoped that Chu Du would understand. Chu Du quickly replied. He showed his understanding and told Fang Yuan. It was not hard to deal with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's invasion. He had already rallied allies to support him. He hoped that Fang Yuan could settle his problem and quickly help. Fang Yuan quickly replied. He would do his best and all that he could. He hoped that Chu Du could hold on. A few days later, Fang Yuan left Langya Blessed Land, using the Super Gu formation to teleport out. Next, he rushed to Earth Trench without stopping, choosing an appropriate location to place his immortal aperture. The main part of Northern Plains Earth Trench had 17 sections. They were managed by Zombie Alliance. But after the Battle of Etion Mountain, Zombie Alliance was used by Shadow Sect and sacrificed, used to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. It caused the Zombie Alliances in all 5 regions to vanish overnight. However, Shadow Sect also had their arrangements. For Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, the headquarters, Dark Flow City, had sunken into Earth Trench. Other than the remaining members of Shadow Sect, nobody could find it. Fang Yuan came to an Earth Trench. It was not the one in Zombie Alliance. There were large numbers of lone immortals and demonic immortals there. They were all trying to look for Dark Flow City. Ing Wuxia and the rest might have even gone to the secret base there. Unless Fang Yuan was a fool, he would not undergo tribulation there. Most parts of Earth Trench were split up by super forces or were occupied by Gu immortal experts. The part Fang Yuan chose had been completely excavated. Nobody wanted it anymore. After countless battles, it was barren and empty. Nobody came here anymore. Fang Yuan chose this place purely because this place had rich Earth Path Down marks, as well as many Dark Path Down marks too. Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Fang Yuan successfully activated this immortal killer move. Next, he opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance, as heaven and earth chi rushed in. Soon, the 5th earthly calamity formed. The sky turned dark. A huge skeletal shadow covered up half of the sky. The skeleton cackled, opening its mouth and spitting out a dark current that resembled a black python. The dark current flew rapidly. Everywhere it went, the soil became corroded. In an instant, they melted completely and turned into puddles of black rotten water, emitting a foul smell. Earthly Calamity, Corrosive Dark Current. Fang Yuan recognized the earthly calamity. He quickly dealt with it. The corrosive dark current was hard to deal with. Fang Yuan did not have any methods that resisted it. He could only fight it using his strong offensive methods. The skeleton continued to spit, as waves of corrosive dark current rushed towards Fang Yuan like seas of snakes. Heavenswell had purposely raised the calamity's power to its limit. Fang Yuan was in a difficult state. This earthly calamity did not have Reckless Savage's true meaning. It was completely controlled by Heaven's will. Thus, it was multiple times as powerful than before. However, Fang Yuan had grown drastically in strength. Forget about the Eastern Sea Information Path inheritance. He had also obtained Hei Fan's true inheritance. He had many time path immortal killer moves to use. Even though he looked distressed, rushing around frantically, he had been preserving his strength to deal with unexpected situations. Chapter 1165. Yi Fan vs. Bai Ning Bing Huff. Fang Yuan looked at the black rotten ground in front of him as he let out a deep sigh. I have finally passed the 5th earthly calamity. Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort in dealing with the corrosive dark current, but he had Hei Fan's true inheritance. He did not have obvious weaknesses. After persevering for a while, he passed the tribulation. The terrain here had completely changed. He needed to spend a lot of effort to get it back to its previous condition. Thankfully, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was huge enough. This area in mini Western Desert was originally barren to begin with. Fang Yuan's losses were minimal. In fact, he could even preserve this area and not modify it. Fortune and disaster were correlated. There were two sides of the same coin. This place could not cultivate normal crops, but it was now an extreme environment. Many types of special fierce beasts and plants could live and grow here. Of course, there was Heavenswell lingering here. Fang Yuan needed to use a lot of self-will Gu to get rid of it. But it was a small matter. The important thing was, the fifth earthly calamity was over. Successfully returning to Lang Ye blessed land, Fang Yuan concluded that even though the fifth earthly calamity was powerful, beyond the first four, it did not greatly surpass his expectations. There was one crucial reason why he passed it. Fang Yuan's strength had grown far quicker than the growth of the earthly calamity's power. It seems that earthly calamities themselves are no longer a problem. They can no longer stop me for now. The problem is human calamities. Fang Yuan thought about the fourth earthly calamity. The human calamity was too terrifying. He still felt a chill in his heart. That human calamity was terrifying. Even the immemorial rock dragon had appeared. Its might had greatly exceeded Fang Yuan's limits. Thanks to his bluffing, he evaded the danger and survived it. That means Heaven's will is conjuring human calamities now because earthly calamities can no longer kill me. Precisely so, Heaven's will is plotting and scheming to use human calamities to destroy me. In this tribulation, I did not encounter any human calamities. That is because I am a complete otherworldly demon. Heaven's will cannot decipher my plans, and because I moved very quickly, it did not have enough time to construct a human calamity. Heaven's will was not a fake will. It could not have such an obvious influence, especially towards the higher cultivation level targets, or human Gu immortals, having the highest intelligence. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt that he should not undergo tribulations at fixed locations. Constantly undergoing tribulation in the northern icy plane allowed Heaven's will a chance to affect many Gu immortals subconsciously. It nearly killed Fang Yuan. But this time, I purposely chose Earth Trench because I wanted an Earth Path calamity to increase the number of Earth Path down marks in my sovereign immortal aperture. In the end, it was a Dark Path earthly calamity. Inside Earth Trench, Earth Path and Dark Path down marks were in the highest quantity. Fang Yuan successfully activated Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. The earthly calamity had to be from these two. But Heaven's will did not want Fang Yuan to get what he wanted. Thus, an Earth Path earthly calamity did not form. It was Dark Path instead. Fang Yuan used Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu to inspect it. He realized that his Dark Path down marks had increased. They were very close to 10,000. Earlier, my Dark Path down mark foundation was very weak. But in this earthly calamity, I gained at least 9,000 down marks. I made quite some gains. Even though Fang Yuan's Dark Path attainment level was low, he had a Dark Path Immortal Gu, Dark Limit. This Immortal Gu was very useful to him. He could conceal himself from Heaven's will's perception to an extent. Fairy Jiang Yu had once used this to conceal He Lulan's 10 extreme physique aura completely. For this tribulation, Fang Yuan only spent a few days. Over in He Fan Grotto Heaven, it was still at a deadlock. Chu Du had rank 7 peak battle strength, while He Fan Grotto Heaven was heavily guarded by him. It was impregnable. However, Fang Yuan could tell that it was Heavenly Lord Bai Zu who had the upper hand, even though he could not break through and was pushed back repeatedly. But Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was merely attacking. He could attack or retreat. He could decide completely when he fought or left. Chu Du could only defend using the Grotto Heaven. He did not know when Heavenly Lord Bai Zu would attack or what methods he would use. He was in a passive position. Chu Du is bound to fail at this rate, but he is still far from reaching his limit. Fang Yuan mentally assessed the situation. He thought, if Chu Du died in this battle, would he benefit or lose out from it? After consideration, Fang Yuan concluded it was better for Chu Du to be alive. There were several points. Firstly, Fang Yuan had invested heavily in Chu Du. The first investment was the rank 7 Immortal Gu Calamity Beckoning. If Chu Du died, Calamity Beckoning would perish. Secondly, Chu Du had an alliance agreement with him. He could not abandon him if he requested assistance. Thirdly, the calamities and tribulations were only going to get stronger from now. Chu Du's Calamity Beckoning could help Fang Yuan divert a lot of the pressure. His existence was useful for Fang Yuan's development. Fourthly, if he helped Chu Du defend He Fan Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan would be able to relocate his storage pool, using He Fan Grotto Heaven to produce heavenly crystals and hatch the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle once more. It seems that I need to take action and help against Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. Fang Yuan made his decision. However, he was not in a rush to act. Chu Du could continue to suffer. He had just undergone tribulation. He needed to rest and restock his green grape immortal essence. This was a justifiable reason. It did not break the alliance agreement. Even if Chu Du knew, he could not blame Fang Yuan. Southern border, Sun Crown Mountain. This mountain was green and lush. It had stood for a long time. During each sunrise, there would be a halo over the mountain peak, resembling a bright crown. Thus it was named Sun Crown Mountain. But now was nighttime. The bright moon was radiating over the entire mountain. Who else? Yi Fan stood arrogantly, His arms were crossed in front of his chest. He was standing on a huge rock. Opposite him, a group of Gu masters were shivering, hesitating. They were fearful of Yi Fan. Yi Fan, you were chased out by your clan. You are also a lone cultivator. We are also lone cultivators. Why are you making life hard for us? A Gu master spoke. Yi Fan sneered. Before we fought, all of you sought to overwhelm me with numbers. Why did you not say that? Also, are you considered lone cultivators? Dominating this mountain and plundering the surroundings, as Gu masters, you bully the weak and fear the strong. You slaughter and humiliate mortals. You are all vicious fiends. You are demonic cultivators. You are not lone cultivators. We are innocent. The ringleader and main culprit has already died at your hands. We were forced to comply. Also, ever since we submitted to Boss White Demon, we have stopped committing crimes. The Gu masters cried out. Yi Fan's expression eased. According to the intel he obtained, the situation was indeed like this. Ever since Bai Ning Bing took control of Sun Crown Mountain and Silent Flow Mountain, she had restrained the demons, taking them in, but did not give them any evil orders. Humph, if not for this, you would all be dead now. How could I let you live? Yi Fan snorted. He continued. I represent Shang Clan. I need to get through Sun Crown and Silent Flow Mountain. I will wait here. Get White Demon to come and see me. Otherwise, tomorrow, I will slaughter everyone here. Yi Fan was very perceptive. He was not a rash brute. He knew that Silent Flow Mountain's defense was far stronger than Sun Crown Mountain. He came here alone. He could not take it down through force. Alerting the enemy and luring out White Demon was the best method. But the moment he said that, he heard an icy voice resound. No need to call them, because I am here already. Saying so, more than 10 figures appeared partway up the mountain. The demons saw this and cheered loudly. Boss White Demon. Boss White Demon has come to save us. Yi Fan watched with caution. He saw that all of the people who came were Gu masters. They were stronger than the ones on Sun Crown Mountain. Among them, there were many demonic path and lone cultivators. There were also several famous people with their own unique traits. But what truly attracted his attention was the woman at the center of them. This woman was dressed in white clothes. Her silvery hair was shiny. Like a tassel, it extended to her waist. Her deep blue eyes were clear like a lake. They were calm and peaceful. Her skin was pale like snow. Her face was cold and aloof. But her unparalleled beauty could not be concealed. At this moment, she was lying down on a bamboo chair. She was relaxing and her eyes were shut, like she was resting. There were 4 snowmen carrying her chair. Yi Fan's heart shook. He had roamed outside and seen many things. But in terms of appearance, Bai Ning Bing was simply a divine beauty. The only person comparable to her in looks was Shang Xinci. Boss White Demon, we have tried our best to defend. We waited for you so desperately. You have finally arrived. At this time, a demonic path Gu master tumbled and crawled towards Bai Ning Bing, calling out loudly as he showed a fawning expression. You, who avoided the enemy and refused to fight, deserve death. Bai Ning Bing opened her eyes slightly. Blue light flashed in her eyes as that kneeling Gu master froze completely at the next moment. He was beyond dead. The demons were shocked. The few experts behind Bai Ning Bing shook. They recalled the terror when they had first met her. Yi Fan was also shocked, before he burst into anger. His good first impression of Bai Ning Bing was completely gone. It was replaced with deep anger. As expected of a demon, you even kill your own men. Yi Fan shouted, jumping down the rock, staring at Bai Ning Bing angrily. Bai Ning Bing smiled lightly, stretching out her jade finger, pointing lightly at Yi Fan. At that moment, Yi Fan felt a cold sensation covering his left leg. He looked down, only to see that on his left leg, a huge piece of ice had instantly formed. What move is this? I had already used my defensive killer move, but it could not block it at all. Yi Fan was extremely shocked. All along, he had used these methods without fail. But now, it had completely failed in front of Bai Ning Bing. What cultivation level does White Demon have? My methods were given to me by Lady Shang Qing, a Gu immortal. It was actually useless. Looking at her expression, she still has not put in all her effort. Will I die in this battle? Yi Fan's heart shook intensely. He had greatly underestimated Bai Ning Bing. To think that their difference in strength was so huge. But after his shock, Yi Fan quickly calmed down. His battle intent surged in the face of despair. Chapter 1166. White Form Immortal Snake. Come, even if I die, I will only die in the battlefield. Yi Fan shouted. His eyes were shining with a threatening light. The demons licked their lips. They gritted their teeth. They were going to charge up, wanting to kill Yi Fan and cut him into pieces. But Bai Ning Bing suddenly said, "Isn't it too boring to directly kill him? Go one by one." These words saved Yi Fan's life. It greatly delayed the timing of his death. After spending so much time with Bai Ning Bing, a demonic path expert who knew of her personality stepped up with shining eyes. Since Boss White Demon wants to watch a show, Allow me to kill this person. As long as the boss is happy, it will be our fortune. The demons heard this, and all mentally badmouthed at this demonic path expert for being shameless. They were envious and jealous. Why did they not speak first? This was the best chance to bootlick. But soon, they no longer had such thoughts. Yi Fan was in a desperate situation, but he displayed great might, killing a number of demonic path Gu masters. Even though his methods were useless against Bai Ning Bing, they were more than enough to deal with the rest. Interesting. Bai Ning Bing watched the entire battle while relaxing on the bamboo chair. It was as if the people dying were not her subordinates, but strangers instead. Yi Fan felt a chill regard her aloof nature. He felt disgust towards her. This white demon might look like a peerless beauty, but she has a vicious heart. She cannot compare to Lady Eccentrics. Birds of a feather flock together. The black demon guy who was with her is likely not a good person either. Suddenly, Yi Fan screamed. It turned out that his right arm had been pierced by multiple icicles from the inside. At once, his entire right arm was pierced, flesh was exposed, his pale broken bones could be seen, his blood was about to squirt out, but it was frozen by the frost energy. Yi Fan's right arm was crippled. All right, continue. Bai Ning Bing said plainly. The demons had low morale, but seeing that Yi Fan's right arm was crippled, they saw hope again. A few more entered the battlefield, trying to take advantage of his weakness. But Yi Fan got bolder as he took wounds. He ignored his injuries, fighting while disregarding his life. Meanwhile, the demonic path Gu masters were fearful for their lives. They did not dare to fight directly. They were slowly losing. Some were defeated, while others were killed by Yi Fan when he had the chance. What do I need such useless people for? Bai Ning Bing's eyes flashed as blue light flickered in them. The few demonic path Gu masters who were defeated and still alive did not even get a chance to shout. They were frozen into icicles, dying on the spot. Bai Ning Bing was fierce and ruthless. The Gu masters were trembling in fear. Even Yi Fan felt a chill in his heart. Bai Ning Bing pressed lightly with her right hand. The Four Snowmen noticed and quickly lowered the bamboo chair. Bai Ning Bing slowly stood on the ground, looking at Yi Fan with her hands behind her back. The demons were overjoyed. Looking at this, Bai Ning Bing was going to fight. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. Bai Ning Bing's terrifying strength made him feel deep despair. There always exists someone stronger than you. I was too overconfident. I deserve the fate of dying here. But before I die, may you answer a question that I have? Oh. Bai Ning Bing looked at Yi Fan, assessing him as she said plainly. You are quite brave. Few can be so unmoved in the face of death. Very well, go ahead. I want to ask, what kind of person is Black Demon? Yi Fan asked the deepest question in his heart. Bai Ning Bing frowned. All along she had been having a cold expression, but this change in her expression showed that she was not calm on the inside. Bai Ning Bing looked at the moon in the sky, dragging her words. Yi Fan focused, listening attentively. But Bai Ning Bing showed a mocking and cold gaze in her eyes. Yi Fan stared with his eyes wide open. He was instantly frozen into an icicle. Bai Ning Bing looked at the night sky and bright moon. After a few breaths of time, she retracted her gaze and walked away. Behind her, Yi Fan's entire body was frozen in transparent ice. He died. The demons were silent. They were like frightened cicadas. But Bai Ning Bing only took a few steps when a peculiar black aura appeared behind her, causing her silvery hair to flutter in the air. Oh! Bai Ning Bing's blue eyes shrunk to pin size. She turned around and realized that 4 figures had suddenly appeared behind Yi Fan all of a sudden. Among them, one had an ugly appearance. He was an immortal zombie, placing his arm on Yi Fan's shoulder. He was using an immortal killer move. The peculiar aura that Bai Ning Bing sensed earlier came from it. Bai Ning Bing's hair was standing. Her battle intent rose to its peak at this moment. Gu immortal aura burst out from her body. Soon, her body started to change. Her Adam's apple appeared. Her body grew taller. Her soft and plump chest shrank and became a muscular male chest. Her face had turned into one with a sharp dagger-like appearance. Bai Ning Bing, your phantom aperture was given to you by my shadow sect. It can suppress the transformation path down marks in you and revert you to your male body. It can also allow you to become a false immortal and own green grape immortal essence. You will be able to refine and use Immortal Gu. But now, you want to use this phantom aperture to fight me. Ing Wuxia chuckled. A member of Shadow Sect? Bai Ning Bing squinted. A dangerous cold light was flashing in his eyes. As he said that, Yi Fan was revived by Ing Wuxia. The ice around his body had turned into water. He sat on the ground weakly, gasping loudly with a pale expression. The feeling of life and death. He could feel entirely what true horror was. His mental state was heavily affected. He could not control himself. You cannot kill this person. Ing Wuxia looked at Yi Fan plainly. He had luck inspection Immortal Gu. He could see Yi Fan's abundant luck. Ever since they escaped from Eastern Sea, He had been hiding inside Shernew's immortal Aperture, devising methods to deal with Fang Yuan's investigative killer move. Even though there was not much success, after Ing Wu Xie saw Yi Fan, he could feel a resonance in their luck. He knew that their luck was connected. Fang Yuan is the owner of Spring Autumn Cicada and was a tool of heaven's will. He returned from the future and knows who has great luck. Killing Yi Fan would harm my own luck. As for Bai Ning Bing, he is under Shadow Sect's alliance agreement. I am not afraid he will turn on us. He also has one of the 10 extreme physiques. He would be very useful in saving my main body. Ing Wu Xie thought over this, while he suddenly tossed out a rank 5 Mortal Gu. White form Immortal Snake. Bai Ning Bing received it with a perplexed expression. He recognized this Gu worm, which had left a heavy impression in him. This is a crucial clue in the old bed of the heavens surveying 5 Xiangs. Bai Ning Bing, you are the last bloodline descendant of Bai Xiang. You have the proper status to participate in the bet. Ing Wu Xie said slowly. Bai Ning Bing was silent before asking. This is the reason why your Shadow Sect is scheming to rope me in. Ing Wu Xie did not answer. He only moved as he left this place. He Lu Lan, Shernu, and Tai Bai Yunsheng followed closely after him. Bai Ning Bing gritted his teeth. He restrained the cold light in his eyes as he followed them. Yi Fan was left behind, kneeling on the ground with his arms supporting him, stopping him from collapsing as he gasped heavily. As for those demonic Path Gu masters, they were all like statues. When the wind blew, they turned into rotten black mud. Northern Plains, become Dragon Mound. Sir, you have come to help us. Our Chu sect is extremely grateful. A Strength Path Gu Immortal greeted Fang Yuan respectfully. Fang Yuan nodded, looking at the person. Before encountering Fang Yuan, in order to get Reckless Savage's true meaning and increase his Strength Path attainment level, Chu Du had spent a lot of time and effort to nurture Mortal Gu masters, to help them become Gu Immortals. As time passed, he gained a good number of Strength Path Gu Immortals. Chu Du treated them as disciples, and casually created a sect, naming it Chu Sect. Even though Chu Du is nurturing these Strength Path Gu Immortals, it is not his aim. Strength Path is declining, and these Strength Path Gu Immortals lack Immortal Gu. They are not a threat. Fang Yuan assessed as he looked at Become Dragon Mound in front of him. This mound was short and flat. It did not look amazing, but it was a true land of fortune. In Become Dragon Mound, there were lots of Transformation Path Dao marks. These Transformation Path Dao marks could allow the living beings staying here to transform into dragon beasts. There were large numbers of Dragon Gu that were produced here before, like Golden Dragon Gu, Water Dragon Gu, Earth Dragon Gu, Dragon Claw Gu, Dragon Breath Gu, Dragon Pearl Gu, and so on. Unfortunately, after He Tribe was destroyed, this place was ransacked by several Gu Immortals. But in the last few months, Bai Zu Tribe took control and started to develop, sending Gu Immortals to guard Become Dragon Mound, allocating resources to rebuild it and return it to its former glorious state. This was one of Bai Zu Tribe's important resource points. I have already investigated clearly. This place was originally guarded by He Tribe's 4th Supreme Elder, but the developments he had made here were taken away by Bai Zu Tribe's Gu Immortals, no longer present. He Tribe's 4th Supreme Elder has rank 7 cultivation level, but the Bai Zu Tribe Gu Immortal sent here only has rank 6 cultivation level. It is good for us to act. We will attack this place. Everyone is already in position. We just have to attack and fight the first battle. As long as we deal a huge blow to Bai Zu Tribe, it will surely make Heavenly Lord Bai Zu wary and give up on He Fan Grotto Heaven, returning to guard his territory. Chu Sect's Gu Immortals continued to talk, feeling excited. If Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was still a lone cultivator like before, Chu Du might have given up on defending He Fan Grotto Heaven already. But now that he was taking over He Tribe and creating his own righteous path super force, even though his territory was expanding rapidly, he gained a weakness. Strength and weakness in this world were relative. Like in the past, when Zombie Alliance took revenge on old ancestor Shuehu, Blazing Heaven Demonists did not dare to fight him head-on, but they looked to trouble Snowy Mountain's demonic path Gu Immortals, plundering their immortal materials and ruining their collection. Before long, old ancestor Shuehu could not take it anymore. He had to give in to Zombie Alliance. Chu Du had both brains and brawn. His tactic in dealing with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was definitely the best one. However, the actual effect would depend on how much damage Fang Yuan and Chu Sect's Strength Path Gu Immortals can do. Chapter 1167. Become Dragon Mound Northern Plains. Outside Become Dragon Mound. The Strength Path Gu Immortal from Chu Sect continued. It is not easy to get information on this Gu Immortal from Bai Zu Tribe. Their Gu Immortals all live inside Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's Grotto Heaven. They rarely move around in Northern Plains. It turned out, when he was still speaking, Fang Yuan had already flown out. Quick, come back. Our battle plan has not been established yet. Don't be rash. We might have two people on our side while the enemy is alone, but they have the territorial advantage. Become Dragon Mound has a set of Gu formations that can allow them to defend, as long as they last for a moment. There will be an endless stream of reinforcements from Bai Zu tribe. The Chu sect Gu Immortal quickly transmitted. He was extremely frantic. Fang Yuan did not reply to him. He flew into the air and called out, Bai Zu tribe, come out. My Chu sect is taking over. Become Dragon Mound. What Chu sect? Never heard of it. You dare to cause a scene in my Bai Zu tribe. A young Gu Immortal appeared on Become Dragon Mound, showing intense rage. We're doomed. The Chu sect Gu Immortal had his head in his hands, showing a defeated and aggrieved look. Why did Master find such a person? He is too rash. He is just too rash. The situation was good earlier, Sai? He shook his head continuously. Right now, they had no choice but to attack forcefully. The Chu sect Gu Immortal was about to appear when Fang Yuan attacked. Boom. A giant hand flew out, crushing the air like an imposing mountain. It had an incredible aura. Be it the Chu sect Gu Immortal or Bai Zu tribe's Gu Immortal, they were staring with dumbfounded expressions at this move. The Bai Zu Gu Immortal was the first to react. He shrieked, Rank 7 battle strength. You, a senior that is pretending to be weaker, aren't you ashamed? Saying so, he frantically activated Become Dragon Mound's defensive Gu formation. After activating the Gu formation, Become Dragon Mound shone in layers of bright light. The entirety of Become Dragon Mound was enveloped by it. Fang Yuan snorted. The Strength Path giant hand ignored it, slamming on the formation. Bam bam bam. The Strength Path giant hand had incredible power. Everywhere it went, the Gu formation collapsed without resistance. It could not even last 5 breaths of time. Become Dragon Mound's defensive Gu formation was crushed by Fang Yuan. It became extremely damaged. The Bai Zu Gu Immortal had a pale expression. He was only rank 6. Seeing Fang Yuan's strength, he did not dare to stay. He did not speak, rushing away immediately. Fang Yuan did not chase him. He flew towards the sky above Become Dragon Mound. Become Dragon Mound was completely ruined, but it was fine. Fang Yuan had landscape as before Immortal Gu. However, he could not use it in front of others. Thus, Fang Yuan used another Immortal Gu. Pulling Mountain. Rumble. Under the Chu sect Gu Immortal's shocked gaze, the entirety of Become Dragon Mound was pulled up by Fang Yuan before he opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and stuffed it inside. He actually took away Become Dragon Mound entirely. Chu sect's Gu Immortal stammered. He was completely incoherent. At this point, he finally realized Fang Yuan's words earlier were true. He was not exaggerating to raise morale. Junior pays respect to senior. The Chu sect Gu Immortal lowered his head, flying into the air as he greeted Fang Yuan again. He was very careful, in a state of nervousness. Fang Yuan revealed rank 6 Gu Immortal aura, but the Chu sect Gu Immortal was extremely suspicious of it. He felt that Fang Yuan was one of those senior great experts who had a strange interest in pretending to be weak. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, looking in the direction of Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. He did not do anything else. This action was huge. Bai Zu tribe would definitely act rapidly, exacting revenge with all their strength. Retreating now was the safest option. He had already obtained Become Dragon Mound anyway. As for Bai Zu tribe's Gu Immortals, there were only a few of them. They could not be killed. It was okay to kill Hei tribe Gu Immortals, but killing Bai Zu tribe Gu Immortals would truly enrage Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. That was not a wise decision. Soon, news that the tribe was getting attacked spread to Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's ears. Oh, it seems that Chu Du's force is not small. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was shocked. A total of 8 Gu Immortals, all of Strength Path. Chu Du, you have some deeply hidden plans and motives. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu squinted, speaking in an eerie tone. This rank 8 Gu Immortal had to admit. He had underestimated Chu Du. Not only did he underestimate Chu Du, he also underestimated his force. Once news got out, the entire Northern Plains Gu Immortal world would be shaken. Nobody had expected that Chu Du would gather such a group of people around him. However, if you want me to retreat like this, you are simply looking down on me. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu did not waver at all. He continued to stay, considering all sorts of methods to try and enter Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. As expected, once information got out, the Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, which had just calmed down, went into a commotion again. Bai Zu tribe was attacked by an unknown force. It suffered a huge loss, losing a number of its resource points. The biggest loss was Become Dragon Mound. The area had simply turned into a giant pit. Bai Zu tribe was like an enraged lion. It bare its fangs and claws, wanting to take revenge. But Chu sect's Gu Immortals came and left quickly. With a well-executed battle tactic, they did not lose any members. A few days later, Fang Yuan looked at the battle reports in Langya Blessed Land. This means, Hei Fan Grotto Heaven's danger has not been resolved yet. After all, this time, even though Chu's sect attacked at full force, causing a huge commotion, Bai Zu tribe did not suffer a huge loss. The biggest loss was become Dragon Mound. The rest of the areas were originally quite damaged, they had not been fully restored. And because these Strength Path Gu immortals have few Immortal Gu, their battle strength is low, they could only cause little damage. All in all, the commotion is greater than the effect. No wonder Heavenly Lord Bai Zu could endure it and continue to attack He Fan Grotto Heaven without going back. This way, the situation was in a deadlock. The fight over the ownership of He Fan Grotto Heaven was split into two battlefields. One was Chu Du defending He Fan Grotto Heaven, while Heavenly Lord Bai Zu tried to invade it. Chu Du was very passive, as Heavenly Lord Bai Zu had the initiative. The other was Chu sect attacking Bai Zu tribe's territories. Chu sect had the initiative, while Bai Zu tribe had to defend. In conclusion, Chu Du's side is weaker. Fang Yuan's side. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu with rank 8 cultivation level was much stronger. The reason why he could not display it was because he was trying to invade the grotto heaven of an even stronger rank 8 Gu immortal. Gu immortals with more Dao marks would face more difficulty in entering blessed lands or grotto heavens. Rank 8 Gu immortals could not even enter blessed lands. If they tried, the entire blessed land would burst from exceeding its capacity. And even though Bai Zu tribe had been created recently, it did not have a weak foundation. It took in many members of He tribe. Its combined strength exceeded Chu sect. Chu sect was able to have the advantage the first time because it launched a sneak attack. It caught the Bai Zu tribe members off guard. If they tried this again, the other party would be wary. It would be less easy and safe. At this rate, there is a high chance of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu taking over He Fan Grotto Heaven. However, Chu Du still has his trump cards. Fang Yuan decided to wait and see. A few days later, the entire Chu sect was worried about Chu Du's safety. They wanted to launch another attack and invited Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan rejected them, telling them not to act rashly. Chu sect did not listen to Fang Yuan, but soon, Chu Du sent a letter to restrain them. Even though Chu Du was being attacked by a rank 8 Gu immortal, he had a clear mind. He could look at the situation and assess it accurately. This move was very strategic. He preserved Chu sect's foundation. The situation fell into a deadlock again. Next, it will depend on how Chu Du reacts. Fang Yuan did not believe that the great domination immortal would stop here. He forgot about this matter for the time being. The fifth earthly calamity was already over. His focus was on developing his immortal aperture. After taking Become Dragon Mound, Mini Southern Border obtained another named mountain. Even though Become Dragon Mound did not look amazing, it had deep foundations. It successfully overthrew Immortal Succession Mountain, becoming the second most valuable mountain after Five Light Mountain. In Mini Western Desert, there was a rotten dark swamp, filled with dark path Dao marks. Fang Yuan had already used enough self-will Gu to completely cleanse away the lingering heaven's will in it. Other than that, in Mini Eastern Sea, there was a new blood lake that was isolated from the outside sea. This blood lake had the blood of desolate beasts and Gu immortals added by Fang Yuan. Blood asset Immortal Gu was placed in it, floating inside the blood lake. This Immortal Gu had been overused by Fang Yuan in a previous calamity. It was heavily damaged. Thus, it was placed here, recovering slowly. Fang Yuan used his divine sense and looked at it, realizing that blood asset Immortal Gu was still quite far from a full recovery. But this blood path Immortal Gu could already be considered easy to heal. Other Immortal Gu would require parallel refinement methods to recover. Not only would the difficulty be high, the risk would also be high. Among my Dao marks, the one most suited to me is my high number of blood path Dao marks. But I only have one Immortal Gu, blood asset. If I can refine blood deity, Fang Yuan's plan of refining blood deity had been going on for some time. Inside Langya Blessed Land, White Hair Continent, Yellow Hair Continent, and Black Hair Continent had been in war for many years. Hold on. You have to persevere. Our reinforcements are here. The leader of the black-haired Gu masters shouted, attempting to raise the morale. On this battlefield, only a small part of the black-haired army was left. The rest of the place was occupied by the allied white-haired and yellow-haired armies. Black-haired Gu masters fought bravely, but they had limited troops. They were shrinking in number. Croak. Right at this moment, the croaking of a toad resounded in the battlefield like thunder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A huge tide flowed, sweeping the battlefield. Everywhere it went, countless white-haired and yellow-haired troops were washed away. At once, the allied army suffered huge losses. A black-hair rank 5 Gu master. Oh no, it is that toad Gu master Fang Zheng. The allied white and yellow-haired armies were in chaos. We are saved, it is Fang Zheng. The black-haired Gu masters had complex emotions. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Zheng stood on the back of the river swallowing toad. He was dressed in a blue robe. entering the battlefield with a rush of his tides. Rumble. He suddenly attacked. His offense was extremely strong, rampaging in the battlefield. Everywhere he went, troops fell over their horses. The allied army was sent into chaos by him. Chapter 1168. Lightning Refinement. Fang Yuan. You have finally become a strong expert. In all 3 continents, your current strength is at least top 10. Fang Yuan's fake will purposely praised in his mind. Fang Zheng replied plainly. With enough accumulated growth, it happens naturally. These last years, he killed mercilessly. Under the pressure of life and death, he was gradually understanding Fang Yuan's emotions when he slaughtered his clan. He had no choice. Either you die or I die. Fang Zheng was still unable to forgive Fang Yuan, but he understood the reason why he did it. His deep hatred had faded slowly as time passed, after Fang Yuan's fake will helped him to escape danger time and time again. Run! We are not Fang Zheng's match. Soon, the allied white and yellow-haired Gu master army broke apart. Fang Zheng did not talk to the black-haired Gu masters. He cleared out the battlefield and left, leaving behind black-haired Gu masters who were looking at him with complex expressions as he left. So he is that rumored human Gu master. Amazing. In the blink of an eye, victory was decided. Unfortunately, he offended the higher-ups, and is not a hairy man. No matter how big his contributions are, he can only reach this stage. Even though I am grateful to him, for my own future, I should keep a distance from him. Langya blessed land. After receiving the fake will, Fang Yuan had an understanding expression. Oh, it seems that Fang Zheng is going to be ready soon, but Blood Deity's recipe has not been completed. Should I divert some of my energy towards this? Originally, according to Fang Yuan's plans, he was going to use the Light of Wisdom to deduce Blood Deity's recipe. It was the fastest way. But the Light of Wisdom was unusable now. Fang Yuan might as well deduce it himself. It would be more quickly this way than trying to use it again. But thinking about it, Fang Yuan gave up on this alluring option. Firstly, he had He Fan's time path true inheritance. He did not lack methods. Refining Blood Deity was only icing on the cake. On the other hand, Blood Path was not doing well in the current period. Once he used it, he would be chased down by all kinds of Gu immortals. From Fang Yuan's perspective, the 5 regions chaotic war was the best time to display Blood Path again. Ever since he took Become Dragon Mound, these last days, Fang Yuan had been waiting for Chu Du to act while cultivating diligently. His profits were starting to decline, because a large number of the resources in He Fan Grotto Heaven had already been sold by him. A lot of the resources in He Fan Grotto Heaven could not grow in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. He could only sell them in exchange for the things he needed. This way, his profits increased rapidly. But these were non-replenishable resources. After a few months, he ran out of them. Even though Fang Yuan earned a lot of immortal essence stones, he also used a lot of them. An earthly calamity every 2 months was simply too frequent. And recently, Fang Yuan had fought in He Fan Grotto Heaven, Eastern Sea, and Become Dragon Mound. He used rank 7 Immortal Gu, thus his green grape immortal essence expenditure was huge. And because he was developing his immortal aperture, he had invested a lot in it. His immortal essence stones came and went like a flowing river. Even though the quantity was huge, he was not left with much to keep. Currently, the only thing that can allow me to grow rapidly is to use the Light of Wisdom after settling the soul path trap in my immortal zombie body. Other than that, I can obtain information path methods to resolve the alliance agreements that I have. It will allow me to deal with the different forces and relationships more freely. I would be able to make full use of them. I can also rise to rank 7 and obtain Red Date Immortal Essence. It will greatly lower my expenditure and give me a qualitative growth. Fang Yuan was aware of his options, but that did not mean he could easily succeed in doing them. He was at an impasse in his cultivation. Unless he had a fortuitous encounter, he could only get through these hurdles slowly. But how could fortuitous encounters come whenever he wanted them? Even if they did, Fang Yuan had to be wary of whether they were part of Heaven's Will's plot. Fang Yuan spent 2 hours cultivating his soul. In the remaining time, he would use Sword Eyebrows Immortal Gu to increase his number of Sword Path Down marks, or go to the outside world and use Star Eyes Immortal Gu to refine the stars in Black Heaven. Other than this, he had to spend a lot of effort in training his Time Path killer moves to gain more proficiency to use them in actual battles. He was mainly working on developing his immortal aperture. Speaking of which, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's initial stage arrangements were not completed yet. The reason was that he had too many Immortal Gu. For him to be self-sufficient and not rely on the outside world, he would need to rely on the production in his Sovereign Immortal Aperture to feed all of his Immortal Gu. At that time, his initial stage developments would be completed. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan had many rank 8 Immortal Gu. He had just started gathering the food of Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu. There was no follow-up yet. He had no choice. This was his limit. Every day, He was making the most of every second. He was very stingy towards the use of his time on specific objectives, but his time and energy were limited. Fang Yuan could only think carefully before cultivating the most important aspects that he had chosen. Such hard work caused Fang Yuan to improve rapidly. Almost every day, he made great progress. The sovereign immortal Aperture defied heaven itself. Fang Yuan's hard work was simply inhuman. He was ruthless towards others, but was even stricter and more cruel towards himself. With these two elements, his immortal Aperture's development was rapid. Fang Yuan's strength was rising all the time. Half a month passed like this, until Fang Yuan finally received Chu Du's letter. In the letter, Chu Du invited Fang Yuan to help. Once they succeeded, he would pay Fang Yuan hugely. Chu Du spoke very courteously and humbly, almost as if he had forgotten Fang Yuan was his ally. Chu Du could control himself for so long. It is quite extraordinary. Fine, I will make the trip. Fang Yuan was mentally prepared long ago. He immediately left. A day and a night later, he arrived at the secret meeting location. When he reached, many Gu immortals had already arrived. Senior, you have arrived. The one who came to welcome Fang Yuan was the Chu sect Gu immortal who had went with Fang Yuan to take down Become Dragon Mound. Allow me to make the introductions. These are experts that Master has called for reinforcements. This is Senior Hao Jun. Hao Jun had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He had a beard and a muscular body. He nodded at Fang Yuan. This is Senior Cho Lao Wu. Chu sect's Gu immortal continued. Cho Lao Wu had a dismal-looking face. His body was thin and dry. His back was hunched. He smiled at Fang Yuan with his uneven yellow teeth. His appearance was extremely ugly. This is Senior Li Si Chun. The Chu sect Gu immortal said with an evasive gaze. This Gu immortal was quite unique. He had a square face, with thick brows and huge eyes. His nose bridge was very tall. His chest had thick black hair that was exposed. He was a man, but he wore a flowery skirt. Seeing Fang Yuan, his eyes shined brightly as he pulled his flowery skirt, saying seductively, "Oh my goodness, it's a handsome little brother." The Chu sect Gu immortal shuddered. He immediately moved past this person, arriving at the final Gu immortal. This is Senior Immortal Wang Wan. Immortal Wang had a short stature. He had a red nose and triangular little eyes. Looking at Fang Yuan as he said, "We have already introduced ourselves. You are the last one here. Why don't you introduce yourself to us?" Fang Yuan smiled plainly. "I have nothing much to say. I am just a lone cultivator. You can call me Lu Guanyi." Lu Guanyi. The Chu sect Gu immortal quickly memorized this name. This was the first time he had heard Fang Yuan's name, because he easily chased away the Bai Zu tribe Gu immortal and even took away Become Dragon Mound. He had developed a strong interest and curiosity in Fang Yuan, and even a little admiration. In fact, he was not the only one. The other Chu sect Gu immortals also paid a lot of attention to Fang Yuan. After all, they mainly cultivated strength path. Fang Yuan's strength path battle strength was immense. In this world where strength path was declining, he was like their shining beacon of hope. Lu Guanyi. Hao Jun muttered, seemingly trying to remember this name. The others also etched this name deep in their minds. To be invited by Chu Du, and have the guts to deal with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu, he was definitely not ordinary. Hao Jun and the rest had rank 7 cultivation level. Of course, Fang Yuan was currently using familiar face. He was also emitting rank 7 aura. "Darling Lu, I heard that you uprooted the entirety of Become Dragon Mound and took it away. You are so capable." Li Si Chun laughed in an enticing manner, approaching Fang Yuan. All of the immortals felt goosebumps over their bodies. Fang Yuan was unmoved. He stared at Li Si Chun with a cold expression. He said plainly, "Stay away from me." The hearts of the other invited immortals shuddered. Fang Yuan emitted a trace of deep killing intent that was bone-chilling. These invited immortals were all knowledgeable people. They instantly knew that this person was an evildoer who had killed countless people and was filled with ruthlessness. The Chu sect Gu immortals around them had little experience. They could not sense Fang Yuan's ferocious nature. The Gu immortal who was doing the introductions for Fang Yuan earlier said, "According to Master's arrangement, us Chu sect Gu immortals have low battle strength. We will not participate. We will be relying on you seniors. Once we succeed, Master will definitely compensate you well. Tell us about the battle plan." Immortal Wang said. The Chu sect Gu immortals said some shocking things. "Master has devised a conclusive plan. Seniors, we hope that you will work together and attack Iron Eagle Blessed Land. At the same time, Snowy Mountain, First Peak." The Refinement Path Gu formation was shining in golden light. It was so condensed it was almost solid, firmly cast over the peak of the Snow Mountain. Within the light, Lady Wan Shou and Old Ancestor Shui who were standing in front of Ma Hongyun. Lady Wan Shou was extremely tired. She was carefully taking out a ball of lightning. The ball of lightning was fist-sized. There were sparks inside, creating thunderous sounds. The exterior was protruding at times, at one glance. One could tell this lightning ball was unstable. What are you trying to do? No, Noah, Ma Hongyun screamed. He had a frantic expression, but his entire body was immobilized. He could not move. This is the final crucial step, Lady Wanshou said, pushing the lightning ball towards Ma Hongyun. The lightning ball quickly fused into Ma Hongyun's chest, vanishing instantly. Ah! Ma Hongyun was hit by intense waves of lightning. His body was shaking as he raised his head. He was screaming loudly with all his strength. Chapter 1169, Sudden Attack on Iron Eagle Blessed Land. 1/2. Lightning crackled. Ma Hongyun quickly fainted as his eyes rolled over, saliva leaking out of his mouth. He had completely lost consciousness, but his body was still shaking intensely. The lightning started out strong and slowly weakened, until it vanished. Old Ancestor Shui, whose expression sank. Ma Hongyun's lightning refinement failed. If they succeeded, why would Ma Hongyun still be around? He would be refined by lightning. His flesh and bones would be gone. Only a lump of golden luck essence would be left. Lady Wanshou let out a gasp. There was paleness on her beautiful face. She was the one using lightning refinement on Ma Hongyun. It was a crucial step in refining fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. Now that she failed, Lady Wanshou suffered a heavy backlash. She was injured. Dear. Old Ancestor Shui, who had an anxious tone, he expressed concern in his gaze. Lady Wanshou smiled at him lightly, saying softly, "Don't worry, I can endure such a level of injury. I just need to rest for half a day, and I will recover." Old Ancestor Shui, who let out a breath. "That is good." Pausing for a while, he continued, "Even though we failed this time, it is fine. This is only the first attempt. We have prepared ample refinement materials." "That's right," Lady Wanshou acknowledged. "Even though we failed once, and have to start over, this refinement path Gu formation preserves much of our beforehand successes. The second refinement will definitely go smoothly. Let me rest for half a day. After I recover, we will start over." How could Immortal Gu refinement succeed at the first attempt? Especially rank 8 Immortal Gu, the success rate was absurdly low. In the past, when He Fan refined years flow like water Immortal Gu, he failed consecutively. He even lost confidence in it after many failures. Thus, Old Ancestor Shui and Lady Wanshou did not put this failure to heart. They were very confident. "Dear, why the rush? It is fine if you rest for a few days. You may not know yet, another storm is brewing in northern plains. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu and Chu Du are fighting over the ownership of He Fan Grotto Heaven. Right now, they are in a deadlock, but I am sure Chu Du has backup plans. He has just not used them yet." Old Ancestor Shui smiled, explaining the details to her. Oh, Lady Wanshou heard this, and joy flashed across her face. Old Ancestor Shui was refining fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. The risks involved were not just the rank 8 Immortal Gu refinement itself. Northern Plains had other rank 8 Gu Immortals. They were unwilling to see Old Ancestor Shui obtain a rank 8 Immortal Gu and become even stronger. Thus, Old Ancestor Shui had to keep a close watch on these rank 8 existences. Since Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was fighting with Chu Du now, for Old Ancestor Shui, it was a wonderful thing. However, after Lady Wanshou heard his words, she shook her head firmly, rejecting Old Ancestor Shui's suggestion. "I only need half a day of rest." This refinement path Gu formation was created by Sun Ming Lu, who mimicked Regret Pool. It has several functions of Regret Pool, but it can only last for a day. Resting half a day is the limit. I need to refine Gu using the rest of the time. So that's it. Old Ancestor Shui realized. He said with much concern, "Dear, it has been hard on you. No matter, it is an extremely exciting thing for me to be able to refine a rank 8 Immortal Gu." Lady Wanshou's eyes shone with dazzling brilliance. That night, moonlight shone on the grasslands. Several figures approached Iron Eagle Blessed Land stealthily. They were Fang Yuan, Hao Zhen, Chou Lao Wu, Li Si Chun, and Immortal Wang. Iron Eagle Blessed Land was He Tribe's headquarters originally, but after they were wiped out, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu took over and made it the main base of Bai Zu tribe. At this moment, Iron Eagle Blessed Land was hidden in empty space. It could not be seen. From the outside, Fang Yuan took a glance, only to see that the green grass was reflecting the moonlight like a lake. It was extremely lush. The night's winds blew on one's face, like the hands of one's lover. It was a harmonious scene, but Fang Yuan and his fellow Gu immortals were overflowing with battle intent. Flames were burning in their hearts. Chu Du's battle plan made Fang Yuan feel admiration towards him. Chu Du endured for half a month. It was not a short time. He planned secretly and gathered his strength, bursting it out as he attacked the enemy's base. If Iron Eagle Blessed Land were to be successfully taken down, it would greatly influence Bai Zu tribe. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu might truly be forced to return and give up on He Fan Grotto Heaven. Chu Du has some brains indeed. He is taking advantage of Bai Zu tribe's inner conflict. Hao Zhan smiled. Hee, Bai Zu tribe took in He tribe. They assimilated the He tribe Gu immortals. Even though the He tribe Gu immortals changed their surnames to Bai Zu, they have genuine Huang Jin bloodline. They are being ostracized. Just now, almost all of He tribe's Gu immortals were sent out to defend the important resource points. But the Bai Zu Gu immortals were staying guard inside Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Chou Laowu added. Because Chu Sec's Gu immortals were hidden, they could attack at any time. Bai Zu tribe's outside resources could not be unguarded. This type of defense mission was very difficult. It was far more dangerous than guarding Iron Eagle Blessed Land. After all, the Gu formations at the resource points were rebuilt after they were destroyed earlier. Because these points were far from each other, when a single Gu immortal defended one area, it was easy for many enemies to attack them at once. Darling Chu is simply a heroic genius. I was thinking earlier, which resource point should we choose to attack this time for Darling Chu? But to think that we would attack Iron Eagle Blessed Land directly. Every time I think about Darling Chu, my heart pounds so quickly. He is really amazing. Li Si-chun curled his flowery fingers as he clutched his chest, showing a look of attraction and infatuation. Hao Zhan and Chou Laowu beside him felt their hair standing. They quickly moved away from him, as far as possible. All right, we have to strike fast. Who has a method to break into Iron Eagle Blessed Land? Why are you not going ahead with it? Fang Yuan asked coldly. Li Si-chun's eyes shined brightly. Darling Lu is so cool. I am really moved. Fang Yuan said expressionlessly. F***ck off, will you? Li Si-chun gasped, holding his chest as he took a few steps back, shaking his head. I am so upset. My heart is about to shatter. As if he could not stand Li Si-chun's amorous words, Immortal Wang stood up. Like what Fang Yuan had estimated, among them, someone had a way to break into blessed lands rapidly. This was not Fang Yuan's confidence in these strangers. It was his confidence in Chu. He was an intelligent person. Why would he not think of this when devising a plan to attack Iron Eagle Blessed Land? Immortal Wang's throat emitted a sound. His aura rose intensely as countless Gu worm auras emanated from his body. With a bright flash, Immortal Wang turned into a giant hound. This hound had white fur, like snow. It had 4 strong limbs and a big head. Its eyes were pale and colorless, without any pupils. Li Si-chun gasped as he cried out. This is an immemorial desolate beast, heaven-swallowing hound. Hao Zhan and Chou Laowu looked at each other, feeling joy and surprise. Did it mean he had rank 8 battle strength? Fang Yuan shook his head calmly. Even if he became a heaven-swallowing hound, he only has rank 7 cultivation level. How can he have rank 8 battle strength? If he did, why would Fang Yuan, Hao Zhan, and the rest need to come? Just Immortal Wang alone could take down Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Furthermore, if he had rank 8 battle strength, he would be famous in Northern Plains. How could Chu Du invite him over so easily? At this moment, the heaven-swallowing hound that Immortal Wang turned into burst out with countless Gu worm auras again. These auras intertwined. Instantly, another immortal killer move was conjured. The heaven-swallowing hound suddenly opened its mouth, biting at the space in front of it. Space shook. A shadow was torn out, entering the heaven-swallowing hound's mouth. Next, shocked shouts could be heard. Who is it? You dare to devour our Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Enemy attack. Like the shattering of a mirror, a huge gap was created. Fang Yuan and the others could see the scene inside Iron Eagle Blessed Land. The Bai Zu Gu immortals reacted quickly. Several figures flew over, wanting to block Fang Yuan and the rest. Immortal Wang turned back to human form, saying weakly, I need to recuperate. It is up to all of you now. Seeing his pale face, turning into the immemorial desolate beast was clearly beyond his limits. Or perhaps, that immortal killer move earlier had a strong drawback. Boom. Fang Yuan stomped, creating a huge pit on the ground. Before Immortal Wang finished his words, he had shot out like a cannon, charging over imposingly. He was the first to invade, entering Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Such guts. Look at our Immortal Gu. The Gu immortals from Bai Zu tribe faced him. Among them, there were rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals. They attacked fiercely. Fang Yuan snorted, pushing with his right hand. With a loud sound, air burst as a huge giant hand slammed in that direction. Fighting offense with offense. Fang Yuan displayed incredible battle strength. He was extremely powerful. The Strength Path giant hand crushed the layers of attacks by the Bai Zu Gu immortals. Thereafter, it flew towards the Bai Zu Gu immortals. But after blocking the attacks earlier, the Strength Path giant hand did not have enough force left. A Bai Zu Gu immortal attacked fiercely. With a swoosh, countless golden needles flew out of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it pierced countless holes in the giant hand, before flying towards Fang Yuan. A cold light flashed deep within Fang Yuan's dark eyes. Sword escape, Immortal Gu. In an instant, his speed rose drastically. He flew deep into Iron Eagle-blessed land like a flying sword. Bai Zu tribe's Gu immortals were shocked by his speed. Hao Zhan, Chou Lao Wu, and Li Si Chun, these three immortals behind him, were very shocked too. They were hoping that Fang Yuan would be in front, diverting the firepower away from them. But would Fang Yuan let them take advantage of him? At the next moment, a Gu immortal from Bai Zu tribe chased after Fang Yuan relentlessly. The other Gu immortals remained on the spot, blocking Hao Zhan, Chou Lao Wu, and Li Si Chun. Countless attacks flew out like torrential rain. A chaotic battle ensued. The Gu immortals could not care about anything else. They were all stuck here. Fang Yuan flew into the sky. His investigative methods had been activated long ago. He could see many traces left behind during the Battle of He Tribe. Chapter 1170. Sudden Attack on Iron Eagle-blessed land. Two halves. Even though Iron Eagle-blessed land was taken over by Bai Zu tribe, it had only operated for a short time. Even though it was being renewed, it was still far from He tribe's prime. Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He could see many eagle nests floating in the sky. There are few resources on the ground, but the sky has at least 100 eagle nests. It seems that Bai Zu tribe's strategy is to develop Iron Eagle-blessed land's specialty and fully place effort in raising Iron Crown eagles and other desolate beasts. Fang Yuan realized this was clearly a good strategy. Raising desolate beasts and selling them in Treasure Yellow Heaven would grant a huge profit for each of them. Last time, I could not be here for the destruction of He tribe. This time, I can earn a huge profit and snatch all of these eagle nests. Fang Yuan felt excitement. He was very perceptive. At one glance, he could tell that in the entirety of Iron Eagle-blessed land, the most valuable thing were these eagle nests. And there was a crucial point. These eagle nests were easy to take, unlike the other resources. Evil scoundrel, stop! Behind him, a Bai Zu tribe Gu immortal was frantically shouting. It seems that I need to get rid of this problem. Fang Yuan sneered, turning around and charging towards the pursuer. This pursuer was called Bai Zu Wei. He had rank 7 cultivation level, and was the leader of the defenders of Iron Eagle-blessed land. Just earlier, he was the one who sent out all of He tribe's Gu immortals to the resource points in the outside world to defend them. He felt that Iron Eagle-blessed land was still safe, but Chu Du's strategies had outmaneuvered him. This attack came too quickly. When Fang Yuan and the others attacked, it was like lightning had struck Bai Zu Wei's heart. If Iron Eagle-blessed land suffered a huge loss, as the leader, he would have to bear the responsibility. Thus, he was very anxious now. He made up his mind. Even if he had to put his life on the line, he had to defend Iron Eagle-blessed land. Thus, Bai Zu Wei's facial muscles moved when he saw Fang Yuan charging at him. He showed a ruthless expression. He did not dodge. Instead, he rushed at Fang Yuan with an even fiercer stance. Oh! Fang Yuan's gaze shined. He saw that his opponent's body was shining in golden light. A metal path Gu immortal? He seems to be very confident in his defense. Fang Yuan had this thought in his mind as he turned around, flying in the backward left direction. Sword escape Immortal Gu's speed was extraordinary, but he did not gain any distance from Bai Zu Wei. He used his Immortal Killer move. His speed was not any slower. Even though Bai Zu tribe's Gu immortals have always lived inside Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's Grotto Heaven, they are not weak at all because of this rank 8 Gu immortals nurturing. Then, let me see your investigative methods. Fang Yuan's body shook. He used the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self. Rumble. At the next moment, countless Fang Yuan phantoms appeared, filling up half of the sky. Bai Zu Wei's expression of rage and anxiety froze. He used his investigative killer move next. His eyes turned golden. 2 rays of light seemed to be shooting out from his eyes as he started looking around. My investigative Immortal Killer move was created by Heavenly Lord himself. No matter where you are hiding, how can you escape my detection? Bai Zu Wei was confident. But next, after a few breaths of time, he was stunned. How can this be? Where is his true body? I can't see it. He was extremely shocked. He would not know. Even though his investigative killer move was good, Fang Yuan's familiar face was immensely better. The former was created by Heavenly Lord Bai Zu, but the latter was a move famously used by thieving heaven demon Venerable. Boom boom boom. Eagle nests broke open as Fang Yuan manipulated the Myriad Self army, attacking these eagle nests with full force. In the eagle nests, there were young eagles and eggs that had not hatched yet. Their homes were wrecked. The young eagles were chirping, moving out, and fighting with Fang Yuan's phantoms. Fang Yuan's phantoms had low quality. They could not fight against the young desolate beast eagles. However, the number of phantoms was too high. They could attack from every direction. The young desolate beast eagles could not defend the nests. Soon, eagle nests were destroyed as they fell from the sky. No! Bai Zu Wei shouted, rushing over, using a metal path killer move to try and catch an eagle nest that was falling. He next carefully placed it on the ground as it descended. Using this chance, Fang Yuan revealed his true self. He used Strength Path Giant Hand and grabbed an eagle nest, stuffing it into his immortal aperture. His immortal aperture's entrance opened and closed, stuffing an eagle nest inside. Bai Zu saved the eagle nest in front of him. He had just let out a breath of air when he saw this scene. Immediately, his eyes turned red as he furiously shouted, "No! Damn thief, return our eagle nest." Saying this, he pounced at Fang Yuan with a ferocious aura. Fang Yuan's lips curled. He smiled sinisterly as he entered the myriad self-army, manipulating these strength path phantoms to scatter. Bai Zu was stunned. His investigative method could not expose familiar face. He could only attack randomly, betting on chance. But how could his luck surpass Fang Yuan, who had dogshit luck Immortal Gu, and had also used Connect Luck on 4 lucky people? Like this, Fang Yuan manipulated the myriad self-army, attacking eagle nests everywhere. Bai Zu was alone and could not find Fang Yuan's true body. He could only rush everywhere, desperately salvaging the situation. Fang Yuan used this chance to strike, taking more eagle nests into his immortal aperture. Bai Zu roared angrily, but he was helpless to stop him. His lungs were bursting from anger. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Shameless thief! Fight me fairly and openly if you have the balls to do so." Fang Yuan ignored him. Bai Zu screamed again, "You cowardly bastard! You are running around like a rat. How dare you invade my Bai Zu tribe?" Fang Yuan stored another eagle nest. Bai Zu had bloodshot eyes. His voice was hoarse. "You will not remain smug for long. You have offended Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. Even if you run to the ends of the world, we will find you and deal with you." Fang Yuan laughed heartily, chanting on the spot, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The eagle nests are in my hands. What can Bai Zu tribe's Gu immortals do to me? Guh. Bai Zu spat out a mouthful of blood from pure anger. In fact, these eagle nests were managed by him. He poured his blood and sweat into each of them. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu would not care about these things. He trusted and gave him the authority to manage them. But Bai Zu tribe did not have much resources. Bai Zu was putting in a lot of effort to try and increase the resource production. These eagle nests were his biggest hope in helping Bai Zu tribe ascend and break free from financial problems. But these beautiful prospects were ruined by this accursed Fang Yuan. "I will not let you off. I will not let you off even if I die." Bai Zu screamed. He was spitting out blood and having a shrill voice, but the hatred in his voice made Immortal Wang, who had just arrived, feel a chill down his spine. How many eagle nests did this Lu Guani take to make Bai Zu so enraged? Immortal Wang reacted. He felt envious and jealous. He wanted the person Bai Zu was cursing to be himself. Hao Zhen, Chou Lao Wu, and Li Si Chun were still fighting. Where is Immortal Wang? He entered the place. This dog actually went on a detour and made a new entrance at the back. The 3 immortals conversed. They were anxious and furious. They wanted to go inside too and scavenge for resources, but Bai Zu tribe's Gu immortals were blocking their entry. These Bai Zu tribe Gu immortals could not be killed. Fang Yuan knew this. Hao Zhen and the rest also knew that this was their bottom line. Bai Zu tribe was just established. They only had these few Gu immortals. They were all nurtured by Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. If they died, it would mean becoming enemies with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu without any hope of reconciliation. If Heavenly Lord Bai Zu did not take revenge, he would not have any face to remain in Northern Plains. Attacking Iron Eagle blessed land and making Bai Zu tribe lose some resources, or even killing some He tribe Gu immortals was fine. The important thing was, these Bai Zu tribe Gu immortals could not die. Chu Du had placed much emphasis on this point before they went. Chu Du did not want to be a mortal enemy with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. In terms of strength, Bai Zu tribe's Gu immortals were inferior to Hao Zhen, Chou Lao Wu, and Li Si Chun. These 3 ranked 7 Gu immortals, but they were united and fought together. The 3 immortals were actually suppressed instead. Li Si Chun shouted, "Let's retreat first." The other 2 immortals reacted, immediately moving back. Bai Zu tribe's Gu immortals chased after them. As the 3 immortals split up, "Quickly come back. This is the outside world of Northern Plains. We are not reinforced by Iron Eagle blessed land. There are already enemies inside the blessed land. Let's go back and help Lord Wei." Bai Zu tribe's Gu immortals chased for a while before returning to Iron Eagle blessed land. The 3 immortals saw a chance and flew back immediately. Among them, Li Si Chun went to the entrance created by Immortal Wang, successfully getting into Iron Eagle blessed land. Bai Zu tribe's Gu immortals were panicking. The entrance could not be blocked anymore. Even if they went to the bigger gap in space, they could not change the situation. They were also concerned about Bai Zu's safety. After all, 3 rank 7 Gu immortals had already entered Iron Eagle blessed land. "Let's go find Lord Wei first." This was a wise decision. Without anyone guarding it, Hao Zhen and Chou Laowu got into the blessed land as well. Quick, quick, we are the last ones in. Go and see what resources there are, and get them for ourselves. Hao Zhen and Chou Laowu were extremely hurried. Gu immortals needed resources to cultivate. This was their foundation for cultivation. Without resources, they could do nothing. This time, the immortals came to attack Bai Zu tribe. Their own objective was to gain benefits. Without profits, how could anyone resolve themselves to offend a rank 8 Gu immortal? Alright, these soft jades are all mine. Li Sichun licked his lips, unsatisfied. The soft jade beach in front of him was newly built by Bai Zu tribe. Unfortunately, there were only a few hundred soft jades on the beach. The largest one was only basin-sized. Li Sichun was not satisfied. This is the third resource point I have found. There are so little resources. Damn, Bai Zu tribe is so poor. What's the point of trying to become a super force? Li Sichun stood with his hands on his waist as he cursed. Oh, wait, no. He raised his head, looking at the sky with a flickering gaze. Damn, why did I forget about this? He patted his forehead, rapidly flying into the sky. There were only 3 eagle nests in the sky. Countless Fang Yuan phantoms were still flying in the sky, diverting Bai Zu Wei's attention. Fang Yuan's true body was hidden among them. No matter how Bai Zu Wei cursed him, he refused to come out. Chapter 1171. Wind Thunder Roar. Thankfully, Bai Zu Wei was no longer as stifled as before. He chased Immortal Wang all over the place. Immortal Wang turned into a falling star hound. He was fast as he ran, shouting, "Why are you only chasing me? I did not even get a single eagle nest. It was all Lu Guanyi. Are you blind? Do you have a brain? You will all die. You will all die." Bai Zu Wei was beyond angry. He could not find Fang Yuan's true body. He could only take it out in Immortal Wang. Immortal Wang was strong, but he did not dare to make a killing move against Bai Zu Wei, so he could only run away. Thanks to him drawing Bai Zu Wei's attention, Fang Yuan successfully obtained another eagle nest. Bai Zu Wei charged towards him, but Fang Yuan smiled, using the same move to hide among the myriad self-army. Bai Zu Wei roared loudly. He was extremely angry. Countless golden needles rained down like a storm, pouring. Countless myriad self-phantoms were destroyed, but Fang Yuan used it again, replenishing the phantoms. This tactic was too shameless. Bai Zu Wei was breathing roughly from anger. At this time, Bai Zu tribe's other Gu immortals arrived. Where are our eagle nests? Lord Wei, are you alright? Scoundrel, return out eagle nests. Bai Zu tribe's Gu immortals were furious. They were currently experiencing He tribe's Gu immortals' feelings when their headquarters were attacked and taken over, the rage and helplessness they felt. At the same time, Li Sichun arrived too. Hearing the screams of Bai Zu tribe's Gu immortals, he easily understood what was going on. He looked at the falling star hound that Immortal Wang had turned into, saying enviously, "Immortal Wang, you truly made great gains." The falling star hound, who was full of injuries, heard this and burst out angrily, speaking human language. "Woof! What damn gains? I did not get a single thing." Li Sichun rolled his eyes, pointing at the falling star hound. "Sigh, who are you kidding? Look at how petty you are. I am not after your gains." Immortal Wang was almost jumping from rage. "Woof! So be it if you do not believe me. All the good stuff has been taken by that crafty Lu Guanyi." Li Sichun was stunned. Before looking at the army of myriad self-phantoms, his eyes shined. To think that darling Lu has such amazing methods. I am truly seeing him in a different light. As he said that, something happened over there with Bai Zu tribe's immortals. Green light burst into the sky. A huge green giant formed. Its imposing aura enveloped the entire battlefield. "None of you will escape." The green giant shouted. It was loud as thunder, echoing in Iron Eagle blessed land. Immortal Wang, who had become a falling star hound, saw this and ran rapidly with all 4 legs. Li Sichun screamed, "Oh mother! Ancient battle formation, Green City Rampage." Before finishing his words, he turned around and ran. Ancient battle formation, Green City Rampage. It was an amazing method that could rival rank 8 Gu immortals. After Heavenly Lord Bai Zu recruited the 4 supreme elders of He tribe, he obtained it and gave it to Bai Zu tribe's Gu immortals to learn it. This time, the Bai Zu Gu immortals were using this formation for the first time in battle. Boom! The green giant clapped. Golden light shone, instantly destroying all of the myriad self-phantoms in the battlefield. Fang Yuan's true body was hiding in an eagle nest. He had transformed into a small eagle. His heartbeat was accelerating. As expected of Green City Rampage, my myriad self-phantoms were instantly destroyed, yet the 3 eagle nests were unharmed. By gathering everyone's strength, the attacks of the Bai Zu tribe immortals became much stronger, and their manipulation also became more precise. It is a pity they are still unable to find me. Familiar face, was this useful? Without luck inspection or similarly special methods, it was almost unstoppable. The green giant's eyes burst out with golden light. The Bai Zu Gu immortals activated all sorts of investigative killer moves, but they could not find Fang Yuan. Bai Zu Wei snorted coldly, suddenly moving the giant's hand, grabbing an eagle nest, and putting it into his immortal aperture. He became smarter. Fang Yuan sighed, activating Myriad Self as he moved his real body. He could not enter Bai Zu Wei's immortal aperture along with the eagle nest. Even though that was Bai Zu Wei's greatest weakness, Fang Yuan did not have methods to break out of the immortal aperture. He was likely to be stuck inside. For just 3 eagle nests, it was not worth the risk. He had already taken more than 80 eagle nests. He is here indeed. The green giant screamed. Golden light flashed as the Myriad Self army was decimated. Only Fang Yuan was left. Next, the green giant waved its hand as a dark green wind blade was formed. The wind blade slashed at Fang Yuan with incredible speed. Fang Yuan used Myriad Self again, hiding among the phantoms. But the wind blade turned into numerous blades, slashing their respective targets. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. His time path defensive killer move was instantly broken. His ribcage had multiple fractures. His spine was nearly snapped. He had suffered a huge blow. This was the terrifying battle strength that matched rank 8 existences. The wind blade had already split into countless ones. Fang Yuan was only hit by one of them. He wanted to dodge, but after the wind blade split up, its speed rose tremendously. He could not evade it. Man as before. At the next moment, Fang Yuan healed completely. The green giant was very confident in this move. Seeing that Fang Yuan was unharmed, it was enraged, charging towards him angrily. Fang Yuan sped away as he flew. He decided on a direction and flew towards Immortal Wang. Immortal Wang saw that Fang Yuan was luring Green City Rampage over. He was so shocked he barked nonstop. His 4 dog legs moved like a windmill, desperately running for his life. Fang Yuan quickly got closer to him. Green City Rampage was chasing him relentlessly. Woof! Don't come here. Woof! Lu Guanyi, you took all the benefits, and you still want to drag me down with you. You are too ruthless. Woof! Let me off. We are friends of domination immortal. Fang Yuan had a cold expression. He ignored these words. He was bent on making Immortal Wang his cannon fodder. There was no choice. Green City Rampage's speed was faster than Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Without cannon fodder, Fang Yuan could not outspeed Green City Rampage. Immortal Wang saw that Fang Yuan had run ahead of him, while Green City Rampage was right behind. At this moment, he was filled with intense rage and killing intent. He had mixed in Northern Plains Gu immortal world for so many years. He had never suffered like today before. This Lu Guanyi, this pretty boy, he did not give a good impression at first glance, and after attacking Iron Eagle Blessed Land, he earned the most. Immortal Wang did not even get a single eagle nest. The important thing was, he was trying to use him as a sacrificial lamb now. Immortal Wang almost attacked Fang Yuan, but he restrained this urge. The reason was obvious. Before this battle, they had gathered into a temporary alliance. They were restrained by Dao marks. If he attacked an ally, he would face a terrifying backlash. This was necessary, because Fang Yuan, Li Si-chun, and the rest were not close. When they worked together, they needed an alliance agreement. That was the basis of trust. And the one who created the alliance agreement was a Gu immortal in Chu sect that Chu Du had chosen. At least you are still smart. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He was a vigilant person. He naturally was on guard against Immortal Wang's attacks. Sword Escape Immortal Gu continued to fly. His green grape immortal essence was expended drastically. Fang Yuan flew faster and shrugged off Immortal Wang. But he could not break away from the green giant. This was the ancient battle. Formation Green City Rampage, ranked 3rd in the past. It was only weaker than Heavenly Giant Solar and Golden Heavenly Saint. If he did not scheme, Fang Yuan would be caught by the green giant eventually. Doing something like this which harmed an ally also caused him to suffer some backlash. But the extent of it was mild, because Fang Yuan did not attack his ally. Immortal Wang was anxious. His dog fur was standing up. He could feel intense killing intent from Green City Rampage. Quickly save me. Immortal Wang shouted, feeling despair. Don't worry, Brother Wang. We are here to help you. Far away, Haojin shouted. Beside him, there was a Gu immortal. It was Cho Lao Wu. Immortal Wang heard his words and was overjoyed, quickly shouting. If I am saved, I will definitely thank you guys. Haojin nodded, speaking to Cho Lao Wu softly. Brother Cho, let's start. All right. Cho Lao Wu burst out with an intense aura that shot up into the sky. A large amount of his red date immortal essence was expended at once. Around his entire body, a dark green wind was enveloping it, forming a gigantic ball of compressed winds. Wind, Cho Lao Wu growled. Thunder. Next, Hao Zhen cried out at the sky. His muscular body was upright like a spear. He was floating in the air. Countless lightning sparks were flickering. turning the area of 100 steps around him into a plasma pool. Next, Chou Lao Wu and Hao Jun opened their mouths, bellowing loudly towards the green giant, which was still far away. Roar. Double immortal killer move, wind thunder roar. First, the dark green wind ball flew out, forming into a horizontal tornado. It was like a world-destroying serpent, moving forward with destructive force. Next, the lightning plasma shot towards it, fusing with the tornado in an instant, forming a thick wind and lightning pillar. The pillar moved extremely quickly. It shot out and flew several meters above the ground. Along the way, intense air currents were formed, digging huge trenches along the grassland on the ground. 2 breaths of time later, the wind and lightning pillar crashed into the green giant's chest with an unstoppable force. Peak ranked 7 battle strength. The green giant stood on the ground and braced itself, raising its arms in defense. After several breaths of time, the attack dissipated while the giant was still standing. If I were to be hit by wind thunder roar, I would die for sure. Worthy of Green City Rampage. Fang Yuan flew as he watched the battle of 2 sides. Immortal Wang was still running without even looking back. He was afraid that any pause would cause him to die there. No wonder it can rival rank 8 Gu Immortals. Let's run. Hao Jun had a pale expression. The use of wind thunder roar was extremely taxing on him. Chou Lao Wu was not feeling good either. The 2 quickly retreated. The green giant almost perfectly blocked wind thunder roar, but unexpectedly, it stopped moving after the attack, staying completely still. Something strange. During this period, most of the battling Gu Immortals had fled a huge distance. At the next moment, they saw that the green giant broke apart all of a sudden. Bai Zu tribe's Gu Immortals were all spitting out blood. They fell towards the ground. Chapter 1172. Unresolvable. The ancient battle formation was broken. Bai Zu tribe's Gu Immortals suffered a huge backlash. Lord Wei, someone cried out. Bai Zu Wei was the key person controlling the formation. After the ancient battle formation was broken, he suffered the biggest damage. He actually died on the spot. Bai Zu Wei was the #1 person below Heavenly Lord Bai Zu, the core of Bai Zu tribe's Gu Immortals. To think that after Bai Zu tribe was created, when he was about to reach the prime of his life, he died in their base camp. This shocking change not only made the Bai Zu tribe Gu Immortals feel deep sadness, Fang Yuan and the rest who invaded Iron Eagle-blessed land also turned solemn. A member of Bai Zu tribe died. The enmity was huge now. Fang Yuan had a heavy mood. Li Si Chun, with his flowery appearance, had a pale expression as he asked, What? What do we do? Hao Jun and Chou Lao Wu had even worse expressions. How could this happen? Green City Rampage can rival rank 8s. Our wind thunder roar cannot cause such harm to him. Chou Lao Wu could not believe this. They were not familiar enough with the formation. Fang Yuan had a realization in his mind. The ancient battle formation Green City Rampage was powerful, but it was not so easy to use successfully. The 4 top supreme elders of He tribe could use it well. That was because they had spent a huge amount of time practicing it. But the Bai Zu tribe Gu Immortals had only practiced Green City Rampage for a short period of time, and now was their first true battle in using it. It was understandable that they had made some errors. The matter is huge now. Let's all discuss. What do we do now? The Immortals left the battlefield as Hao Jun called out. Humph, you 2 are the ones who killed him. What does it have to do with me? Fang Yuan sneered, flying away. You. Hao Jun was furious. Chou Lao Wu quickly said, Lu Guanyi, we are all in the same boat. Do you think the Heavenly Lord will let you off in his rage? But Fang Yuan ignored him. He continued to retreat, quickly entering the clouds, vanishing from everyone's vision. The other Immortals were still flying, but they were silent and uncertain. Hao Jun and Chou Lao Wu felt panicked and flustered. Chou Lao Wu tried to calm himself down. He broke the silence. Lu Guanyi is such a scoundrel. Before he finished his words, Immortal Wang interrupted. I am heavily injured. I need to seek treatment. I will take my leave first. He turned into a falling star hound and changed directions, running away. Li Si Chun saw this and thought quickly, smiling. I am skilled at healing techniques. Wait for me, Immortal Wang. I'll help you. Saying this, he followed behind Immortal Wang, swiftly leaving the place. Chou Lao Wu looked at this in disbelief. He stared with wide-opened eyes, cursing. This dog shit Wang, he is so shameless. To think we saved him. If we'd known this in advance, why would we even help? Chou Lao Wu looked at Hao Jun. All of the negative emotions inside him were alleviated by a bit. After all, he was not alone. Other than him, Hao Jun had also attacked. Chou Lao Wu and Hao Jun had a good relationship. This was rare among demonic path Gu Immortals. Once this happened, these 2 unlucky brothers' relationship would grow closer. But this did not help matters. The 2 looked at each other. Hao Jun had a stiff expression. He said in a heavy tone, Since this has happened already, there is nothing we can do. Now, we can only rely on Chu Du. Chou Lao Wu's eyes were shining. He was like a drowning person who saw a floating log. That's right. You are right. We were invited by Chu Du to help him. He cannot abandon us. Let's go find him. Fang Yuan did not stick around. He immediately returned to Lang Ye Blessed Land. The situation is a little complex now. He frowned slightly, analyzing the situation. Originally, this attack on Iron Eagle Blessed Land was rather successful. Fang Yuan and the others attacked Iron Eagle Blessed Land. They destroyed and took away a lot of resources. It was a huge blow to Bai Zu tribe. If that was all that happened, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu would have to retreat to defend his base. He had created a super force after so much work. He had squeezed into the cracks between the Huang Jin tribes, obtaining his own territory. This expended so much of his time and effort. He had even paid a huge price. If he continued to attack He Fan Grotto Heaven relentlessly, allowing Fang Yuan and the others to continue attacking them, the situation would become very unstable. Bai Zu tribe's reputation would be completely ruined before it was even established. Other forces and Gu immortals would gather like hungry wolves, targeting Bai Zu tribe like how they attacked He tribe. Once such a situation occurs, even Heavenly Lord Bai Zu would feel very troubled, because he was not the only rank 8 in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. In order to defend his hard work, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu had to either take down He Fan Grotto Heaven quickly, or wisely give up on it, and return to stabilize the situation and fortify his base. Attacking He Fan Grotto Heaven quickly was not feasible for Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. If he could, he would have already won by now. Chu Du had noticed Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's greatest weakness. Thus, his tactic aimed at his weakness. It was truly brilliant and impressive. But unfortunately, how could simply a person's strategy completely determine the outcome? At the crucial moment, an unexpected mishap occurred. A rank 7 Gu immortal from Bai Zu tribe died. Fang Yuan naturally knew that Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu acted to save Immortal Wang because they were after the reward. After they help Immortal Wang break free from Green City Rampage, how could Immortal Wang not thank them heavily with compensation? The two of them were the last to enter Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Their gains were unable to satisfy their appetite. This is why they wanted to earn a fortune from Immortal Wang. It was a pity they overestimated the Bai Zu Gu immortals and caused this terrible outcome. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. This way, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was sure to take revenge. If he did not, his reputation would go down the drain. How could a rank 8 Gu immortal be unable to protect his own people? He might as well go die in that case. This was more unforgivable than having Iron Eagle Blessed Land be completely destroyed. Forget about managing any super force. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu would lose all of his reputation. This means that Chu Du and Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's conflict is now unresolvable. And I am Chu Du's ally, who had also joined the battle in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. At this point, Fang Yuan was also dragged into it, even though his circumstances were better than those of Chou Lao Wu and Hao Zhen. What should I do? Fang Yuan paced around in the secret room, thinking hard. He had the alliance agreement. He had no choice. His desire towards information path inheritances grew even stronger now. He thought about it for a while. There was a solution that was not really a solution. In the worst case, I can only get Chu Du into Lang Ye's sect. Lang Ye's sect is already part of the Variant Human Alliance. By then, we can use the immemorial rock dragon against Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. Thinking about this, Fang Yuan saw hope in getting Chu Du to join Lang Ye's sect. Originally, Domination Immortal Chu Du had the pride of being a human Gu immortal. How could he lower his head and join a variant human force? Or maybe, Chu Du still has his trump cards? Fang Yuan thought of another possibility. Of course, he also had another solution. That was to leave Northern Plains directly. He had the sovereign immortal body anyway. He was unique. He could survive in any region. He was unlike other Gu immortals. For example, when a Northern Plains Gu immortal leaves Northern Plains, a foreign region's heaven and earth chi would cause their immortal aperture to become unstable. It might even break apart. Trying to undergo tribulation was courting death. If I cannot fight you, I can still escape. Fang Yuan thought. So-called reputation and pride were not obstacles in his way. Of course, unless he had no choice, Fang Yuan would not want to leave Northern Plains. Over here, he could use Lang Ye's sect's power and live well. If he left, he could not use Immortal Tribulation tempering Aperture. He could also not use Luo Po Valley, which had already been sold to Lang Ye's sect. There were also lots of other problems as well. Southern border. At dawn, far away, the dawn sky was white like marble white. The fog in the mountains fused with the fragrance of the grass and trees, giving off a cooling feeling. Two figures were descending from the cloud layer. One was rank 7, the other was rank 6. They resembled youngsters. They wore deep green short-sleeve shirts and long black pants. They also had jade leggings. Big brother, they said Third Supreme Elder went crazy? Do you think it is true? The rank 6 Gu Immortal asked. The rank 7 Gu Immortal had a grim expression. He sighed and answered. Ever since us Righteous Path forces started the Super Dream Realm exploration, 2 Gu Immortals have already fallen unconscious, and 1 Gu Immortal's soul was completely destroyed. Third Supreme Elder went crazy. I'm afraid it's true. Oh. The rank 6 Gu Immortal gasped. Third Supreme Elder has such high cultivation level. He is a senior among rank 7s, already having gone through 2 grand tribulations. How could he go crazy? The rank 7 Gu Immortal shook his head. Exploration of the Dream Realm has nothing to do with cultivation level. Other than bringing back Third Supreme Elder now, we have to take over his role. Little brother, you need to be careful. He is a good example. Do not succumb to the Dream Realm. Don't worry, big brother. Even though there is a prophecy on Great Dream Immortal Venerable, I know my limits. How could I court death? The rank 6 Gu Immortal had a fearful expression. The 2 Immortals spoke casually, passing by a nameless peak as they continued flying, before vanishing in the sky. They went in. He Lulan said. Currently, besides her, there was Ying Wu Xie, Shinu, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, and Bai Ning Bing. This Super Gu formation was set up by Qi Chu Yu. He used up a great number of Immortal Gu from the southern border Righteous Path super forces, as well as countless Mortal Gu. The defense is really tight. Shinu said heavily. With such a powerful defensive Gu formation and a large number of Righteous Path Gu Immortals defending it, with just the power of Ying Wu Xie and the others, they could not break through. Ying Wu Xie, however, smiled lightly. This Gu formation is not a problem. The Dream Realm is still expanding. Every once in a while, the formation has to be reset. At that time, the Righteous Path Gu Immortals have no spare energy to care about other things. That is the time to attack. What truly obstructs us is this Dream Realm. Saying this, he spoke more slowly as he sighed eerily. I have lead soul into dream, but I do not have a method to unravel dreams. Fang Yuan does. He Lulan transmitted. Ying Wu Xie's heart shook. His gaze suddenly became very complicated. Chapter 1173, Crazed Demon Cave inside, He Fan Grotto Heaven. Tens of thousands of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu figures floated in the air, looking down towards Chu Du. The expression and attitude of the Heavenly Lord Bai Zu figures were completely different from before. All of their faces were grim and heavy. Chu Du, hand over the murderers and He Fan Grotto Heaven. I can spare your life. Tens of thousands of mouths spoke at once. The loud volume reverberated in He Fan Grotto Heaven. Chu Du stood on the ground, raising his head and looking. Compared to the numerous Heavenly Lord Bai Zu figures in the sky, he was all alone, seemingly lonely and weak. However, his body was upright and straight like a spear. His domineering aura shrouded his body. He could resist Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's imposing display without wavering. You are attacking my Grotto Heaven, and you want me to surrender? So what if that Bai Zu tribesman died? This is your punishment and a price to pay for attacking me. Chu Du spoke plainly. His voice was echoing in the Grotto Heaven. The group of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu figures still wanted to speak, but Chu Du activated his Immortal Killer move at the next moment. Inner Strength Self-Detonation. The Immortal Killer move's range covered the entirety of He Fan Grotto Heaven. Inside the Heavenly Lord Bai Zu bodies, Inner Strength was appearing out of nowhere. It expanded until it reached its limit. Next, all of the Heavenly Lord Bai Zu clones self-detonated at the same time. It was an incredible sight. At once, the overwhelming army was completely destroyed by Chu Du in one move. Domination Immortal. Outside the Grotto Heaven, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's true body frowned as he gritted his teeth, fuming with rage. Not long ago, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu had received a letter from his tribe. He was informed of Bai Zu Wei's death. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was naturally very upset and also furious. Bai Zu Wei was nurtured by him single-handedly. He was like a child that he had raised. To think that after building the tribe, and having started building their foundation in Northern Plains, he died, it was truly regretful. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu quickly noticed that if this matter was not dealt with properly, it would cause a huge crisis. If I do not take down He Fan Grotto Heaven and kill the murderers, my reputation would fall drastically. People would think I am weak. Bai Zu tribe would be pushed aside. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu would not allow that to happen. But his earlier call for surrender did not work. Domination Immortal Chu Du. This person is as tough as a rock on the seashore. Just waves alone cannot stop him. Then let me show him a tsunami. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu had a firm expression. Inside He Fan Grotto Heaven. Lord Domination Immortal, it is my, Hao Zhen's, greatest honor to be acquainted with you. Lord Domination Immortal, I, Chou Lao Wu, admires you and solely you alone. Somehow, at some point in time, Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu were brought into He Fan Grotto Heaven. They were hidden underground. After Chu Du killed all of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's illusory clones, they showed themselves. Originally, they were worried, but Chu Du rejected Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's offer of surrender with a firm tone. Their doubts were dispelled. They felt deep admiration towards him. You too. Chu Du faced them, having a sincere expression. You both got into trouble because of me. If I submit to the threat of a rank 8 Gu Immortal and abandon you, I will be letting down my title as the Domination Immortal. That is definitely not my style and demeanor as Chu Du. Lord Domination Immortal, what do we do now? Chou Lao Wu asked. Chu Du smiled lightly. Don't worry. This Hei Fan Grotto Heaven is not ordinary. Earlier, I alone was able to defend it. With the help of both of you, we have no worries. Chou Lao Wu and Hao Zhen nodded, but the worry in their faces did not go away. Chu Du continued. Of course, simply defending will eventually lead to failure. Right now, we are in a passive situation. I have already sent a letter out. I am inviting friends to fight with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu once and for all. Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu finally cheered up. The former said, Lord Domination Immortal, you can firmly control the situation. We are at ease. The latter added, fame and reputation attracts people. Relying on Hei Fan Grotto Heaven to defeat a rank 8 Gu Immortal is definitely an incredible achievement. If we use benefits and fame to attract them, Gu Immortals will surely come to help us. Saying this, Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu looked at each other before saying loudly to Chu Du, we are willing to shoulder the cost of inviting help. Domination Immortal laughed. No need for that. This was my problem to begin with. How can I watch without paying a price? Saying this, he held the hands of Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu, saying in a moved tone, fortune and disaster comes together. Whether it ends up as fortune or disaster will depend on our hard work. If we can defend the Grotto Heaven, I am willing to give up 60% of the space here to both of you. It was fate that brought us together, from today onwards. I hope that the three of us can go through thick and thin together, regardless of poverty or wealth. A huge amount. Chu Du promised that after success, he would give 60% of Hei Fan Grotto Heaven to Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu directly. At once, Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu's eyes shined. Their hearts were pounding. This was Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. It had no calamities and tribulations. As long as they defended it, Chu Du would give them 60%, they would get 30% each. This was simply a God-sent fortune. Hao Zhen's body shook. He had a look of excitement. Through thick and thin together, regardless of poverty or wealth. Chou Lao Wu was so moved his eyes were red. Meeting Domination Immortal is the greatest blessing in my life. The two of them had no alternatives to begin with. Chu Du not only took them in, he even gave them great benefits. At once, their passions were burning. Bzee, bzee, bzee. Waves of buzzing noises entered their ears. A change occurred. Large numbers of distorted shadows appeared in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven's sky. Some even appeared on the mountains and in water. Next, from these distorted shadows, figures of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu walked out one by one. There were even desolate beasts. Some were ruthless two-legged beasts, while others were flying with flapping wings. The three immortals had solemn expressions. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was an enslavement path cultivator. He could not enter Hei Fan Grotto Heaven, but he could send a large number of desolate beasts in. No, not just desolate beasts, even ancient desolate beasts. There were even ancient desolate plants. Their roots entered the soil as they changed the terrain into their temporary camps. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu is finally using his true methods. We have to take action. Kill, kill, kill. Chu Du called out loudly. Good. Both of you, go kill these fierce beasts. I will manage the situation. I will prevent Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's main body from entering the Grotto Heaven. If Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's true body came in, they could not compete. There was an enormous difference in strength between ranks 7 and 8. The reason why Chu Du could resist Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was because he was using Hei Fan Grotto Heaven as a barrier. Langya Blessed Land. Inside the Cloud City's secret room, Fang Yuan was seated as an Immortal Gu moved to his side. This Immortal Gu, in terms of width and length, was the size of an adult's finger. It was silver and blue in color, shining with bright light. It was like a centipede, but instead of having multiple pairs of legs, it had soft and thin hair instead. This was the rank 7 Immortal Gu Sword Eyebrows. At this moment, Fang Yuan was using Sword Eyebrows Immortal Gu to increase his sword path down marks. The secret room was dark and eerie, but Sword Eyebrows Immortal Gu was shining with silver light. It was flying around Fang Yuan as it drew a beautiful arc of dazzling light in the darkness. A while later, Fang Yuan stopped his cultivation for now. After the 5th earthly calamity, Fang Yuan had been using Sword Eyebrows Immortal Gu to increase his sword path down marks. He also had fixed times for cultivation daily, going to Luo Pa Valley to cultivate his soul. All in all, Sword Eyebrows Immortal Gu was quite useful, but it was a rank 7 Immortal Gu, unfortunately. Fang Yuan was only rank 6. Using a rank 7 Immortal Gu had a huge burden on his green grape immortal essence. Thus, Fang Yuan could not freely use Sword Eyebrows Immortal Gu. It was because his pressure from the calamities had decreased to the extent after the 5th earthly calamity, along with his good financial status in earning immortal essence stones, that he could undergo this cultivation. Oh, Chu Du sent a letter. Fang Yuan had just stored Sword Eyebrows Immortal Gu into his immortal aperture when he felt something. He sensed a letter Gu. Through treasure yellow heaven, Fang Yuan retrieved the letter Gu. His consciousness entered it as his expression changed. Chu Du had told Fang Yuan about the situation inside Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. He also told Fang Yuan his firm attitude. When Chu Du wrote this letter, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu had not asked him to surrender yet, and had not sent in his army of beasts, but Chu Du had anticipated it. In the letter, he said, "The might of a rank 8 cannot be resisted. Even with the Grotto Heaven's help, the inevitable failure is only delayed. He is quite aware, I see." Fang Yuan praised before continuing to read. Chu Du asked for Fang Yuan's help in inviting reinforcements for him to resist Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. At the same time, he told Fang Yuan about his following plans. Inviting reinforcements to defend Hei Fan Grotto Heaven so that Heavenly Lord Bai Zu could not have any gains was not the important point. The important thing was that other forces and Gu immortals were not happy with Bai Zu tribe. As long as Heavenly Lord Bai Zu realized that he could not continue to attack Hei Fan Grotto Heaven, if he did not return to stabilize the situation, the Bai Zu tribe that he had worked so hard to create would break apart. That was the only way to get Heavenly Lord Bai Zu to leave. Lone cultivator Heavenly Lord Bai Zu did not have this weakness. But after taking over Hei tribe and creating the Righteous Path super force, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu had to defend it. Undoubtedly, this plan would work. It was also the only way to deal with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. Fang Yuan had thought of it earlier as well. Chu Du's plan and his were the same. Who is Chu Du asking for help? This letter shows much confidence, but he is only asking me to go to Crazed Demon Cave to ask for reinforcements. There must be some capable people. Crazed Demon Cave, one of the 10 great fierce areas in Northern Plains. Who was cultivating in seclusion there, who would make Chu Du think of drawing support from their power. Immediately, Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of curiosity, because Crazed Demon Cave was different from the other fierce areas. If it were Tai Chiu, even though it was dangerous, it was still possible for people to cultivate there in secret. Lenya sect was already doing that now. But Crazed Demon Cave was created by Limitless Demon Venerable single-handedly. The cave was filled with demonic sounds. Other Gu immortals would go crazy uncontrollably, before losing all their senses. In history, even a rank 8 Gu immortal had lost their reasoning because of it and became a lunatic. Chapter 1174. 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics. Of course, since Chu Du was asking Fang Yuan to go and invite people from Crazed Demon Cave, he had also given Fang Yuan some methods to defend against the demonic sounds, and some information regarding the patterns, strengths, and weaknesses of these sounds. Regardless, I have to go. Chu Du and Heavenly Lord Bai Zu were competing over Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. This originated from Fang Yuan's actions. He had benefits linked with Chu Du. He was also involved with the attack on Iron Eagle Blessed Land. All in all, he was deeply related to the issue. Fang Yuan acted quickly, immediately setting off. Using the Super Gu formation, he teleported out of Langya Blessed Land, heading towards Crazed Demon Cave. There were no issues along the way. More than 10 days later, Fang Yuan stopped in the air, looking down. On the ground of flat yellow soil, there was a huge cave. The surroundings of the cave were a circular shape, spanning hundreds of kilometers. There was a thick rainforest in the cave, having both yellow and green colors. From time to time, desolate beasts growled. Large numbers of featherless birds flew out. Their red bodies made Fang Yuan think of pterosaurs. It was a scenery of wilderness. Fang Yuan descended, as the cave got bigger in his vision, until it eventually filled it up. As he went down, Fang Yuan was completely shrouded by the rainforest in the cave. Entering the rainforest, the humid and moist air enveloped Fang Yuan. The branches of the trees were thick and large, but sunlight was very intense. Vines were hanging on the tree trunks, or intertwining on them. Fang Yuan could not find a place to land at times. Creak, creak. Far away, many strange monkeys with gray fur were chasing each other on the trees. Suddenly, a motionless vine moved up, opening its bloodthirsty mouth as it swallowed dozens of gray monkeys into its stomach. In truth, this was a desolate beast tree python that had successfully hunted its prey. The gray monkey group was in a commotion. They called out loudly. Their voices attracted the king of the monkeys. It was also a desolate beast. The desolate beast tree python continued to retreat. It was already full. Its goal was achieved. It did not want to fight the gray monkey king. The gray monkeys were not insistent on revenge in nature. The Monkey King saw that the tree python was leaving and did not chase it, only calling out loudly. But at this time, there was a sound echoing in the place. Oh no, demonic sound. Fang Yuan quickly used his Gu worms, using Chu Du's method to defend against the demonic sound. Ordinary methods could not block demonic sounds, but Chu Du's method worked against it with immediate effect. Fang Yuan felt like the demonic sound was gone, as if it never existed. The vocalizations of the Monkey King and the tree python could be heard now. Influenced by the demonic sound, the two desolate beasts which were going to leave suddenly engaged in combat, like they had gone crazy. This was not just an intense battle, it was a battle to the death. The two desolate beasts fought to the death. They were entangled, rolling around as many trees were snapped. Countless living beings died. The monkeys around them also went crazy. Not only did they attack their allies, they even self-mutilated, banging against hard rocks or digging out their own eyes with their fingers. The peaceful rainforest became chaotic. There was roaring everywhere. Many life forms went into madness, fighting each other as dust clouds rose. An intense bloody smell was emanating. Fang Yuan maintained his composure and calmness. But the surrounding birds were all attacking him. Even the ants and bees nearby were suiciding as they attacked him. This is Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan sighed internally, using Gu worms to defend himself. He was clear-minded. He had many strong methods to survive in this crazy environment. He did not feel much pressure. After all, these crazy life forms were not targeting him alone. They were attacking at will, acting like maniacs. The demonic sound continued for a while before vanishing. The noisy rainforest became silent at once. The wild beasts that were mixing around earlier were corpses now. They had severed limbs and incomplete corpses scattered all over the rainforest. At some places, their blood formed into small rivers, nourishing the ground. Countless snapped trees obtained sufficient nutrients and rapidly grew again. Far away, the two desolate beasts who fought had died. The tree python's thick and long body was coiled around the Monkey King multiple times, while the final loop was around its neck, snapping it completely. But the Monkey King struggled before dying, tearing apart the python's stomach. All of the monkeys that it had eaten were freed, but they were all dead. The tree python was near death. As the demonic sound faded, it regained clarity before the light in its eyes faded. It lost its life. Fang Yuan had a thought as he rushed to the battlefield, keeping these two dead, desolate beasts in his own immortal aperture. If I were you, I would not waste my effort. The life forms in Crazed Demon Cave, be it flying birds or land-based beasts, even Gu worms and plants have no value. The corpses of these desolate beasts cannot be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, because the Dao marks in their bodies are completely chaotic. A voice could be heard. Who is this? Fang Yuan was shocked. Even though he had been using familiar face, and the time path killer moved 3 breaths future vision, the latter could only let him see events related to himself 3 breaths later. See was not here. 3 breaths future vision had its flaws. Like right now, Fang Yuan could not foresee voices. But soon, Fang Yuan saw the future. A white-robed Gu immortal with a middle-aged appearance came out of nowhere. He was behind and towards Fang Yuan's right, about 10 steps away. Fang Yuan was fully focused, but he was still looking around. 3 breaths of time later, towards his back, at the right, a white-robed Gu immortal appeared in that very spot. This Gu immortal had a pale face and black beard. He had long, wide sleeves and eyes that were shining like stars. His disposition was extraordinary. Fang Yuan quickly turned around, looking at this foreign immortal with a nervous expression. The white-robed Gu immortal smiled as he said, "Don't be afraid, friend, I am not immortal." Fang Yuan was exposing rank 6 aura now, but the white-robed Gu immortal was rank 7. His aura was not concealed. What? Fang Yuan was perplexed. My title is not immortal. I live in Crazed Demon Cave. The Gu worm that you have is the token that us 3 crazed demon eccentrics gave to Chu Du. The white-robed not immortal smiled. Fang Yuan realized, hearing not immortal's words, there were 2 other people in Crazed Demon Cave. He quickly greeted. Junior greets Senior. I came here without an invitation because we need Senior's help to assist Lord Domination Immortal. Us 3 crazed demon eccentrics have lived here for hundreds of years without bothering with the outside world. If Chu Du wants to join us, we will gladly welcome him. But if he wants us to leave Crazed Demon Cave, that is absolutely impossible. Not Immortal smiled. Oh, Fang Yuan had an anxious expression, but he felt nothing on the inside. Regardless of whether Not Immortal was saying this to elevate his own value, just Domination Immortal Chu Du alone was not someone who toyed around. Chu Du definitely had a close relationship with the 3 immortals here. He had a plan if he asked Fang Yuan to come. Since Chu Du gave you the Gu worm, I suppose he has also given you many methods and the traveling route as well. Not Immortal asked. Yes. Fang Yuan nodded. Not Immortal assessed Fang Yuan involuntarily. To make Chu Du entrust him like this, What capabilities did this Gu Immortal Jr. have? In that case, follow me. Hee, you were quite lucky. I came out here for a breather. Crazed Demon Cave is getting more dangerous in recent years. The routes are changing. Follow me. If you take a wrong step, you will face the consequences yourself. Not Immortal said as he entered the rainforest. Fang Yuan hesitated before moving and following him. The two entered deep into the rainforest and went into a hole, arriving at the second layer. Crazed Demon Cave had 9 layers. The second layer was an incredibly hot land of burning rocks. A large amount of rocks were piled up together, big and small. The large ones were like huge elephants. The small ones were like pebbles. A moment later, the two immortals arrived at the third layer. The third layer was covered in white fog. A large number of fog Gu were living here. Along the way, Fang Yuan saw figures of large fierce beasts moving about in the fog. There was a very large quantity of cloud bamboo. It was this special bamboo, on the same scale as the rainforest in the first layer, that created the endless fog here. Next, Fang Yuan saw the image of a city in the fog. A tall city with markets and vendors. Countless people were moving about rapidly, but there was no sound. It was a peculiar scene. That is Fog City. The vengeful souls who died gather and form here. There is no point looking at it. Not Immortal, who was in front, informed. Fang Yuan was slightly shocked. He knew about Fog City. This was the first time he saw it. Souls that could form Fog City were at least Gu Immortals, and a large number at that. With Fang Yuan's current strength, if he entered it, he would definitely die. There was no way to escape. Crazed Demon Cave was one of the 10 great fierce areas in Northern Plains. It was naturally very dangerous. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics, including Not Immortal, were living here permanently. Their strength was naturally not low. Under Not Immortal's lead, Fang Yuan entered deep into the cave without much danger. He got to the 6th layer. Even we do not dare to enter the bottom 3 layers casually. It is too dangerous. Come, let me bring you to Gu Immortal Pang Shan. He has the most interaction with Chu Du. He was the one who recommended Chu Du in the first place. Chu Du knows our rules, but he still asked you to come here. He definitely has his objectives. Pang Shan should know. Under Not Immortal's lead, Fang Yuan met with Gu Immortal Pang Shan at a small valley in the 6th layer. A huge person, Pang Shan was dozens of meters tall. He was situated in the valley. He was using the valley as his chair. He was in a half lying down position. He made Fang Yuan think of that Leshan giant Buddha back on Earth. Pang Shan opened his eyes slightly, waking up from his sleep. Oh, Chu Du is asking for reinforcements. We did have an agreement before. Pang Shan said in a deep tone, speaking very slowly. As expected. What agreement? Not Immortal stroked his beard and asked. Lend him Immortal Gu and killer moves to resolve his alliance agreements. Pang Shan replied slowly. Chapter 1175. Do not care? Oh. Fang Yuan heard Pang Shan's reply and felt extremely shocked. During this period of time, he had been looking for a way to remove his alliance agreements. But to think that it would show up in front of him like this. At once, Fang Yuan felt extremely complex. He had thought that Chu Du was here to ask for reinforcements, but to think that Chu Du's true intention was to remove alliance agreements. Chu Du had such a backup, but he had not used it yet, only activating it now. Evidently, asking the 3 crazed demon eccentrics for help has a price. Crazed Demon Cave was a special place. Demonic sounds often played, causing Dao marks to become chaotic and all immortal materials to become useless. Because of the special environment, Gu Immortals here could not connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven at all. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were isolated from the world. And Domination Immortal Chu Du needed to guard against Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's invasion. He could not leave. He was unable to act personally and leave the defense of Hei Fan Grotto Heaven to others. Thus, even though Chu Du and Fang Yuan did not know each other for long, because of their closely linked alliance relationship, at this moment, Chu Du had to ask Fang Yuan to come, exposing the secret of Crazed Demon Cave. No, Chu Du is very shrewd. He might be intentionally exposing this to me. Fang Yuan had a thought flash in his mind. If this guess was accurate, then Fang Yuan could not clearly guess Chu Du's intention. Fang Yuan was skilled at scheming. So was Chu Du, the domination immortal that could make the super force Lu tribe feel helpless. How could he be a simple brute? Immediately, Fang Yuan held his breath as he asked Pang Shan. According to what I know, Lord Domination Immortal has many alliance agreements. They are of different sources. They are not purely information path alliance agreements. There are also other paths that could attain the result of information path. Fang Yuan was spouting nonsense. However, Chu Du had roamed Northern Plains for so long. He had to have relationships with people. He definitely had many alliance agreements. Not Immortal stroked his herd and kept silent, smiling lightly. Pang Shan spoke slowly, but his voice was filled with confidence. No matter what alliance agreement it is from whichever path, my method can resolve it. Because my Immortal Gu is called Carrot. Immortal Gu care? Fang Yuan did not conceal the shock inside him. It was shown all over his face. Care Immortal Gu, almost everyone knew about it, because it was in the top 10 of the list of mystical Gu. In the past, it was ranked 3rd. But after the Battle of Etion Mountain, Fang Yuan's identity was exposed. Everyone knew that he was a person from the future who had used Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth. Thus, Spring Autumn Cicada went from 7th place to 3rd. Care Immortal Gu, which was originally 3rd, became 4th. The list of mystical Gu was constantly changing. Of course, the top 10 seldom adjusted. Spring Autumn Cicada was related to Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The latter was incredibly mysterious. There was little information about him in this world compared to the other venerables. As for rumors regarding Spring Autumn Cicada, not everyone held the same view. Fang Yuan's example proved Spring Autumn Cicada's immense value. The status of this immortal Gu rose drastically in everyone's minds. Its ranking rose as a result. Most of the top 10 mystical Gu were related to rank 9 venerables. The 4th place Care Gu was refined by Limitless Demon Venerable when he searched for the secluded domain of heaven and earth Care that was recorded in The Legends of Ren Zhu. 5th place was Chi Escape Gu. 6th place was Combat Relocation Gu. It originated from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. 7th place was Connect Mind Gu. It came from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. And for the number 1 mystical Gu, it was refined by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. According to The Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 4, Section 24, Ren Zhu wanted to save his own children, but he encountered a beast man along the way. He was affected by Fear Gu. Fear Gu made Ren Zhu fear everything. He was unable to advance due to his fears. Ren Zhu was tormented by his fear. He was in deep agony. He consulted Self Gu. Self Gu answered, "Then let me eat it." Ren Zhu waved his hand. No, I want nothing more than to avoid fear. If you eat it, this fear will stay with me for life. This is too risky. Ren Zhu asked Cognition Gu. Cognition Gu said, "Oh human, you want to conquer fear. You need to have courage." Ren Zhu was troubled. "I used to have Courage Gu as my companion. It is the friend of Faith Gu. But afterwards, because I encountered the hairy men, due to Failure Gu, it left me." Cognition Gu said, "I'll teach you a method. Hide Fear Gu deep within your heart. Move forward after that, and Courage Gu will come to you." Courageous people are not fearless. They are just hiding fear deep within their hearts. Ren Zhu was more troubled now. "Oh Gu, what are you thinking? Precisely because of fear, I cannot advance. Thus I need courage. But you are telling me that to obtain courage, I need to move forward first." While they were talking, a Gu worm flew over. "Is it Courage Gu?" Ren Zhu was overjoyed before feeling disappointment. Because this immortal Gu was not Courage Gu, it was Love Gu. Sometimes, love comes to you on its own. Love Gu said, "Oh human, I can smell hope and fear from you. As love, they are my food." Ren Zhu was overjoyed. "You can take fear away, but hope is mine. I cannot give it to you." Love Gu refused. "Only hope and fear can nourish me together. That is how I survive." "Oh human, then I can only stay by your side." Ren Zhu did not have any good feelings towards Love Gu. He was not very willing, but Love Gu said, "Don't chase me away. With me around, you can summon Courage Gu." Indeed, after Ren Zhu called out, Courage Gu flew to his side a while later. "Ah, this is the aura of love. Oh, and fear too." Courage Gu landed in Ren Zhu's heart with much satisfaction. It was actually good friends with Fear Gu. The two were playing as they flew around Ren Zhu's heart. Fear and courage are often within one's grasp. Ren Zhu had courage. His fear dissipated by a huge amount. He could move on again. "Oh Ren Zhu, I want to thank you. You are the reason why I broke free from fear." Before Ren Zhu left, the beast man came to him. "I have 2 Gu here. One is loyalty, one is betrayal. Choose one. This will be my token of gratitude towards you." The beast man said, taking out 2 Gu worms, holding one in each hand. Ren Zhu did not know which to choose. Love Gu said, "Choose loyalty. You already have fear." Cognition Gu said instead, "Go choose betrayal. You already have courage." Ren Zhu was troubled. He asked the beast man, "Can I take a look at them first?" The beast man said, "Of course." Ren Zhu thus obtained both Loyalty Gu and Betrayal Gu. But to think that after he took them, Loyalty Gu turned into Betrayal Gu, and Betrayal Gu turned into Loyalty Gu. Ren Zhu was puzzled. The beast man explained, "Loyalty to others is betrayal to oneself. Betraying others is loyalty to yourself." Self Gu spoke at this time. "Oh human, choose betrayal. Since you are walking on your own road, you will need to betray others, and even betray yourself." Ren Zhu made up his mind. He chose Betrayal Gu. The beast man kept Loyalty Gu. Before leaving, he told Ren Zhu, "Oh Ren Zhu, you have betrayal now. You cannot go to a place called Care. At that place, betrayal will harm you. But if you do not care, then betrayal cannot harm you at all. Renzu nodded. Thank you, Beastman. I will remember your advice. In Crazed Demon Cave, at Pang Shan's will, Immortal Gu care flew out of his immortal aperture. He said to Not Immortal, even though I have care Immortal Gu, it is not enough. Not Immortal. Stroked his herd. I understand. He took out an Immortal Gu. This is Immortal Gu Noda. The two Immortal Gu were different in appearance. They floated towards Fang Yuan. Pang Shan and Not Immortal took out their respective wills, as well as their own red date immortal essence. We will trouble you to bring these to Domination Immortal. By then, he will have no lingering worries. He would not be restricted by the backlashes of alliance agreements. Not Immortal said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a little stunned. 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu were lent out like this. They were so casual about it. Was their relationship with Chu Du really that close? Or were they influenced by Crazed Demon Cave? 2 wills carrying Immortal Gu and Immortal Essence entered Fang Yuan's sleeves. Fang Yuan said goodbye as he asked before leaving. May I ask both seniors, if I want to borrow these Immortal Gu in the future, what should I do? Pang Shan did not speak. He opened his eyes slightly before shutting them, falling into deep sleep again. Not Immortal smiled and did not speak. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He turned around and left. Not Immortal did not send him off, but Fang Yuan had already memorized the route. He managed to move along the route without any danger.